Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to day two of the Poti Pro-Am competition, coming to you live from the city of Poti in the Republic of Georgia. You're seeing a drone shot of our aircraft hovering above the Black Sea. The big lake that you see up there in the background is Lake Palliastomi, which is a part of Kolkheti National Park, a central feature to this area, and especially of the city of Poti. And right there in the foreground is Golden Lake, otherwise known as Okra Taba, in local Georgian. And we're continuing on with the amateur round of slalom skiing going on before we go into the pros. And once we get into the pros, then we'll start off with the schedule, which will be featuring on the left-hand side of your screen in just a few seconds. And there it is, right in front of you. Women's slalom round 2 will be our lead-off event, followed by men's slalom round 2. To qualify 8 women and 8 men through to the third round final. Which will actually take place towards the end of our schedule. But after slalom round 2, we go into women's trick final, men's trick final. Then we got women's slalom final, men's slalom final, and then we got women's jump final, and then a 9:30 start for our final event of the Poti Pro for 2026. It's the nighttime jump final, projected to start at around about 9:30 in the evening, Central Georgian time, which is about 2 hours along from Central European time. So for those of you that want to watch that nighttime final, you'll be watching it on prime time evening viewing, starting at 7:30 in the evening Central European summertime. It'll be 9:30 here in Georgia when we get that event up and running. My name is Tony Lyford, and glad to have the pleasure of your company. We've still got plenty of skiing here in the amateur competition before we go into the women's slalom round 2, and the scores that we got from yesterday so far show that Sadie Ferguson has a comfortable 6-buoy edge ahead of our tie for second place between Beatriziani, Elena Bischoff-Berger, and Sandra Botas. Sadie Ferguson has a score of halfway down, 10.75 meters, ahead of that three-way tie for second with 3 on 11.25 meters. Then you see the likes of Emily Newsom with 1.5 on 11. Katerina Rabkova, the European champion, on 5 on 12 meters, currently in 6th place. We have a two-way tie for 7th now. Bear in mind that we take 8 through to the next round of the competition, so it's going to be a tough battle between the likes of Perrine Saunier and Alicia Bagnoli, both of them tying on half on 12 meters, and Enith Anguino in 9th spot on the outside, looking in at this moment in time with her score towards the end there. So let's have a look at some of the action from yesterday, including this pass from Sadie Ferguson. Now already well in the lead at this point, being the only person to have skied through 11.25 meters. And getting a little bogged down off number 2, but I tell you what, she is a tough fighter. She knew that she could get halfway down that pass, then that should set her up comfortably for the action to come ahead, which is the second round of women's slalom, which will be our lead-off event for today. As we take a look here from the boat side camera view, this is Sadie Ferguson working that slalom ski, and Sadie Ferguson, who is basing herself these days over in Western France, over in Burek, and actually got the opportunity to talk with her as part of the TWBC podcast. You can listen to that right now, as we've got a little bit of time before we go into the women's slalom round 2. Listen to it on Spotify, on YouTube Music, on iHeart Music, on our YouTube channel here at TWBC, and wherever else you choose to listen to your favorite podcasts. All right, we've got Sasha Deska, who is in a multiple way tie for the lead with Thomas de Gasperi and Matteo Luzzeri halfway down 41 off, or 10.25 meters. Then we got a two-way tie for 4 between Brandon Caruso and Florian Path, both of them tying on 2. Then we have a multiple-way tie for 6 that exists between Freddie Winter and Nikki Attenson. Then 8th spot is held by Tim Tornquist. That's the bubble score of 1 at 10.25 meters. And then 9th for Aaron Davis, 10th for Camille Bumrah, 11th for Arnaud Derick, and 12th for Simon Oldman. So it's going to be a tough battle going forwards. And currently a 3-way tie exists for the lead. So not an automatic by any stretch of the imagination to grab one of those coveted 8 spots. To make it through to the men's slalom final, that will be our second event to come. We're still running our amateur slaloming right now as we take a look at the southern part of this lake facility. But that all sets up for a great tournament at this early stage of this today's schedule. Women's slalom round 2 will be our lead-off event, followed by men's slalom round 2. All that to come as we come to you live from Poti in the Republic of Georgia. It is the Poti Pro 2026. And when we come back, we'll have the women's slalom round 2 next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Masterline, made in the USA.
Thanks for calling Wakehouse. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shuswapsnb.com.
All right, then. Welcome back to live and continuing coverage here at the Poti Pro here on Golden Lake, just outside that Black Sea port city. As we take a look down the course, beautiful conditions this morning, hardly a ripple on the water, and the winds are staying down long enough to welcome these skiers in round two. We've got Inya Thangono. She'll be our lead-off skier, and certainly the pressure is on her to come up with a score to at least put her on even terms with Perrine Saunier and Licia Bagnoli. And then we've got Katerina Vavkova, Emily Newsom, Sandra Botas, Elena Bischoff-Berger, Beatrice Yanni, and our leader with a score halfway down 10.75 meters. It is Sadie Ferguson from Australia. It's probably safe to say that for at least two-thirds of the field, the latter two-thirds of the field, that they've got a pretty safe passage through to the next round, which is the final. and that is going to be an event that will take place later before we go into the women's jump final. And then really later on tonight at 9:30, starting at 9:30 this evening, Georgian time, will be the men's nighttime jump final. But first things first, we've got our second round of elimination for the slalom event. And we will see Ina Thangwano. She got halfway down the pass of 30 meters and needing to get the other half and then just a little bit more to keep her in contention for one of those 8 spots through to the final. Seeing a few more of our skiers assembling around the dockside. There is Alicia Bagnoli, who was looking for considerably more than half a buoy on 12 meters yesterday. That much I know. And we're here at Golden Lake, which is an artificial lake which was dug in time for the 1991 European Waterski Championships, which took place here in front of some huge crowds of people all the way back there. That was 35 years ago. And for those of you history buffs out there, and even those casual history buffs that are getting ready to watch that theatrical release of the Odyssey, that tremendous tale that profiles Odysseus and the Argonauts. Now, the Odyssey. Those of you that recall enough of your Greek mythological studies, or way back in high school, or even beyond that in college, the Odyssey mentions Jason and the Argonauts, and this area is actually the gateway for that Greek epic story. We're on we're in the area that was previously named Thasus, and there are still archaeological digs continuing to this day on Lake Palastromi that is still uncovering evidence of Greek existence in this area in the age of antiquity, going all the way back to the 6th century BC. But none of that is important right now on the whole context of what we're doing here on the Golden Lake, as Ina Thangwano is our first skier on the water through the opening pass of 14.25 meters. Now she scored 3 more buoys on top of that pass yesterday for 3 on 13 meters. But we'll be looking for a little bit more than that to put herself into contention, and try and keep her nose in front of the likes of Perrine Saunier, who will be one of our next skiers. She is next, and then following on from there, we got Alicia Bagnoli, so on and so forth. Yes, indeed. The city of Poti, it's the Argonauts' gateway. According to Greek mythology, Jason and the Argonauts sailed into the Rioni River via Poti on their legendary quest to find the Golden Fleece. And there's a lot more contemporary stuff to find out about the city of Poti, including its Parisian layout and the naming of the major streets that emanate from that concentric radial area of Poti. We'll even show you a Neo-Byzantine cathedral, which is centrally located in the city, and we'll point those landmarks as we get them. Ina Thangwano, 13 meters, already doing a lot better than yesterday, And continuing to ski on to 12 meters. There we go. That is Enof Anguano, who recently competed in the French National Waterski Championships just a day or so ago. And from what I hear, doing pretty well in those championships. So dropping down and getting ready for the 12-meter line, anything more than half. And that would put her comfortably, for the time being, through to the next round of the competition, the women's slalom final, which will take place later on today. The event schedule today, we'll put that up on your screen in just a moment, but it would suggest that the women's slalom is out there first, of which it is, round 2, then men's slalom round 2, then we got the tricking final in both women's and men's, then we'll have the slalom final, women's and men's, and then we'll have the women's jump final before we take an extended break, before we go into the nighttime jump final for the male competitors. And in each instance, there will be 8 competitors in each of those events. Enith Anguano, round 1 and round number 2. She's hanging on for dear life here. She's getting round number 3. Good to go for number 4. A little down course here. Round number 5, and she is looking to make up some room here as she gets through that pass of 12 meters. Round number 6 on that pass, and skier first off the dock, being the lowest seeded competitor after round 1, is definitely on a roll here. It may not be a bad time to have a look at some of her scores that she has produced so far this or not so much this season, all the way back to 2025, where she was able to get into 11.25 meters on a number of occasions. Looking at some of her scores from the previous season, she was able to get halfway down 11.25 meters in a tournament in Italy, and has backed that up with scores of 1 and 2 in the previous season. But doing well so far to get through the 12-meter line. It was a bit of a struggle from start to finish, though. But let's see if she can redouble her efforts and try and get about halfway down this pass. If she can get halfway down, she'll move all the way from last place all the way up to a multiple weight tie for second at this time. So there's plenty of incentive here for her going forwards. This is Enith Anguano, 11.25 meters, gets the start on number 1. Is good to go. Well, I was about to say good for her to go on number 2, but the ski barely makes it on the outside of number 2. We're double checking to determine whether she will get one singular buoy at 11.25 meters, or she got enough of a number 2 to at least score a 1 1/4 or 1 1/2. And we'll go about assessing that with the instant replay, and we'll see how things shape up in that regard. But Enith Anguano fighting back and skiing herself into contention here. A little bit of a squat there going into buoy number 1. Now she gets around number 1 and to the wake at least. Now this is the well inside buoy number 2 from my perspective at least. So it looks like it is going to be 1 at 11.25 meters, at least from that perspective. And I don't think we're going to get any better of a view than what we just seen first off in the instant replay. So good supporting visuals there, but I think the score will be registered as 1 buoy on 11.25 meters for Enith Anguano. We're waiting on the official confirmation of that, but a good comeback score there for Ina Thangwano. Skier on the water and currently tied for seventh right now with Licia Bagnoli. This is Perrine Saunier. And looks like the judges are officially scoring 1.5. According to the scoring system, it would appear to be 1.5 for Ina Thangwano, but whilst we double check on that, we got Perrine Saunier. Opening pass 14.25 meters, successfully negotiated there. So Perrine gets to work with a 6-buoy count on 14, and we see Licia Bagnoli go through her paces on dockside here at this tournament, and she will be sticking around for a few days because she'll be competing in the Europe and Africa Waterski Championships, the Open Edition. Those championships will take place starting this Friday with complete live coverage being brought to you by TWBC. We still got plenty of other events on the calendar as well. We've got the Rocky Mountain Pro taking place in Calgary in Western Canada. Then afterwards, we'll be traveling to Minnesota to cover the U.S. Waterski National Championships before heading on a plane back to Eastern Europe, more specifically to Greece, for the European U14 and U17 championships. So a lot of great events to come, not to mention the fall events in the United States as well on top of that. Perrine Saunier, this is 13 meters. She got half on 12 in the round previous to this to tie with Licia Bagnoli. So now it's a case of the battling backup scores. Or even the primary scores for each of our two competitors in the frame here for that. Perrine Saunier, who you see out in the water, and Licia Bagnoli about to take to the water. All right, then. So we're having a look at the leaderboard and showing Ina Thangwano with 1 at 11.25 meters. That currently puts her in sixth spot right now. So even at that stage, even with that kind of improvement, Ina Thangwano is by no means an assured participant in the 8-skier final. There's Perrine Saunier on 12 meters. She's already improved upon the previous round score. She's still rocking this pass. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6 through the exit gates. Perrine Saunier, who admitted to me before she went out onto the water in a conversation that I had that she is still quite fatigued after the amount of skiing that she's had to go through in the last few days. The French National Championships, the first round of this tournament and the second round now. So not an awful lot of time to take some recovery rest in that ensuing time. But it is what it is, as they say in the in sports, and you just have to deal with the cards that you dealt with. And there we see Alicia Bagnoli, and next to her is Betta Gali.
Ok, perfetto, grazie. Ines ha fatto una, non 1,5.
Well, probably not the best time to take a phone call right on the starting dock next to your skier. And actually, that phone call that she received was one that was placed to confirm that Ina Funguno scored 1 instead of 1.5, which is crucial information that she needs going forward. And Perrine Saunier taking a big old hit there off her number 2. So she at least gets 1. We'll see if she managed to get round buoy number 2 to score at least a fraction of that, because it will be a fraction, because she wasn't able to ski back to the wakes in time for the next set of boat guides. So at the most, she's going to get, if that ski does manage to get round number 2, which evidence points to that not being the case. So it is going to be 1 at 11. So that is going to be significant going forwards. And I'll tell you why, because Ina Funguno comes into this round with the weakest score out of our participants, our 9 participants in this slalom competition. She skied herself back into the frame here with 1 at 11.25 meters, but that 3 on 30 meters that she produced in the first round continues to linger, because even though Ina Funguno and Perrine Saunier tie in this round, Perrine Saunier actually has the advantage by having a superior backup. So in this instance, Perrine Saunier, at the very worst, in this instance, she would be in 8th spot at the very worst. So Perrine Saunier has basically skied herself into the finals. But let's concentrate on Alicia Bagnoli, working to try and get herself into the finals. If she can get 1 at 11 or more, then that will do the trick in that respect. Entrance gates number 1 on 14.25 meters. Just trying to play it cagily here, not trying to overload at this early stage of the game on 14.25 meters. Now Alicia Bagnoli coming to us from Milano 3, which is just outside that main metropolis of Milano, whose city was part of the world stage a few months ago with the Winter Olympic Games. And for the first time this morning, let's check in with our dockside reporter, Zane Nicholson.
Hey guys, I'm here with Perrine Saunier. We just saw you get off the water. Better set than yesterday.
Definitely better. I think I just got to adapt, because yesterday was not my best set, definitely. I'm pretty glad with what I just did. Now I have 2 more rounds at least. So now I'm already focusing on the next event, because I'm in all 3 events.
Well, we saw you jump yesterday. You are the top seed right now for women's jump, and we see you in the trick event a little later today, so I'm excited to get you out in those.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited as well. It's a pretty good competition. We feel like the love for the sport the organizers have. We see the efforts as well, so I'm pretty excited to continue this competition.
Yeah, they've done a great job. It's awesome. So we'll let you go get rested up, dried off, and we'll see you a little later today.
Yes, see you.
All right.
All right then, so here we go, Alicia Bagnoli. This is 13 meters. looking to stay balanced behind the boat here. And on the turns as well, and absolutely mustard there on that particular run. It's a 6-buoy count. It's on 13 meters. And she will get the opportunity to attack the 12-meter line. But as we continue on, the task for Alicia Bagnoli not quite complete as yet. She would need to get through this pass on 12 meters and ski more than 1 at 11 to take the lead and to take one of the coveted spots through to next round. But maybe she harbors some greater ambition, and maybe she wants to ski a little bit further than that to place herself towards the mid-order in the 8-skier women's slalom final, which will take place a little bit later on today. For those of you wanting to know what the schedule looks like, we're going to take a look at that once again, because we got the women's slalom round 2 right there, men's slalom round 2. Then we have the tricks finals, the slalom finals, the women's jump final, and then the nighttime final at 9:30 this evening for the men's. Here we go. Let's rock it. We've got Alicia Bagnoli on 12 meters. She scored half a buoy on this pass yesterday. There's 1. There's number 2. Trying to ski this. There you go. There's 5, and she gets round number 6. So Alicia Bagnoli looking strong, looking composed, and definitely with an intelligent head on her shoulders, knowing full well that if she can get past the number 1, she'll not only take the lead but also cement her place through to the next round. So needs a full 1 buoy here. Now, if she gets the number 1 buoy and ties our previous 2 competitors, then it comes down to the backup scores, and in that instance, both Alicia Bagnoli and Perrine Saunier have the advantage in that respect, meaning that Ina Anguino would not be a part of the final round setup. She would be, at best, on the outside looking in. So, we've got Alicia Bagnoli. Working her way towards the slalom course. On fire right now. Here she comes. 11.25 meters. There's number 1. She gets a piece of number 2, and that piece is all that she needs in order to outright the advance through to the next round of the competition. 1.5 on 11.25 meters. Now that would vault her into a 5th spot, tied with Emily Newsome, and Emily Newsome yet to ski. So actually, for Alicia Bagnoli on 1.5 at 11.25 meters, that puts her in outright 5th place right now before Emily Newsome takes to the water and skis. And speaking of Emily Newsome, she will be one of our next skiers off the dock in the next few minutes. So a sense of relief is palpable there for Alicia Bagnoli. 1.5 on 11.25 meters. That score puts her through to the next round, and that 1 buoy count on 11.25 meters for Perrine Saunier is able to do the same for her. But unfortunately for Ina Anguino, it's the end of the road for her in this event. But so far as Alicia Bagnoli is concerned, May not be the best score that she's put out there this season, but in respect to making it through to the next round of the competition, it's accomplished the mission. And she'll be through to the 8-person slalom final. Probably be second off the dock there in that final, as we get ready to welcome in our current European Women's Slalom Champion. From Czechia, this is Katarina Vrabkova. And she'll be looking forward to defending that title when the European Championships, the European and Africa Championships takes place starting this coming Friday and brought to you live and exclusively on TWBC. We're also broadcasting simultaneously on Georgian National TV on their Channel 1. Katarina Vrabkova, 14.25 meters, looking steady from one buoy to the next. So, good effort there. So Nicolas Delange there, one of our drivers in this tournament, doing a fine job. Looks like we got a bit of a fire going on here on the opposite shoreline. I don't know what that's all about, but we're definitely not going to go any closer to investigate it. That's for sure. And looks like that fire was set by someone. Either it's something to burn some wood or what have you, or it's a case of arson. And I think it's probably the former rather than the latter. Okay, this is Katarina Vrabkova. So, getting through the second pass of 13 meters. All right there, so we've got Katarina Vrabkova, successful in running 14 and 13. Already secured with a spot through to the next round of the competition. Or there might actually be a pathway for her if she can get one buoy on 11.25 meters or beyond. So Katarina Vrabkova skiing her way back into contention here, having seen her 5 ball on 12 meters from the previous round, currently not able to do the business right now in respect to making it through to the final. But that was 12 meters, and now is within one solid buoy of making it back into the finals. Currently lying in sixth spot. All right, so looking at this here for Katerina Vrabkova. Nice extension on buoy number 1 and just allowing that ski to work its way through. Just patient enough to let the ski do its thing, and then getting behind feet and getting across from one side of the course to the next. So as far as I can see with the leaderboard as it stands right now, currently in 5th place is Alicia Bagnoli, and in 6th place right now is Katerina Vrabkova, or she may actually be a few spots further down, because you need to take into consideration the one buoy at 11 performed by both Ina Thunguano and Perrine Saunier, so they're still in with a chance, but it's out of their hands right now, and it is firmly in the hands of Katerina Vrabkova. Entrance gates number 1. She gets the 1. She gets the 2, which takes her through to the next round, and she tries to make a play on number 3, but nothing was doing there. So 2 at 11.25 meters for Katerina Vrabkova. That skis her way into 5th spot right now. Puts her marginally ahead above Emily Newsome, who is our next skier to go. So 2 at 11.25 meters. And I think on that basis, taking into consideration Emily's score of 1.5 from the previous round on 11.25 meters, it's probably safe to say that whoever is on the list at this point and beyond is probably through to the next round of the competition. We'll get confirmation of that. So looking at this instant replay once again, knew exactly what was going on here in relation to the leaderboard, and trying to be one of those top 8. And realized that she didn't need to make a play on number 3 unless she harbored any ambitions to be in the top 2 right now. But there is your current leaderboard. Ina Thunguano on the outside looking in on 9th. And the top 8 there are basically set with Saunier, Bagnoli, Vrabkova, Botas, Bishop-Berger, Yanni, and Ferguson all through to next round, alongside the skier that is currently on the water right now with 1.5 on 11.25 meters from round number 1. It's a score that allows her to make it through to the next round of the competition, but I'm sure that she'll want to try and get at least halfway down 11.25 meters. It is Emily Newsome. And hopefully that fire that was set there across the way doesn't provide too much of a distraction for our competing athletes going forward, as the towboat makes its way under the bridge and brings her to the north side of this Golden Lake, a lake which was constructed specifically for the Europe and Africa Waterski Championships, which took place in the early 90s. And so far as pro and world-class competition, we've kind of resurrected this facility starting last season, and it's always been a wonderful facility for skiers from Eastern Europe to come down and train in more clement weather in the off season. In this part of the world, it's it's certainly pretty warm and stays warm for a good majority of the season. It's based upon a 65 million year old jungle, and and Poti borders the Kolkheti National Park, which preserves unique relic temperate rainforests which have continuously existed since before the era of the dinosaurs. So here we go, folks, coming in on this pass. This is Emily Newsome. This is 13 meters now. Already safely through to the next round on the basis of a 1.5 on 11.25 meter score. And looking good for the 6 buoys on that pass. That is Emily Newsome. And as Emily Newsome goes to shorten for the next line length pass, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Katerina Vrakova. We just saw you get off the water, 2 at 11, so punch your ticket into the finals for later today.
Yeah, that was the goal, basically. Like I said yesterday, I haven't been skiing much, so I'm not so confident on the ski, so this is like a nice base. I'm very happy. Yeah.
Yeah, so we know you're bouncing back from an injury, but you've kind of had a good season last year, won the Open Europeans in slalom, if I remember correctly, and then had a huge score into 10.7 a couple weeks ago. So it's good to see you kind of getting back and getting on your feet.
Yeah. I mean, that was like the 2 at 10 was right before I got injured, so now I'm getting my confidence back. Maybe I will manage by Europeans to get it back. Hopefully, I would hope so. Yeah.
Well, with the way you've been skiing, you ought to have it back for the final round this later today. You've been looking super great, so hopefully we see you out there and get a huge score.
Yeah, let's see what I do. I don't know.
Well, perfect. Well, we'll let you go get dried off, get rested up, and we'll see you a little later today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Okay, so good to hear from Katerina Rabkova, or Rabsova as the name is pronounced in this area of the world. And here comes Mimi from the area of London that is Fulham. Looking good here for 12 meters. Stepping on through round buoy number 6 and on her way there to 11.25 meters, an attempt thereof. So already assured of a place through to the next round on the basis of the first round score of 1.5 on 11.25 meters. Our skier representing Great Britain and skiing out of Fulham in on the north bank of the River Thames in London. And for you football fans out there, you'll definitely recognise the name of Fulham. They're a current team in the Premier League, and I'm sure they're getting ready with some pre-season matches before the season gets back underway towards the middle and or latter portion of August this year. But before Emily Newsome dreams of games at Craven Cottage, let's have a look and see what she does here with the next pass coming up on 11.25 meters. Pushing out nice and wide here. Let's see if she can slip that ski through the entrance gates around buoy number 1. A little bit of a break there on number 1. She gets around it, but that is all she has so far as the score is concerned. That is 1 buoy on 11.25 meters. So not able to improve her seeding. She would have needed to have gone at least halfway down 11.25 meters to make that happen. But with 1.5 and 1 at 11.25 meters, she actually She actually slips down a little bit in terms of her seeding. Katerina Rabsova from Czechia with 2 at 11.25 meters is the lead score in this round. So she'll be starting a little bit earlier off the dock in the last round of slalom. I don't know whether she actually made it round buoy number 2, but she's definitely trying to sell us on that. So the confirmation from our officials is 1 plainly skiing on the inside of buoy number 2. So that is it there for her. As we continue to roll right along. Our next skier on the water coming to us out of the Toledo area of Spain. This is Sandra Botas. So Sandra Botas rolling the ski over a little bit, trying to control her speed and her width, trying not to overplay her hand too much on 14.25 meters her opening pass, and shouldn't have any worries there, and certainly doesn't have any worries in respect to making it through to the 8-skier final, where she did the bulk of that work yesterday. As we turn our attention to our reporter on the starting dock, Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Mimi Newsom. We just saw you get off the water, 2 at 11. A little bit better score than yesterday, and then you punched your ticket into the finals.
Yeah, a little bit better than yesterday. The early passes felt really nice. Just unfortunately at 11, I got a little bit too excited out of 1. Didn't really wait for my ski to come around and ended up straight at 2. But happy to get a full 2.
Yeah, and I mean, you went off the dock. You knew you were into the final, so a little bit of pressure taken off, just kind of get a feel for the final later today.
Yeah, exactly. It was really nice to know that I was already in, so I kind of just enjoy the set, feel it out, see what I need to work on for later.
Well, perfect. Well, we're super excited to see you ski a little later. We'll let you go get dried off, and we'll catch you later today.
Thank you. See you later.
All right, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, so good to hear that from Mimi. As we wait on the other skiers to make their way out on the water, we'll see Elena Bischoff-Berger take to the water pretty soon, followed by Beatrice Yanni of Italy and Sadie Ferguson of Australia. But on the water right now, this is Sandra Botas of Spain. Looking good here on 13 meters. Shouldn't be too hard of a pass for her to run. And nicely done for the most part. There you go. That is a great skiing there from Sandra Botas. So Sandra, who is instrumental in organizing and delivering the Botas Pro-Am tournament, which takes place at the beginning of the summer season here in Europe. And with that in mind, let's send it on over to Zane once again.
Hey guys, I'm here with Alice Bagnoli. We saw you ski a couple skiers ago, 1.5 at 11. Not quite the score we're used to you seeing, but, you know, got yourself into the final, so now switch your brain to that, right?
Yeah, very weird thing happening yesterday. I just misgrabbed the handle, so it kind of got stuck in my brain, but I knew that it doesn't usually happen. Today my goal was just to do, I knew with 1 I was into the finals, or 1.5, whatever, so I kind of just went safe around 1, tried to pull out a 2, but I fell in, I didn't have the line, but yeah, I'm not sure. I changed my settings kind of before coming here because the water was very hot, and here is not that hot, so I'm not sure. I'm going to think about it for the finals, what I'm going to do. But
Well, you've been skiing super great this season. You know, you've been running 11 pretty consistently and skiing super well. So I think, you know, today you just wanted to punch your ticket in, but I'm expecting you to really hit it in the finals because you've been looking so great this season.
Yeah, thank you. Just resting up and getting ready mentally for the finals.
Well, perfect. We'll look forward to seeing you later. And right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
So Sandra Botas making some good headway here on that third pass, which is 12 meters, looking good there. All right there, so looking at this once again from Sandra Botas. Just trying to stay up over the ski into her offside turn. That's a great example of someone working the offside in that way. Trying to make sure the ski doesn't kick round unexpectedly and put the skier into a potentially bad situation going forward. But there you go, that is Sandra Botas. She gets the job done with that pass on 12 meters. And as we see Lena Bischoff-Berger from France. Not too sure where she's from in France, but given her last name, it probably wouldn't surprise me if she comes from the Alsace region of eastern France. She's round number 1. Round number 2, Sandra Botas, and that is a clear 2. About a buoy short of what she did yesterday, but that score of 3 yesterday is her best score, and all but assures her of a spot through to the next round of the competition. Now, where she starts off the dock in that final is going to be determined by the remaining 3 competitors that she ties with from the first round score. Elena Bischoff-Berger and Beatrice Yanni, I should say. Just reared up on the ski and just couldn't get the tip in quickly enough to go cross course with enough angle to decelerate the ski and make a play on number 3. So it is 2. So far, the only person that has been confirmed has been eliminated for the women's slalom final is Ina Thangwano with a score of 1 at 11 in this round, but the damage was done much earlier yesterday with the score of 3 on 13 meters, which puts her on the outside looking in. The skier that has just left the dock, coming to us out of France, is Elena Bischoff-Berger. All right there, so let's have a look and see Elena Bischoff-Berger or Alana Bischoff-Berger, whichever is correct. So here we go. Nicely done. All 6 buoys. Fantastic skiing there. Greetings, one and all. My name is Tony Leifert, and glad to have the pleasure of your company here on behalf of the crew on the TWBC. And there we see the lighthouse, one of the tallest Black Sea lighthouses that you will find. It's a historic cast iron Poti lighthouse. It was built in 1862. and stands as one of the oldest and tallest navigational structures in the entire Black Sea Basin. And given the amount of trade and shipping around about this area, Poti is a port city. It's extremely important to have something like that in close proximity. And yeah. So Ilana Bischoff-Berger deciding to go in on 13 meters for the opening pass, and she's already assured of a spot through to the next round, so why not? And with that in mind, we'll transfer back over to Zane for one of his reports on dockside in just a moment. But Elena Bischoff-Berger, this is a 12-meter attempt. There's number 1 and number 2 skiing up under the bridge. There's 3 and number 4, 5, Bischoff-Berger, Elena Bischoff-Berger looking good for the 6 buoy count. And let's send it over to Zane.
Hey guys, I'm here with Sandra Botas. Sorry you get off the water. You're in the final. So you had your score yesterday was 3.811, so a little bit better than today. But how did it feel out there today?
It felt nicer. I skied better. I just don't know what happened. It just didn't go.
Well, you got to feel for it. You're going to get to ski again a little bit later. We're getting the sun's kind of coming out. Maybe get a little bit nicer. Conditions are great. We don't have any wind right now. So what are our plans for the final?
I think starting at 13, it's going to be a good plan. So I get away from the bridge at the gate at 11, and hopefully that gives me the score I'm looking for.
Yeah, and I've heard a couple of skiers talking about the bridge down there. It's a little bit different than what we're used to, right? The view, and then you get that sound going through the gates into one. It's kind of weird. I mean, I even noticed it in the boat pulling pin for tricks yesterday.
Yeah, it's definitely different. It's a new experience. You feel like you're going fast, but you're not fast, so it changes the whole setup.
Well, perfect. Well, look forward to seeing you in the final here in a little bit. Shout out to the Botas crew at home. I know they're probably all watching, so we look forward to seeing you ski a little later today.
Thank you very much.
All right, right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, there, returning to action right here. 13 and 12 run successfully back-to-back. This is now 11.25 meters for Elena Bischoff-Berger. Oh, and not able to cleanly grab the handle off number 1, and looks like it is going to be a hash. She started to lose her skiing position long before she hit the wakes, literally hitting the wake. So she gets half a buoy there, which means that Sandra Botas will actually move up 1 seeding spot because of her superior backup. Now, between Sandra Botas and Elena Bischoff-Berger, and you can also add Beatrice Yanni into the mix, they all tied with 3, but Sandra Botas has a better backup score than Elena Bischoff-Berger, 2.11 to Elena's half. So she'll be starting off the dock a little bit earlier than Sandra on the based upon that score of half a buoy on 11. So now Beatrice Yanni, she too tied with Sandra and Elena Bischoff-Berger. And in order for her to stay ahead of that pack, she would need to score more than 2 on 11.25 meters as we take a look at downtown Poti. Now, Poti, archaeological research suggests that a portion of the ancient city of Thasos on which Poti was built on top of was swallowed over time and now lies hidden between Lake Palestrami. Now, Lake Palestrami, we'll see in a little bit later on, forms part of the Kolkheti National Park, and we actually had the pleasure last season of actually exploring a good portion of Lake Palestrami, and it's certainly a sight to behold, as is too downtown Poti. And And Poti itself has other landmarks that we will highlight as we continue on with the women's slalom second round. So Bear selecting B1, I believe. And some more sights and sounds of Poti. Now, not too far away from the shot that you're seeing, there is actually a cathedral that is built in the Byzantium times of ancient antiquity, and it's actually built not too long ago in 1906. We'll highlight that when we get a good look at it. Skier on the water is Bea Beatriziani, who scored 3 on 11.25 meters to constitute a three-way tie with two other skiers, Sandra Botas, who has moved up one seeding position ahead of Elena Bischoff-Berger based upon the scores in today's second round of slalom elimination. Beatriziani already assured of a spot through to the next round of the competition, but she can improve her seeding right now from 4th through to maybe 3rd or even 2nd spot at the moment. Or if she feels really frisky, then she can run the entire 11.25 meter pass and get halfway down 10.75 meters to take the top seeded spot. And there we see the cathedral, which was inspired by the famous Hagia Sophia in Istanbul. It was built in 1906 and was intentionally designed to replicate the famous cathedral that adorns the city of Istanbul, which is clean across the other side of the Black Sea. We're on the eastern shore of the Black Sea. The Hagia Sophia is in Istanbul, which is in the Bosphorus, and just a quick sail up the Bosphorus into the Black Sea, and a few days later you'll hit upon the port city of Poti here in the Republic of Georgia. Little historical fact there, coupled with some geography for those of you that are unfamiliar with this region of the world. As we see Sadie Ferguson of Australia getting ready to go. Now, unless Beatriziani harbors further ambition and can realize those, we're getting halfway down 10.75 meters. It's probably safe to say that Sadie Ferguson will be last off the dock in the women's slalom final, but that is a little ways off in today's schedule. And let's see what she has here on the second run. That is 13 meters. Unless I get a call to suggest otherwise, that should be 13 meters for Beatriziani. Yes, she went out on 13 meters, actually confirmed in that she went out on 13 meters. My bad on that one. And she's going to come back in on 12. So it's nice to have the knowledge and of knowing that no matter what you do out there on the water, that you have a pathway through to the women's slalom final, and gives you the opportunity to audition a one pass later start on the course, to the point where she went in on 13 meters and came back and run through 12. Now, certainly getting some reports from our skiers that who haven't fully experienced what it is to ski under a structure before hitting the slalom course. One skier who's done that on numerous occasions is Sadie Ferguson, who comes from Australia and thus has skied in many a Moomba Championship, and those that are familiar with that course know that you ski under the Swan Street Bridge, and then there's a little bit of a gap between the bridge and the entrance gates. But this is a slightly different setup, though. This is 11.25 meters for Beatrice Iani. Look at this. She harbors ambition, and she gets as far as number 4. And I tell you what, she's a little bit frustrated there. She gets the score of 4, which actually puts her in a better seeding position ahead of the likes of Sandra Botas, who has a backup score of 2. And the score of half on 11.25 meters, courtesy of Elena Bischoff-Berger. Now, the score that comes into play here in respect to those others is the 3 from yesterday. But she has a superior score today with 4. So she will be our penultimate skier to take to the water in the women's slalom final, which will take place this afternoon. So Beatrice Iani, and getting fairly closer towards the end there on 11.25 meters. Negotiated the first 2/3 of the course, and looking a little bit better here this time around. Not quite as a slow off number 1 as she was in the round previous, or even those that she attempted prior to this competition in some other events. So there we go, Beatrice Iani, who skis over in the Sperlonga, which isn't too far away from her home city of Roma. And she will head back to the dock, and she will hand off the line to a skier who's also from Roma, except that this Roma, which I'm referring to, is in Queensland in Australia, not the Eternal City in Italy, where Beatrice is from, but the home for our next skier is Roma in Queensland, and the skier to whom I'm referring to is Sadie Ferguson. And Sadie Ferguson probably will start on 13 meters, judging by the more recent trend that we're seeing with a later start in line length. We'll get confirmation of that in a moment. Yep, she gets the 13-meter start. She requests 13 meters to be put onto that tow line. And if you want to find out a little bit about Sadie Ferguson, including an extraordinary tale of perseverance and just sheer bloody mindedness, you can check out the TWBC podcast. Find out a little bit more about Sadie Ferguson by tuning in to one of the latest episodes on the TWBC podcast on Spotify, YouTube Music, our YouTube channel, and wherever else you choose to listen to your favorite podcast. The TWBC podcast, as we bring in on 13 meters, Sadie Ferguson. Looking in good shape here for the most part. Sadie Ferguson on 13 meters. She's in good shape there, getting the pass, and with that, let's send it over to our dockside reporter, Zane Nicholson, once again.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Beatrice Iani. We just saw you get off the water. A little bit different than your set yesterday. I know you started at 14, did the 13 start. Was that to practice for the finals?
Yeah, I decided to start 13 because I felt great yesterday, but then I wanted to try the 11 going that way. It felt pretty great, and I skied good. I just didn't pull enough 3 to 4, but I'm happy with the skiing. I skied really, really good. So hopefully later it's going to go the same, but better.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that was smart. You get the play, so you now kind of have a look at it because everybody's been taking the 11 coming from the far end, and that bridge is different. So you're not going to get that in the final, and I think that was a smart play on your part.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I was on the dock. I was about to say 14, and then I looked at Beta, and she was like, "Yeah, let's do 13." Like, yeah, Beta, you're right. So yeah, I'm very happy that we did it.
Well, you've been skiing so good. I'm really hoping you knock down that 11 here in the final. We see a big score at 10-7.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope to.
Well, perfect. Well, we'll let you go get dried off. We'll see you later, and we'll remind everybody at home, adopt, don't shop. So right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So Zane Nicholson almost taking the roll away from Drew Carey. For those of you that are watching us from stateside, you'll know exactly what that reference is about. Looking good and getting the job done there. Sadie Ferguson, 2 passes in, 13 and 12. We'll see how she operates with the next pass coming up being 11.25 meters. All right, so getting some messages coming through. One for Sadie Ferguson that has just been posted. Wishing her the best going forwards. Good to have you on board there, Graham Adam. We also have a message coming through from the Kingdom of Morocco, the site of the Runoff Pro, which kicked off our European Pro season. We are on stop 7 of the Waterski Pro Tour. And there is our current leaderboard there for the women's slalom. Sadie Ferguson still very much in the lead. She'll be last to ski in the slalom final, which is going to be one of our events taking place a little later on this afternoon. But this is our final skier in round 2 of slalom elimination. There's number 1, number 2 on 11.25 meters, getting into full grips with this one. Knows her way around 11.25 meters and knows how to get through it, and she skis through 11.25 meters once again. So therefore reinforcing her her ability to make it through to the next round of the competition. So underscoring her number 1 seed with a 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters. Really aggressive skiing, built for this kind of event and these kind of conditions. Seems to work even better out there, seems to perform even better the more adverse the conditions are. And just whipping that ski round off number 5 and drives it home for number 6. Now it's going to be 10.75 meters, the only female skier in this field to have not only seen it once but twice. So here we go. This is Sadie Ferguson. Already assured of the top seat before she even stepped out on the water there. A little bit high-sided there with the gate shot on number 1. This is 10.75 meters and just couldn't really get settled down. But it is, I believe, going to be at least 1 at 10.75 meters, maybe 2. And looks like the early indication would suggest that she gets 2 at 10.75 meters. So Sadie Ferguson skis back to the dock, mission accomplished. She gets 2 at 10.75 meters, And that concludes the women's slalom elimination for the first and second rounds.
Was like this because I had so much speed. I was like, just get through the gate.
And trying hard to bleed off some speed before the entrance gates. And as she mentioned on dockside, we'll get to talk to her at length in regards to her effort out there as we now get ready for the men's slalom second round elimination. As we see once again, they're just a little flat-footed and unable to get the skier turning in the right way and the right manner possible. Sadie Ferguson just trying to get that skier worked around on number 2, but unfortunately unable to get much of anything going with the gate shot that she used. There we see Lake Palastomi, and in the background and in the foreground, our women's slalom leaderboard after 2 complete rounds. Sadie Ferguson with 3 from yesterday. Bertriziani 4 on 11.25 meters today. Sandra Botas with a 3 from yesterday, but she has a superior backup against the backup score of Elena Bischoff-Berger, but both of them tying on 3. Katerina Rabsova from Czechia with 2 at 11.25 meters. Emily Newsom in 6th spot with 1.5 on 11, but she has a superior backup against Alicia Bagnoli, who is currently in 7th spot with 1.5 on 11. Perrine Saunier takes the final spot through to the next round, the women's slalom final, with 1 at 11. And eliminated at this stage due to an inferior backup is Ina Thanguno with 1 at 11.25 meters. But the damage was done, as I mentioned, in the round before. All right, men's slalom, round 2 will be our next event. All that to come. So make sure that you grab your favorite drink, grab your favorite chair, puff up those pillows, and get ready for some more slalom skiing. This is the Poti Pro for 2026. We're getting our everything ready to take our slalomers. But in the meantime, sit back, relax, and get ready for the next event. All that to come right after this.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne et de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Eagle, made in the USA.
All right, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the Poti Pro 2026, the second edition of. And the women's slalom leaderboard shows that that Sadie Ferguson, with her score of 3 at 10.75 meters, is way out in front in the leaderboard ahead of Beatriziani, who consolidated upon her second place, standing right now with a score of 4 and 11. Sandra Botas, who yesterday scored 3 at 11, is there in third, but she has a superior backup ahead of Elena Bischoff-Berger. And Katerina Rabsova from the Czech Republic rounds off the top 5. We take the top 8 through to the next round of the competition, so you can add the names of Newsom, Bagnoli, and Saunier to the mix by the time the women's slalom third round comes into play. All right there, so we've got some skiers about to take to the water in the men's slalom. Alexis Kisaglu from the Principality of Monaco is our lead-off skier, followed by Luca Rackenwald of Austria, Gennady Gorelia of Georgia, Vincenzo Marino of Italy, Daniela Filchenko of Ukraine, Alex Gashil of Austria, Dominic Kuhn also from Austria, Leo Cederqvist from Sweden, Demir Flaratov of Ukraine, Simon Altman of Sweden, Arno Durick of Belgium, Camille Bamra of Morocco. And we have a few more to mention. We've got Aaron Davis from Great Britain, Tim Tornquist from Sweden, Nikki Attensen from Austria, Freddie Winter from Great Britain. We have four skiers from Italy: Florian Paff, Brandon Caruso, Matteo Luzzeri, and Thomas de Gasperi. And our final skier to take to the water in this round is Sasha Deskin. So, that's our list of skiers. There is your current leaderboard. Sasha Deskin, the current leader, with 3 at 10.25 meters in a multiple weight tie with 2 other skiers at least. And here we go. This is Alex Kiseglu from the Principality of Monaco. And nicely done with the opening run. That should be 13 meters. And getting to work straight away there with the opening pass as he will now pull out to shorten to the 12-meter line length. So on dockside right now, getting ready to go, is Luca Rackenwald from Austria. And after him is going to be Gennady Gorelia, the hometown hero here in Poti. And I'm here, Tony Lightfoot, with continuing live and exclusive coverage here on TWBC's YouTube channel. This video feed, along with Georgian commentary, is going out live across the Republic. And here we go. This is 12 meters. Alex Kiseglu trying to get settled in, which isn't the easiest thing to do here on 12 meters. All getting a little bit high-sided on buoy number 5 and unable to get to the wakes to score number 5, much less run the pass. So it looks like it is going to be 4.5 on the 12-meter line, which is an improvement by 3 buoys based upon his first round. But for a skier who's capable of running through 11.25 meters, this score is going to be a little bit of a bitter pill for him to swallow. Certainly didn't look all that bad to get things up and running here on 12 meters, but seemingly it was a little bit rushed towards the end, and he tried to load up on the ski, and nothing was doing there for him. So Alex Kiseglu from the Principality of Monaco. He gives up the ghost, and we go on to our next competitor. From Austria, it is going to be Luca Rackenwald. So 13-meter start being confirmed for Luca Rackenwald as he makes his way towards the course here. Luca Rackenwald, who is currently in med school right now, studying to become a doctor. Also mentioned to me the fact that he is looking to ultimately become an orthopedist. Certainly there are a number of athletes here within the sport of water skiing would only be delighted to for him to take on that field of expertise as we now send it over to Sadie.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Mercedes Ferguson, top seed in the women's slalom final later today. Got 2 at 10.7, so 1 buoy off of what you ran yesterday, but tell everybody kind of about your setup.
Yeah, definitely wanted to just go out there today, sort of feel it out. I was really just focusing on getting the good setups to each pass this round. Kind of just wanted to run 38, which I did, and I'm super stoked to have done that, and then get that good setup for 39. And I just didn't quite get that out there this morning, but you know, we're into the final, so super stoked about that, and can't wait to do it.
Well, we're looking forward to getting you out there. I mean, you've been skiing awesome. We know you kind of switched skis. It looks like that ski's working a little bit better for you, and maybe we can get you to crack off a 10.7.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be pretty incredible. I'd love to do it here in Georgia especially. But yeah, switch skis, and I'm feeling super confident on this one, so I'm loving where I'm at.
Yeah, and for everybody at home that might not know, you are the course record holder here for the women's skiers, so congratulations on that, and look forward to getting you in the final.
Yeah, stoked to be in the final. Thank you very much.
All right, with that, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right there. So that was Zane with the interview, and Sadie will snatch the microphone out of his hands, and we'll be doing the interviews from here on in. Skier on the water, Luca Rackenwald, is successfully through 13 and now looking to do replicate the same feat on 12 meters. Little loose there on the inside there on number 4, and taking a massive hit there off number 5 towards number 6, and decent effort there for Luca Rackenwald. 11.25 meters beckons for him. As I was mentioning, studying to become a medical doctor at the university in Vienna, his home city in Austria. Is already leading in the jump competition after round 1. And looking to try and perform a similar feat in the nighttime jump final, which we anticipate starting at 9:30 this evening, Central Georgian summertime, which is about 2 hours back from. Which is about 2 hours forward, actually, from Central Europe. 3 hours, 3 hours ahead of the United Kingdom, of course. And then, obviously, you work your way backwards, and eventually you'll get to the correct time for places such as New York City and Orlando, Florida. Getting in a little bit deep here and unable to wrestle his way out of that situation on 11.25 meters. It's definitely, he gets 2 buoys there on 11.25 meters. We're currently reviewing to make sure that score is the correct one, but it is an improvement on yesterday. The score that he produced yesterday was 2 on the pass, but be it 2 on the pass prior to that one yesterday. 2 on 12 meters yesterday, 2 on 11 today for Luca Rackenwald. Just looking through his effort here. So looking at this effort once again, just not able to do much with 11.25 meters, but it is certainly better than what he produced yesterday, and not overly optimistic of making it through to the men's slalom final, but he gave it his shot anyway. Luca Rackenwald, 2 at 11.25 meters. So the event that we would be more used to seeing Luca Rockenwell competing would be in the men's jump final, when that will start at 9:30 this evening in the Republic of Georgia, which, when calculating the time zones, means that it will start at 1:30 in the afternoon in Orlando time, which is where a good portion of our audience emanates from. So it'd be 1:30 in the Orlando, Florida area, the time for our men's jump final this evening. 12:30 in Baton Rouge. In another couple of hours, you'll find California. So in the Los Angeles area, it would be about 9:30 in the morning. All right then, folks, skier on the water, and skier who skied at 3.5 at 12 meters in the previous round yesterday. It is going to be Gennady Gorelia. And I had the opportunity to speak with him prior to this competition as well, and eager to find out his thoughts about this event and another happenings surrounding Gennady. You can find out more by going to the TWBC podcast. Check that out. It's online right now and available through your favorite podcast platforms, including YouTube Music, our YouTube channel, and also Spotify, the TWBC podcast. So as Gennady runs through the opening pass, which is 13 meters, there on the starting dock, getting ready for his turn, is going to be Vincenzo Marino, who scored 1.5 on 11.25 meters yesterday, but will want to try and get a little further down that line length and put something maybe closer to his abilities, with maybe something on 10.25 meters. Currently, the score that's on the bubble right now is 1 at 10.25 meters, just to give you a reference going forward of what it's taken to get into the top 8, because we only take 8 through to the men's slalom final. So here we go, Gennady Gorelia, who's had to make up for lost time a little bit. He typically skis at 55 kilometers an hour, but he's had to switch up to 58 to be able to compete in this competition. He's gone through 13, and now he's gone through 12 meters, and already a massive improvement upon yesterday to the tune of 2.5 buoys, and he's getting some ripple of applause from the local Georgian crowd here. And through 12 meters yesterday, he admitted to me that he didn't feel particularly up to the task of running through 12 yesterday. And well, a few hours later, he's through it today there, Zane.
Yeah, no, yesterday, Tony, he had a little bit of speed at the gate, and it kind of caught him out there on that 12-meter pass. But, Gennady's been working really hard, helping out, getting this event organized. We spoke about it yesterday. He had to pull a transmission out of a boat on Saturday, I believe.
Just a relaxing day's work, huh?
Yeah, so, it's nice to see him. I think probably last night was probably the first night that he got to go to bed a little bit earlier and got a good night's rest. And, you see him getting through that 12-meter pass, which is awesome for him. So now going to get a shot here at the 11-meter pass. And
he'll be skiing for the Republic of Georgia when the Europe and Africa Waterski Championships takes place later on this week, starting on Friday, with live and exclusive coverage of that event being brought to you by TWBC and simulcast on Georgia State Television with their Channel 1. And here we go. We've got Gennady Gorelia, 11.25 meters at 58 kilometers an hour. A little bit down course off number 1. He's gotten number 2. Look at this. He's a little flat into number 3. S turns to the wake. And I'm not too sure whether he gets the 3, but it's certainly a good effort there from our Georgian athlete. There we go. That is Gennady Gorelia as we check up on the bridge and see a few of our spectators there. Not a bad vantage point, huh?
No, I mean, Tony, I got down there. I had a skier that skied the amateur event, and I went and watched from there. It's so nice. It's such a cool view to watch, and those people on the bridge are getting a good view. But as we look here on the replay, you see, I believe he got a score of 2.5, but Gennady's one of those guys. We see some skiers that do a one-handed gate, but he actually does the old school traditional one-handed gate. So he pulls out as he gets to the 55s and then is doing, out and back in. I think you'll see, skiers like Thomas de Gasperi and some other guys, they do a hybrid one-handed gate is kind of what I'd call it. So they pull out more like they would for a two-handed gate, and then they let go and it helps them rotate in. But Gennady does that, he pulls out super late, goes out, comes right back in. So it's a little bit of a different style than what we'll see from any of the other guys skiing in this event today.
Yes, and a lot of people who actually started doing one-handed gate shots, it works fairly well initially whenever some of them try it, but to get the kind of consistency you need to actually post up some good scores using the one-handed gate shot, it's a little difficult at the best of times.
Yeah, it's just a little harder to consistently hit that point because it's a lot quicker. You're moving a lot faster, but Gennady's doing a good job, and when I was a kid, I used to look up to those guys that did the one-handed gates. You had Marcus Brown, Jamie Beshane, Seth Stisher was doing it, Terry Winter. Those were the guys that I grew up, watching to ski, and that's at one point in time, that was the thing to do, and you've seen skiers get away from it, but Gennady has gotten that working for him, and it seemed to do pretty well. He skied a lot better today. Yesterday we were talking about the consistency on the gate, but we had the same thing at 12. He pulled out and was really, really fast. He was way faster than he wanted to be, where today he pulled out and had more control of his speed. So then you see that translate into him being able to get through that pass and not get yanked down the lake. So, kind of just something to touch on kind of his different ski style that he's got.
All right there. So Gennady Gorelia, not losing a seeding spot out there. He got 3.5 on 12 yesterday, which put him in 19th on this list. But he doesn't give up any ground to either Luka Rakenwald or Alexis Kisaglu. So Gennady Gorelia, he should be pretty pleased with like a top 20 finish.
Yeah, and I've spoken to him. He's just so stoked that he's getting to ski in his home country of Georgia. He is the local hero. I know when I'm driving from my hotel into the lake, there's a big street sign over the road that's got him on both sides. I know last year we went into town and we told people we were at the Waterski tournament, and when they found out that we knew Gennady, they were super impressed. Everybody kind of knows him from here, so he is the local boy. Everybody's excited to be able to watch him ski, and it is really cool that we're able to come here to Georgia and have a ski event.
All right, then moving on from Gennady, we now go on to Vincenzo Marino from Italy. Now, rather surprising to see him this early on in the slalom competition so far as round 2 is concerned, because he's been really knocking down some pretty decent scores in recent times.
Yeah, we were in Morocco, Tony. He was the first skier off the dock and put up a huge score. I believe he got 5 at 10.7 and got him into the final, and just kind of an uncharacteristic fall from Vincenzo yesterday, kind of blowing the tail around 2 ball at 11. So I'm expecting Vincenzo to really make a few changes here and expect a bigger score out of him.
All right, then, and with that, let's send it to Sadie.
All right, guys, we're dockside down here with Gennady. He's just come off the water, 2.5 at 11. Run us through how you felt out there, kind of what your plan was throughout that set.
Yeah, yesterday was not really good skiing. It was at 3.5 buoy. I was a little tired, to be honest. So today I rested a little bit. I felt better. I changed the letter. I tried to just focus on good and strong skiing, was 2.5 at 11. The feeling was like good start. I rushed a little too. Zigzag in 3, but also rushed like it should be 3 buoys, but unfortunately I just couldn't get in on the right time. So, but I'm happy with the score. I build up also for European, so my goal is ski better in European. So now it's just testing the boats, everything decide. So.
Okay, so we're filling out the water this morning. You're doing European straight after this. Are you doing just slalom discipline, or do you trick and jump?
I do all 3 actually. I'm in the final on the Pro-Am trick event. So I also didn't do all my trick points, so I'm gonna try to do better score this time. And yeah, I build up for the European in jumping too. I'm not in the final this time, but I'm trying 165, 57K, so I'm waiting for a big score to show.
Okay, so we can't wait to see you out there in the trick event. Congratulations on your skiing, and we'll see you out there later.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, Tony.
All right then, and getting around the 6th and final buoy on that pass, that was 12 meters. That is Vincenzo Marino, who comes to us originally from Sicily in the southern part of Italy, and being driven by our official boat driver for the men's competition, Nathan McGarry. And you know, we're getting a lot of great feedback from the skiers about Nathan's driving. You know, and they all pay tribute to him for his ability to stay cool and calm under pressure.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've heard from all the men skiers. They said Nathan felt great behind the wheel. I know my sister, that's her favorite driver. You know, if you ask her, she'd probably tell you that Nathan's her favorite, or at least one of her 2 or 3 top drivers that she skis behind. So, you know, he's very comfortable behind the wheel, nice and relaxed. And another thing about Nathan is he kind of will say something to the skiers at the end. You know, not a whole lot, but he just kind of. It's really nice when you got a driver that's kind of in tune with you as a skier. It just helps you feel a little bit more relaxed. So, you know, he's felt great. Skiers have said nothing but great things, and we're seeing it on the water. So I thought Vincenzo there looked really nice on that 12-meter pass, Tony. I mean, yesterday I thought he looked a touch unsettled at the beginning of this set, but you know, today he looks a lot more stronger and in a much more attack mode.
All right, let's see what he's got. Coming in, Vincenzo Marino needs to get all 6 buoys on 11.25 meters, and really sets and brings his shoulders back and his hips forward, and that's quite a deliberate style and way of slalom skiing there, Zane.
Yeah, no, you definitely see that. I mean, the only thing that I kind of noticed there, Tony, the ski on 2, 4, and 6 is kind of not wanting to turn quite like I think he would like it to. You know, like I said, we saw yesterday he went to go turn at 2 ball at the 11-meter pass, and as he went to turn, the ski didn't turn, and he just had the whole ski out of the water and then popped the tail. So let's see if we can see it here on the replay. But, I mean, I thought his gait looked really good. He had a much better start than yesterday's pass, but he looks good here off of 1. You see those shoulders back like you were talking about. But watch the ski off of 2. You see it kind of chatters and doesn't quite come through like I think he would like it to. You know, I thought it was worse here at 4 ball. It'd be a little hard to see from here, but the ski just not quite. You see how it comes up, doesn't quite finish, and then he has to push the nose back down to get it to move. You know, that would be something to maybe watch for on this next pass. Hopefully, you know, he can make a little bit of an adjustment and get the ski to finish just a little bit better on that 2, 4, 6 side, and you know, set him up better for 1 through 5 turn.
All right, getting ready for 10.75 meters next. Nathan just waiting on the triple beep before he mashes down the throttle on that Craft Nautique once again, bringing the boat into the course. And here we go, folks. This now is Vincenzo Marino. Entrance around number 1 from the bridge end. Oh, a little bit of a slide there on number 2, but managing to arrest the detrimental effects of that turn. There's number 4, there's number 5, and now there's 10.75 meters through the exit gate. Yes! Aha! Yeah, that is, that's more like it.
Man, I like these young Italian skiers. They're so fired up. I think they've they're both him and Florian Parth. They're really, really good skiers and just haven't been able to get it all the way together in a tournament, and you were starting to see him do it. But Tony, right here at the gate, I thought he did a really good job. You see how he rotates and gets the ski under the line nice and fast. So he's got control of his speed into 1. You sat here, we were talking about the ski not turning at 2. Here it slides. You pointed out it slid a little more than he wanted, but he had the angle. He didn't have to push and then generate more speed. So that's what kind of helped him out there. Because it slid so much, ski's not quite wanting to turn there at 3 like he wanted to, but he's on top of the pass. So that's, he did much better today, and that's great skiing out of Vincenzo. Really needed to redeem himself from yesterday, and able to do that.
Yeah, there you go. Some great athleticism there, and I reckon we should clip that piece of video and put it into the TWBC trailer for next season. What do you say?
Yeah, no, I mean, and I'm just gonna tell you as a skier, I love when skiers kind of wear their emotions when they're really happy. They let you know. You get the same thing when they're kind of ticked off, but it's really fun when you see somebody that's super stoked and they let you have it. And Vincenzo is super pumped to run that 10.7. And let's see what he's got here at 10.25.
Or needs a piece of 2 here. There's number 1. And there is the piece of 2. He'll ski back for the wakes. He'll be in. He gets 2 at 10.25 meters. Now, if that score holds true for him, 2 at 10.25 meters, then that would put him in a 3-way tie for 4th.
Yeah, but I mean, Tony, it's going to be really tough for him. That 1.5 at 11 meters yesterday. He's going to really basically need an early Christmas present here if he's going to make the final. But we're not going to say it can't happen. But you've got the other guys with 2, and then there's a few guys with 1 and 1.5 or a half at 10.25. That are fully capable of getting to 2 and 3. So it's going to be a little tricky for him for the finals here in slalom. We'll have to wait and see, but that would build confidence for his overall campaign for the Europeans coming up later this week. Now, you see on the replay there, Tony, didn't quite get his feet up under the line quite as much as he wanted, so the ski checks up on him there at 1. Had a little bit more speed than he wanted going into 1. I think if he had kind of gotten a little bit more of a rotation, get the feet moving before he starts to pull on the boat, I think the ski would have finished better at 1, and he actually might have gotten to make a play on 2 to go to 3. But look at him. He is still fired up coming down the lake. That is awesome. So congrats to Vincenzo.
And probably one of his better scores of this season. 2 at 41 off, 2 at 10.25 meters. He's happy.
Oh, he's still jazzed up, and he's talking to El Gato on the bank. I know exactly what he's doing. So he's talking to Francisco Calderera and giving him the rare. So
yeah, the southern Italian vibes are Francisco Calderola. We see him on shoreside there. He comes to us from Napoli, and Vincenzo comes to us from Sicily.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see how that Italian team all hangs out, Tony. I mean, they're all there for each other, supporting each other.
You have Northern Italians, Southern Italians, Central Italians.
Yeah, but I mean, when you just watch them at the lake, I mean, they have such a really good team camaraderie, and I just think it's a really cool thing to see how the Italians all interact with each other and support each other. Even if they're competing against each other, they're all rooting for each other to do better, and they're pushing each other to be a better skier.
And just looking at this along the shore side, and there's Matteo Luzzeri and Francisco Calderola, and they're getting into the spirit of it, certainly.
Yeah, good thing he's El Gato, because if he fell off there, he might lose a life. But I'm
more concerned about Matteo because he's no spring chicken out there.
Tony, we are going to seasoned veterans, but we're moving along to our next skier, and I just got confirmation that we have made a bit of a change on the 0 off setting. So went from A2 to B2.
All right, there. So I'll ask you a little bit after we get done with the interview on dockside with Sadie, but asking you what would precipitate something like that. It is quite a significant change. Here we go. This is Danilo Filchenko. This is 13 meters, and he too is searching for a score on 10.25 meters to at least put him in contention for a spot through to the 8-skier slalom final. And with that in mind, let's send it to Sadie.
All right, guys, we're dockside with Vincenzo. He's just come off the water. Massive score, equal PB of 2 at 10.2. So I imagine you're pretty stoked at that and kind of hoping, crossing your fingers that we'll make the final.
Yeah, I'm so happy about the score. Like, I was struggling a little bit, like, the last few weeks, so such a relief. Yesterday yesterday actually was good. I felt better on the water, but, like, I don't know what happened in 11, so let's see. Hopefully it's going to be enough.
I mean, today you skied super well. Yesterday wasn't exactly what you're looking for. I know you're in the jump and trick event as well, so hopefully we can get some nice scores out there to back that one up as an overall skier, I imagine is what you're hoping.
Yeah, I'm hoping to do like a great overall score. Then we have Europeans, so give me a lot of confidence, so hopefully.
Well, great skiing. We'll watch you in the trick and jump event later, and go put your feet up and watch the rest of the men's slalom.
Thank you, guys. See you later.
Back to you, Tony.
Thank you, Sadie.
Thank you very much. Now, asking you the question.
Okay.
Change in zero off.
Yeah, so that A setting is going to be a little bit softer. So as the skier turns and starts to pull on the boat doesn't come on as quick. So I was talking to Daniele yesterday. He said he felt a little spongy on the backside of the buoy. The rope felt a little spongy. So I believe he bumped it up to that B2. So as he loads the rope, the boat will kind of pull him a little quicker. So he, in theory, won't have as much of that sponginess on the backside of the buoy.
And looking pretty good there. And releasing a little bit harshly from the 135 side to the 246, and almost catching him out a little bit there.
Yeah, and that's we talked about that yesterday, Tony, with Daniele. Has a tendency to, when he goes to make the edge change, and especially you pointed out going to that 135 side, he rolls the ski a little bit fast. He unloads it quick, so it goes from his pull edge directly to the inside edge, which then causes the ski to kind of run a little bit faster at the buoy. We'll see if maybe we can point that out for the people at home, but you'll see there, I thought he did a pretty good job at 1. I thought he did much better than he did yesterday. And then going to 2, he does all right here. But going to 3, watch this ski as he comes across the wake, see how it hops immediately, goes there. It's still not as drastic as it was yesterday. So I think maybe he went back and used this awesome TWBC broadcast to be able to check out his skiing yesterday, and has made a little notes. Now you see there at 5, he dumped the ski really quick into 5, and that ski, you get two things. The ski either wants to run and doesn't want to turn, or the nose wants to bite really hard. A lot of times when they check up like that, they know they've got a lot of speed, so Danielo's kind of pushing the fin into the water to make sure that the tail doesn't blow out on him on that turn. At 5 ball, you got to turn it and just pull over to 6, get out the gates. So we'll see if maybe he makes an adjustment here at the 11-meter pass, but I thought his start yesterday was 1 to run 11, so let's see what he's got here, Tony.
All right, let's see what he has. Daniilo Filchenko from Ukraine. Oh, not bad here on 11.25 meters. Trying to make up for some lost ground yesterday, and unfortunately, yeah, I'd be pretty annoyed as well.
Man, he was absolutely smoking that pass, Tony. That's a bit of a bummer for him. Good thing we didn't say anything, but I was sitting here thinking, man, he's got it. That looks so good. And just unfortunately there at 5. And, we'll have to take a look, but it's still on that same side that we were pointing out with that ski release. But, watch here. He does so good when he releases his feet at 1. The ski turns, does a good job. Now here at 2, he gets another big turn. There's his onside turn, which is nice. 3 does a great job. I thought the turn here was super good. You see, he's running with the boat just a touch, but it's not, nothing major. Now going to 5 ball here, you see he kind of swings his feet and he doesn't get the ski to go out. The ski rolls and starts to run with the buoy, and then he had to stretch, and that just causes him to fall over. It'll be a much easier to see here, but man, that was such a good start from Daniilo.
Yeah, but looked pretty good at the start, and you see a little bit of the remnants of him releasing rather early into number 2, and that might have precipitated what was to come next.
Yeah, I mean, that what he did at 2-ball got him to start to run with the boat. But right there, you see how he's off the handles so early at 5, right? Because when you let go, that ski releases, it unloads, and now you start to move. So he's basically coming up short. And, Danilo, he's really good at trick and jump, and he's just not quite the tallest slalom skier we've got here. Nothing against that, but when you do come up short at the buoy, you've got to stretch a lot more than, like, let's say Thomas de Gasperi or some of our taller skiers. When they pop off the handle, they've still got a lot of extra space to create at the buoy. And Danilo, kind of has to maximize everything he can while on the handle to get his space. So, that is a bummer for him, but it is something else that should build a little bit more confidence going into Europeans later this week. He is the reigning Open European champion, so he's building off of his slalom score from yesterday, and he hopefully he can build on it for the rest of the week and get him a good score for overall score this week.
All right, so let's move forward. Our next competitor up is going to be Alex Gashil, who scored 311.25 meters yesterday. And just to confirm with Danilo Filchenko, he scored 4.5 on 11.25 meters today. That was the score in the second round. He improves on his previous score by 2 buoys, but not enough to send him through to the next round of the slalom event. Boat accelerating up to speed, 58 kilometers an hour. Let's see what he has. This is Alex Gashil. Setting up nicely here and on 13 meters. And I wouldn't say he was trying to ski narrow on that particular run, but there were certain elements where the ski kind of got behind him and he had to stay patient in order to run the pass.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alex is, he's really strong. If you see him walking around, he works out a bunch. You can tell, super strong guy, but you kind of notice he gets a little heavy off the buoys.
Okay, and with that in mind, let's send it over to Sadie.
Okay, guys. For dockside, we're down here, something a bit different. Lenka is not skiing, but she's dockside with me, and we're just going to ask her a little bit about Georgia and her experience. How's it feeling?
Well, we've been really lucky at Poti Pro. We've had great organization, great experience, great hospitality. Everyone's been really stoked with what we've had. We've had a lot of events coming up, and tonight we have the night jump, which I know a lot of people are really excited for. And I know we have a spectators area, which is just on the other side, where there's been a big screen with TWC live streaming, and yes, a lot of new people interested in sport.
I mean, I'm pretty excited to see what we're going to experience tonight. Everyone's going to be here. It's going to be an awesome event and some incredible skiing. So you guys hang around to make sure you watch that tonight, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So the men's jump final, for your reference, starts at about 9:30 this evening, which is the same as 1:30 in the afternoon on the eastern seaboard of the United States, just to give you a heads up on that. So some prime time action. Oh, look at this. And Alex Gashil having to double pump there to get round number 4 and just about makes it round buoy number 6 on 12.
Yeah, Tony, and that was what I kind of said right before we went to Sadie. He's been pretty heavy off the backside of the buoys, and, you see him, he got caught out really deep, kind of hit it a little earlier than he wanted, and the ski wasn't quite up under him, so you see him get pulled up. Good thing that it's that 12-meter pass, and it's one of those ones that these guys don't ever miss, so he's able to kind of make his way through it, but now he's got to get down there and get his brain reset and go, forget that 12-meter pass. We got through it, and now, turn his attention towards this 11-meter pass.
All right you are, as he gets ready to get back up on top of the water behind that Nautique towboat. We actually have 2 at our disposal.
Yeah, and I mean, Tony, that's something to point out. That's a major improvement that they've done from last year. Last year we were skiing with a little bit of an older 200. It skied great, but From what I've heard from the skiers that were here last year, these new boats that they have feel really, really good. And, we've seen some big scores. We've seen a new course record in both the men and the slalom, or the men and the women's slalom event. So, I think this ski lake has done quite a bit to make the improvements to make it a quality, really quality ski lake.
Here we go. This is Alex Gashil. This is 11.25 meters. Let's see if he... Oh, and flips over the ski on buoy number 3, making contact with the buoy. So Alex Gashil, who scored 3 at 11.25 meters, is not going to get anywhere close to that, unfortunately. About as close as he could get is a 2.5. So there we go. That is Alex Gashil.
Yeah, and I mean, he'll be a little bit bummed with that, but we are going to see him in the trick and jump final later today. So, his day is not done. But let's see. I thought he did much better. He wasn't as heavy off of the backside of 1, right? He was much better there. You see, he still rides the tail of the ski a little bit, but going to 2, he does okay. But watch, he's super separated there. You see how he's separated? He starts to squat going to 3. That's what made that ski kind of bite on him and threw him over the front. And that's a bit unfortunate for him. I thought he had made a really good adjustment from the 12, but take a look here. Through the gate, I thought he did really good, rotated through, has good speed, controls everything. You see the lines nice and tight when he comes off the backside of it. But right there off 2, he got a little bit separated there at 2, so that started it. But right here, the hands are really far away. See how he's really squatted there, and that ski just is moving straight down course. So as he pushes it bit on him, and, in the drink he went.
Right, so we await our next competitor to take to the water. It should be Dominic Kuhn, also from Austria. He too, much like Alex Gashil, skis over at Styrek Linz, to the best of my recollection. And that was the event last season for the Europe and Africa Waterski Championships. This season, the Europe and Africa Waterski Championships, the open version, is going to be held right here, and it will all start this coming Friday here at Golden Lake.
Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty cool that they were able to have, this Poti Pro-Am and then go straight into the Europeans, So I know a lot of skiers were excited to be able to get 2 tournaments this week, and it's been really great. Like I said, the Georgian Waterski Federation has done so much to get this site, ready to host another Europeans. They hosted one in 1991, and to be able to get it back up and running and be able to host another Open Europeans is phenomenal.
Okay, and with that, Dominic Kuhn gets ready for his opening pass. It should be 13 meters. Best score from yesterday was a 3.5 on 11.25 meters. All right, the boat accelerating towards the slalom course. This is Dominic Kuhn. Entrance gates number 1. Follows up with a decent turn on number 2. For number 3, he's doing okay right now. And shouldn't have any worries in terms of making it on 13 meters. For the opening pass, that is Dominic Kuhn.
Yeah, and Tony, I commend Dominic. I thought he was skiing really, really well yesterday. I think that that 3.5 that he scored kind of doesn't do him any justice on how well he was skiing. He just kind of blew the tail, but he was looking super strong yesterday. So hopefully, he can get his ski set the same way that he had it, but keep that tail in the water at 4 ball and, get through the 11-meter pass.
Skier on the water and about to take to the water in a few minutes is going to be Leo Cederqvist from Sweden. And Sweden comes into this event with some decent representation.
It fits so bad, it went up so high. I was like, this is kind of weird. Nothing like it did yesterday. Just enjoy the ski. Yeah. Just enjoy it. It's you versus sure. No, you can always be disappointed with your skiing, but I mean, it's just fun being out there on the water, you know.
All right, just listening in to the sights and sounds of our dockside camera. Leo Cederquist getting ready to go. Dominic Kuhn is midway down course right now, 2/3 the way. Number 6, safe as house is there for Dominic Kuhn on 12 meters. Now it's going to start to get really, really intense with 11.25 meters coming up next.
Yeah, but Tony, I mean, I think he's kind of looks the same way he did yesterday. I mean, that 12-meter pass, he's in attack mode. He looked really good. No really big bobbles to write home about. And can he carry that into this next pass and get a start like he did yesterday and get through it? Dominic's been skiing really good. I know his sister's probably watching at home. She's a little bit bummed she didn't get to make the trip. I know had a bit of a knee injury at the beginning of the year, which was a bummer for her. But shout out to Nikki. I know she's at home. She's probably up watching. And Dom looking good today. And let's see. I'm hoping we can get him through the 11-meter pass. He's been running it pretty consistently and getting deep down 10.7. Not sure if he's ever run a 10.7 in a tournament, but maybe today could be the day. But he has been skiing super great as of late.
All right, we'll see how things going to go along. Dominic Kuhn, his mum is actually here.
No, but how do you train for a triathlon? Do you train all three every day, or go shifts? Space it out a bit?
Yeah, no, I always enjoy chatting with his mom. She's a super nice lady, and I met her. My first time I met her was in Ukraine at the under-21 Europeans. She was there as the Austrian team coach, and she was quite a good skier back in the day herself. So, great to have them here, and we'll have them here all week, and great to see them there.
More high intensity during spring, yeah.
All right, so Dominic getting ready for pass number 3. It's going to be 11.25 meters coming up. Seems to be quite a lengthy delay between the previous pass and this one.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too, Tony. I kind of started looking over my shoulder. It seems like it was a little bit longer than than they had been, but it looks like everything's okay. Scores confirmed, so we will be putting him back on the water. This is the 11-meter pass, 38 off for our American skiers watching at home.
Here he comes, 11.25 meters. Good dive on number 1 and on number 2 here. Stepping out almost a little bit too much there going into number 4, but making some good inroads this time around and able to get to 10.75 meters for the next run. Dominic Kuhn, who comes to us out of Austria.
Yeah, Tony, and not quite getting the start that he did yesterday. He hit the gate really hard here, so when you watch the replay, he's a lefty skier, so a lot of times when you see the lefties mess up their gate, they normally can turn one if they're slow or if they've got too much speed, but then 2 ball catches him out. So he has a lot of speed here, so watch. He hammers it. You see, ski goes under the line right before the wakes, so he gets that turn right there. There's the lefty turn, but now when he comes to 2, watch the ski bite on him. See, it bites and kicks him forward. That was a product of what he did at the gate. But then Dominic did a very good job, kind of took his speed a little bit down course instead of pushing. Yesterday what he did was when he started going down course, he started pushing the ski a little too hard and it blew the tail. Today he relaxed a little bit more. You see, he's really down course there at 5, but got his turn, and then now he's set up there to run the pass. So that was really good skiing, considering what he did there at the gate. So that was really good to manage that and great for him. So now, going to get a chance at the 10.75. Like I said, he's been running that 11-meter pass pretty consistently, and he can get down it. I'd say he probably runs this at home, a good bit. So let's see, maybe he could surprise us here and get us a 10.75 and you know, I bet you he'd be as fired up as Vincenzo was if he could get through it.
Right you are. Here he comes. This is Dominic Kuhn, 10.75 meters, getting a good, well, and the ski hitting the line there, and basically sending him cartwheeling into the water. So it's going to be half a buoy at 10.75 meters, but it is his best score of the weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, Tony, I thought he rotated in. His speed at the gate was better, but something he did through the edge change and into one kind of put him on the back of the ski with no rope. So we'll check this replay and see if maybe we can figure out what happened to him. But, you know, as you pointed out, that is a much better score. As we see there on the bank, you see some of the local Georgia people showing up, and they bring in their chairs and everything, planning on hanging out for the day, and you know, looking forward to some really good skiing and then the night jump later tonight.
Oh, detsamma.
All right, getting settled in. There is Leo Cederquist. I think he's riding with that new Pro Gear plate.
Yeah, it sure looks like it. I mean, it's a cool looking plate. You know, I've seen a few of them, and it's really sharp looking. You know, it's not usually the plate takes up all the way from the inserts. It covers all the inserts, and it's just a big square. It looks like that Pro Gear one's kind of a little bit more of a skeleton. So, you know, I'd have to ask Vince and the other guys that are designing it, but it seems like maybe it takes a little bit more of the stiffness out of that under the front foot. You know, as you take more of that metal material out of the ski, it's not going to make the ski as stiff. So, you know, it'll help you out if you know, for skiers there.
All right, this is Leo Cederquist from Sweden. Scored 3.5 on 11.25 meters yesterday to tie with Dominic Kuhn out of the previous round.
And Leo, another one of them skiers, Tony, that's been skiing really good this season. I know his score yesterday wasn't what he wanted, but he's been skiing nice and strong. Definitely capable of running that 10.75, the 11-meter pass. He's been doing that quite regularly. I don't know if, again, he's one of those skiers that has run 10.75 in a tournament, but you know, he's been knocking on the door of it, and wouldn't it be really cool to get him through it today?
All right, nicely done. So that is Leo Cederquist. So just settles in and gets ready for the next run. Fly towards the memorial, please.
All right, we got that boat back up and going. This is Leo Cederquist from Sweden coming in at 12 meters. So, you know, looking good there, attacking that first pass. But let's see what he's got here, Tony, for this second pass.
Getting set up here on the 12 meters. Nicely done, allowing the ski to whip round. But unfortunately, his positioning over the slalom ski, at least from 3 into 4, looked a little suspect. But he has enough confidence and enough control over what he's doing to arrest any detrimental effects from that.
Yeah, and I mean, and so you pointed out going to 3 to 4, but what happened to him was going into 3, he dumped everything. He let the hands get away. He dumped the ski really fast, and you know, he ended up having to be a little bit heavy on the backside of 3, which then compromised his pull to 4. You know, He's, again, another one of these lefty skiers. So, and another thing that happens with these skiers, I see it. I'm a lefty skier, so I pointed out a little bit more for the lefties, but they'll turn that 135 side so hard, and then the ski has nowhere to go. So watch. He dumped his feet really fast there, so now he's got the ski. It's basically 90 degrees at the buoy, and it has nowhere to go as he swings to 4. It's 12 meters, so I believe Leo runs this just about every time he skis. I would say he probably rarely misses a 12-meter pass, so able to manage it, but that's something to look at going into the 11-meter pass. Those little mistakes that happen at 12 that they can manage end up catching you out really big as we get to that 11-meter pass. For the people that don't know at home, at 12, the handle goes outside the buoy, and here at this pass at 11 meters is the first time the handle does not reach the buoy.
Yeah, you're basically having to make up a nearly 30 centimeters of deficit on each turn here. Here we go. Let's have a look and see. This is 11.25 meters. He gets the job done. Halfway down the course now. 2/3 the way done. There's number 4. There's number 5, and he really got the bit between his teeth off number 5 to get round number 6.
If he had been a righty, Tony, he would have been done at 5 ball. But, just the fact that front foot was the left foot, most of the time when the lefties get over to 5 ball, as long as they can keep the tail in the water, they're going to get, they'll get the turn and the pull to 6 if they're just not too far down course. But the ski just not quite wanting to turn for him at 2 and 4 that pass like he wanted to. I thought right here, if you watch him turn 1, he doesn't crank the ski as much, so it has somewhere to move to 2. But see how separated he rolled his shoulder in, so now the ski chatters and kind of bites on him. And that's where he started to get into a little bit of trouble. Did much better going to 3, but then here at 4. See how far away those hands are from his hips as he rolls the ski out, and that's why the ski did not turned on the tail. Now here he uses that left foot forward, cranks the turn, and now he knows he's got his onside pull over to 6. So, helped him out a little bit, able to get through it. Maybe not the cleanest 11 that Leo has run, but we got him through it. So now he's going to get a chance to try this 10-7, hopefully get a season's best. That would be pretty rad for him. I know he's been busy working with TWBC, and it would be awesome to go out and get a huge score today.
All right, then looking at dockside right now, we see Damir Filaretov from Ukraine getting ready to go, but we'll check in on Leo Cederquist first. Let's see what he has. This is 10.75 meters and entrance round buoy number 1. He is a little down course here. He's round number 2, but he's still there. And he has a 2 at 10.75 meters, which is an improvement from yesterday, quite a significant improvement, but unfortunately for him, not enough to send him through to the 8-skier slalom final.
Yeah, and just didn't get the gate that he wanted there, Tony. It is a little bit difficult with that bridge down there. It's just a different view, and just didn't quite get the gate and the rotation in that he wanted. You see right here, look at him. He turns in, the feet stay behind him a little bit. It wasn't as bad as we've seen some of the other skiers, but that causes him to kind of hop into 1. So now the ski didn't quite want to turn, and then he has to kind of pull long and dump it into 2. And that's what causes him kind of get out of position there, and then the boat beat him off of the backside of the buoy. So better skiing from Leo. That's kind of a little bit more where he'd like to be. I know he probably wants, I think every slalom skier wants a couple more buoys, even if they score a PB, but you see there, rotates in a little hard, gets a little heavy at the gate, and that causes that ski to hop and bounce on him going into 1, and just not getting the look at 1 ball that he wanted, but able to hold on full 2. So, definitely a big improvement on his skiing, and that should be, another confidence booster as he's another skier that'll be skiing in the Europeans later this week.
All right, skier about to take to the water at this time. It's Damir Filaretov representing Ukraine. He'll come in on 13 meters to open up his account in this round. Setting himself up nice and wide in the glide. It's a 13-meter start here. Keeping things on an even keel here from one side of the course to the next. And as he gets through the exit gate, let's send it to Sadie.
All right, guys, welcome back. We're dockside with Leo. He's just come off the water, close to a PB, 2 at 10.7. I imagine you're pretty happy with that. Yesterday, he didn't quite get through that 11, so getting through the 11 today and pretty close to a PB must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it feels pretty good out there. The lake feels really nice. It's not my most beautiful skiing, but I mean, I ran 11, feeling pretty happy with that. I just need some more time at 10, not having the start I want, but yeah.
I mean, we don't get paid for style, so that's a positive. You got the score, so congratulations. Unfortunately, just out of finals. Nonetheless, we've got plenty of things to come during the day, so you can put your feet up and enjoy watching all of that.
Yeah, first pro tournament, feeling pretty good. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, we're happy to have you here, and with that, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Now, Tony, I'm not so sure that he's going to have a lot of time to kick his feet up. If I know Vince, he's going to put him right to work because he's on this TWBC crew. And, but great skiing out of Leo, very close to a PB. Like I said earlier, he's been skiing super great. So it's awesome to see him get to that 11-meter pass in his first pro event.
All right, we just see Simon Ullman there, also from Sweden, warming up for his go out there. And this on the water is Damir Filaretov from Ukraine. Damir's not looking too bad out there and managing to keep everything working efficiently, using his immense power when the need necessitates, and getting the job done.
Yeah, and Damir was looking really good yesterday, Tony. He had an 11-meter pass going nice and strong, and then just unable to get, out of 5 to 6. And today, the 12-meter pass didn't look quite as good as yesterday's, but, I know Damir kind of flew in. So this is his second slalom set that he had here. I don't think he had, a practice set. So still filling everything out. Again, we've touched on that bridge. We talked about it yesterday, but when you go for that gate at that bridge, it's definitely different as a skier having that bridge. I mean, it's pretty high, but it is low enough that it's in our visual, so it's a bit different. Maybe that's kind of what happened to him there on 12 meters, but hopefully we can get down here and get a reset. He's going to get the gate without the bridge, and let's see if he can get another good, really strong start here at 11 meters.
All right, a little view above where he's currently in the drop zone at the starting dock end of this Golden Lake facility. An artificial facility that was built in time for the 1991 Europe and Africa Waterski Championships, and we will see the return of those same championships this time around this year here at Golden Lake when those championships get underway on Friday. But unfortunately for Damir Filaretov, his slaloming in this instance only yields a score of 4 on 11.25 meters, 4 on 11 there for him. And once again, another skier that has tried to move up into the places to qualify into the next round, but coming up short.
And Tony, just something to point out, he's the first skier that did not improve on their score yesterday in the second round. And let's see. I just didn't think the gate was quite as good as yesterday. He's struggling with his gates today, and you'll see it here at 1. He just didn't quite get the turn he wanted, So we've been pointing out that when the lefties get not such a good gate, they usually can turn the ski out of 1, and then it catches them at 2. The righties is the opposite. You'll see one ball not be so good, and then they get the turn out of 2, and then you see he's really separated going to 3, which makes that ski bite. He kind of bends over, and then he's just running down course with a lot of speed and unable to get the turn out of 4 to get over to 5. But let's see here. You see it right here. You see he turns in. He's lost a lot of speed and angle, speed and his width. And in here at 1, the ski just didn't turn, turns on the tail. So now he's having to push it to 2. He gets the ski to turn, but he's down course. And now watch him go into 3. You see how high those hands come, and that drops his butt back, which then makes that ski kind of bite on him. And then now he's so down course, the apex of the turn was after the buoy, and, he was too late. So probably a bit frustrated with that. But the other thing with Damir, he's one of the other skiers that is qualified for the trick and the jump final. So, he'll have to, forget about that and turn his attention to those other 2 disciplines.
All right, and our next skier to take to the water, not an overall athlete, but an accomplished slalom athlete from Sweden. It's Simon Ullman. And he's been making a bit of a name for himself in the summer season from Sweden.
Yeah, Tony. I mean, he ran his first 10.7 in a tournament like a weekend or two ago. He's been all over the back half of 10.7.5. I know yesterday, a little unfortunate, he had his back binding, the screws came out. I was talking to him earlier during the women's slalom event, and I asked him, I said, did you pull an insert out or what happened? He said, well, I checked my screws, but as he looked at his inserts, he thought like maybe the inserts had worn out or the screws had stripped and pulled them out. So what he did different was, he put 4 screws in the back plate. Instead of the back of the skis usually have the wider inserts and then the more narrow inserts. So he has put 2 screws back where he had them, and then 2 more screws to hold that plate in. So hopefully, he can have a better score yesterday because he messed his plate up going out the gates at 11, and then just didn't feel confident on the ski at 10.7.
All right, let's see if that weighs on his mind a little bit on 13 meters. A little tail heavy on number 1 just to prove that point. On 13 meters. He'll be relieved that he's gotten through this opening pass, given what occurred less than 24 hours removed from the first round of men's slalom elimination. But there you go. That is Simon Ullman from Sweden.
No way. Someone must have it on the drone. Yeah, the bridge, you can make some cool shots. And then tomorrow I'm gonna jump off that thing.
So as we continue on, we're taking a look at Arno Durick, and Arno is one of a number of skiers that is looking to score their first Pro Tour points by finishing in the top 12 at this competition. The likelihood of them actually making it into the final is slim at best, but so far as getting some points from this competition for the Pro Tour standings, the opportunity is very much there.
Yeah, I mean that's a big deal. A lot of these skiers have skied on skied pro events, but never gotten that Pro Tour points, and that's a big deal to get your first ones and get your name on the leaderboard. So hopefully one of these guys can squeak their way in and they can get there and we'll start seeing them on the Pro Tour a little bit more.
That ski rattling a little bit coming into each turn there for Simon Ullman.
Yeah, I mean, Tony, he keeps looking back there at that binding, so he must be, it's probably in the back of his mind that happened to him yesterday. Hopefully, he hasn't destroyed the inserts all the way and the screws will hold, but, that was a big bummer for him yesterday. I mean, like I said, we've pointed out he's been skiing so well. I know he spent a lot of the winter at Bennett's skiing in Louisiana.
Yes, indeed.
And training, and you're seeing it pay off. It's just, can he put it together here today? I'm not sure if this is his first pro event, but, he's definitely been skiing as one of the skiers that could start showing up, and we see him a lot more regularly on the Pro Tour. Yeah, and so, just being told, Tony, we saw him at Monaco. He skied the amateur event, and now, with how he's been skiing, he feels confident, that, hey, I can show up at this pro event and kind of make some waves. So, that's good for him. That's huge. It's great to see these young guys kind of come up and be on the tour. So, let's see if we can get him through this next pass and maybe a better start at 10.7 than he had yesterday.
All right, here we go. We've got Simon Ullman from Sweden right here, right now, 11.25 meters. Coming up a little bit tall through the entrance gates into buoy number 1, but managing to settle things down a little bit here. Certainly not the easiest 11 that you're going to see from him, but he manages to squeak it through the exit gates, and now he gets ready for 10.75 meters.
Yeah, and Tony, that was a good observation from the 12-meter pass that you pointed out. That ski is just not settled in the water. It's bouncing on him coming into the buoys. And so what happens as a skier, when you start to feel the ski start to bounce, we think the tail's going to come out of the water. So the first thing we want to do is shift that weight back a little bit, pushes the tail in the water. But then it compromises you on the backside of the buoy, and then you end up heavy, which then in return, you get the ski to bounce more, and it just gets kind of worse and worse. So you see, he left his feet behind him there at 1, so that's kind of why he's got a little speed in the ski. So you see him check up the speed there at 1, but now that skis, as he's rolling it, you see the tail. You almost saw the fin pop out of the water there at 2. That's it kind of bouncing on him. So now he's pushing the tail into the water to keep it from, coming out on him. And it just kind of builds and builds and builds. But with how he's been skiing, he's able to get through this 11-meter pass. Now, the big thing is he needs to get a nice, good pull out on the gate. Don't spike 0 off when he pulls out, so that when he turns in, he can rotate, get his feet moved up under him, maybe a touch in front of him, so as he controls his speed into 1, and he'll be able to turn it and keep it from, bouncing on him coming in.
All right, seeing a few folks around dockside. Arno de Rick and Camille Bamra are a couple of the next skiers about to take to the water. Here comes Simon Altman on 10.75 meters. There he goes on number 1. Now, this is a little bit more like it from him as he gets around number 3. He's okay on his approach into number 4, but just couldn't really fully connect with the line, and his score is 4. I would say actually 3.5 at 10.75 meters in improvement, but once again another skier who's spurned the opportunity to make some inroads and maybe make it through to the next round.
Yeah, and I mean Tony did much better at the gate there. He got more rotated, got the feet up under him, but right there you see he got his shoulders ahead of him going to 3-ball, which then, had that ski starting to bounce. So the ski's starting to pick up speed. It's catching on him, and, that's kind of been the common theme of that set was the ski just wasn't settled in the water. And, once he started generating, the extra speed from 10.7, it caught him out. But look, he gets rotated here. The ski goes under the line, but you see how he's even still pushing it in front of him going through the gates. So he's already down course going around 1. And, as a skier, you feel that. He's pretty down course there at 2, so now he knows he needs a big turn, and he gets it. But there you see, go into 3, he was trying to get the pull over there, and then gets out of 3, has to start kind of moving the upper body to get the ski into the water to move, because he knows he's late, and then you get the tail to blow on him. So big improvement on his score yesterday. I mean, like you said, you can see he's figured out, kind of how to run that 10.7. Maybe not every time he skis, but, he's going to get more and more consistent the more time on the water he has. And, like I said, it's really great to see these young skiers here on the Pro Tour.
All right, and the skier on the water who skied a 2 at 10.75 meters yesterday and was certainly one of the more dramatic skiers out there on the water in the previous round. This is Belgian's Arno de Rick.
Yeah, Tony, and Arno was super happy with how he skied yesterday. I know his goal coming in was to run that 11-meter pass, so he did that the first round, and now I think he maybe switched his goal to possibly running 10.7. Not sure what his PB in a tournament is, but he looked really strong. The other thing to kind of point out as you see going in, he is a very strong dude. He has the ability to drop his shoulder and hang on to some heavy pulls off the backside of the buoy. So we just got confirmation, Tony, that his PB is 4 at 10.7, but yesterday was the season's best. So, now chasing a PB. If he could get a new PB, we saw it yesterday. He was able to turn and hang on to stuff out of 1.35. So if he could turn 4 and go to 5, I promise you he is going to drop the hammer at 5-ball, and we'll see him get out the gates. And wouldn't it be cool to have us another emotional skier like Vincenzo? It's always fun to see people be really excited after they ski.
Yeah, Belgians don't get emotional too much, though.
Yeah, but, he's He was a little bit, and I think he said somebody told him to think about beer when he was skiing. So I think after he gets done here, we got the night jump coming up, and I know last year they had a pretty good party going on with a stage and a band and
a beer tent.
He'll be able to release some tension there at 9:30 for the night jump.
All right, there. Here we go. Arnaud de Rick approaching the course right now. Second pass is going to be the 12-meter line. So all but one competitor has run through 12 meters so far in this slalom event. Round 2, the elimination round in the pro slalom event. And he seems to be quite confident, quite comfortable with loading the ski very, very hard, very, very soon.
Yeah, you'll see him, especially on 135, Tony. He's he's lefty skier, so they're able to turn that side. But to counteract that, what happens is when he gets really heavy off of 135, you see the ski doesn't sit so well in the water going to 2-4. It chattered on him for sure at 2-ball, and then it wasn't super settled in the water at 4. Yesterday, another thing that we pointed out with Arnaud skiing was when he was pulling out in his gate glide, he had his upper body kind of rotated a little bit more to the boat. I thought he did a better job on the 13-meter pass, but there at 12, he kind of went back to that move where his shoulders were more facing towards the boat instead of, down course, straight down course. So he starts to lose his width, and then when he turns in, because of that, he kind of drops that right shoulder. He starts to turn in with the gate with the right shoulder, and then that makes him have to be heavy off of 1.
All right, then, continuing right along, and the initial votes for Skier of the Day are coming through. Make sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play to give us what you think, who you think is going to be our Skier of the Day. There's number 1. There's number 2 and number 3, and they're getting a little rattled here, and unfortunately that does not translate very well to a slalom score, at least a high one. And Arnaud de Rick going down there on 11.25 meters.
Yeah, Tony, and I mean, I again, at the gate, it's where those shoulders are, and he's super heavy out of 1, 3, and 5. And we talked about it on a skier earlier. What happens is when you turn that ski, he's able to get the ski to rotate almost to 90 degrees, but then when he goes to pull, the ski has nowhere to go at 246. So when you roll it, what happens is it rolls and starts pointing down the lake, and then the ski doesn't want to turn. So you see his 135 side, it looks like a killer turn, but then the product of that is you get to 2 with speed moving down course, and the ski kind of doesn't want to turn. So basically what he builds here, he loses at this turn at 2. You see he hopped off the handle early because he has to, because he's got all this speed. Now he comes in here to 3, drops the hammer again, but watch him here going to 4. See how separated he goes there as he swings his feet, and that gets that ski to run. And why that's happening is because he's so strong, gets the turn so good at 135 that it has nowhere for the ski to keep moving out. It'll be a much easier view to see here, but you see him, he gets here, he drops that hammer, he almost puts his elbow in the water, but look, now the ski is moving down course. It's not going outbound, it's down course. Now at 3, he gets rotated good, he drops the hammer again, and then watch here at 4. The ski is pointed down the lake, and so he pushes the tail, and when you've got all this speed and you try to shut it down at one spot, the tail tends to pick up out of the water, and not quite the score that Arnaud's looking for today.
So with that, it's a goodbye, Mr. Bond, and scoring 3.5 at 11.25 meters, nowhere close to what he produced yesterday with 2 at 10.75 meters. So any prospect that Arnaud had coming into this event, hoping to get some Waterski Pro Tour points, has kind of fallen by the wayside, and it's provided opportunities for skiers such as Leo Cederquist and Vincenzo Marino to get into the top 12, and even though those skiers may not have a pathway through, with the exception of Vincenzo Marino, who scored 2 at 10.25 meters. And there's certainly a lot at stake here. All right, our next skier to take to water is Camille Bamra from Morocco.
So, and Tony, something to just point out while we're sitting here looking at it, Simon Aldman has slotted himself into 11th place, and there's nobody that can, jump him. So he is guaranteed himself his first Pro Tour points.
All right, good stuff there for him. All right, so looking at that leaderboard right now, Sasha Deskin still very much in the lead based upon his original performance yesterday. Now take a look at Vincenzo Marino, currently in fourth place right now. He's moved all the way from where he was after round 1, and he's now put himself in a pretty good position at this time. And we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Vincenzo Marino, because he could be one of those skiers that could end up and find themselves in the slalom final.
Yeah, and I mean, and this skier right here, Tony, Camille, was skiing super strong yesterday. We were talking about how light he is on the boat, and unfortunate for him at 10.7, his ski just pre-released on him going into 3-ball. I thought he looked really good. He had a really good start there, so hopefully he's got that release tightened up and the binding won't pop off on him today.
Yeah, but wouldn't be surprised to see a flathead thumb screwdriver.
Yeah, and I mean, over the last few tournaments and a couple years, I have seen Camille's ski pop off there at 3-ball a little bit, so hopefully he tightened that dial up on it and it'll, the ski will hold. You never, as a skier, you never want that ski to release unless you get a really bad crash. That's kind of you get the skiers that ski with the rubber bindings, they don't have that problem of releasing from the ski, but, sometimes you might end up stuck in the ski with one binding, 1 foot off. So it's kind of, you pick your poison.
Kind of what are your priorities at that point? Performance or safety?
Yeah, I mean, I know when I was a kid, it used to be when you crashed, you either wanted to be fully on the ski or fully off the ski. I think that's kind of changed a little bit. I think as you crash, if you get a bad crash, you want the ski you want it away from you, right? Because now you don't have that 66, 67-inch stick on your leg that can twist your knee or your hip. And, so that's why you see a lot of the skiers using that hard shell binding instead of rubber bindings. But it's all personal preference. And, Nate Smith has used a rubber binding all his life. So it is personal preference. But Camille looking really strong here as he's coming through pass number 2.
Looking good. And a skier that's on at least 2 or 3 occasions has been on the cusp of making it through to a pro final, but came up a little bit short by 1 or 2 places, and we're looking to see if he can't make his first pro final, but he's going to need something in excess of 1 or 2 buoys at 10.25 meters to ensure that happens.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if he's going to put himself into the final, Tony, he's going to either have to tie a PB or get a new PB. So I'm pretty sure his best is 2 at 10.25, which would put him kind of slotted there. I think there's 2 or 3 guys that are tied with 2 at 10.25. And, even then, a 2, he might have to rely on backup scores. So that's just something to kind of think about. So right now, I think if he can get through 11, get through 10.7, he's going to be doing everything he can to get the ski to turn it 2 and try to make a play on 3.
And of course, any personal best that Camille puts out there automatically becomes a Moroccan national record.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I mean, Camille's been skiing really good. He's one of the taller skiers here. You pointed out yesterday that he's very light on the rope. And, kind of what I was touching on was as he finishes the turn, you never really see Camille try to gain more angle all at once. He kind of uses his leverage and lets the ski move, which is really nice. I mean, that's the advantage of being a super tall skier.
Here we go. This is Camille Bamra out of Rabat in Morocco. This is 11.25 meters. An opportunity has presented itself for him to get up the rankings. There is a number 4, a number 5, and he gets number 6 to go.
And Tony, something I noticed there, I don't know if you caught it, but when he pulled out for the gate, he does a two-handed gate, but he let go of the rope a little bit because I think he felt like he was a little fast, so he was trying to shut speed down. And that's something in slalom. As soon as you let go of the rope, you start to slow down. So you see skiers in the course, right? They let go of the rope and then they come up short at the buoy. It's the same thing at the gate. When he pulls out, we didn't see it there, but he did. He let go with that outside hand just to kind of get the speed to shut down, and then he managed it real well.
Gets a little twisted off number 1.
Yeah, but the thing that he did really good, Tony, was he didn't go pushing the ski trying to get it to get angle quick. Watch, he just kind of finishes, he stands there, and then he allows that leverage to get the ski to move where he wants it and swing out to the next buoy. So, that's something that Camille does really, really well. I really love watching him ski just because, he's using that height to his advantage. And it does help out.
All right, so we're on 10.75 meters now, and the successful running at 10.75 meters becomes critical for the likes of Camille Bamra and Aaron Davies, whom you see at dockside right now, getting ready to go. Here we go, 10.75 meters. Let's see if he can control the speed here. A must-run pass. There's, a little twisted off number 1, but he's using that leverage once again to get round number 2. Here's number 3. He's still there off number 4, but unfortunately not able to get round outside number 5. But it is his best score of the tournament. It is 4 at 10.75 meters for Camille Bamra.
And Tony, he definitely tightened up that release on his ski because the ski, whatever he did going to 3, the ski still chattered on him, and it looked like it was wanting to kind of do the same thing as yesterday, but instead of the boot popping off, he stayed on it. He didn't get the ski to turn, but we see him here as he gets yanked out of there at 4. That's just a little unfortunate. But watch him here. So he didn't let go of the rope there at the gate, so he had a little bit better on his speed. But then you pointed out there, he swings his feet a little bit quick, so the ski didn't quite want to turn. And then that was the first time where you really saw him pushing the nose of the ski. So now he's generating a lot of speed. But right there, you see how high those hands come up. They almost come up to like chest height. And that doesn't allow the ski to keep swinging out, and then it wants to chatter as he turns.
All right, so our official score is 4 at 10.75 meters. Definitely is the best score of this tournament. I hasten to say weekend because we're in one of those rare situations where we actually have a tournament on a Monday and a Tuesday. So I wouldn't exactly call it a weekend, but let's just say that that's his best score of this tournament. But not enough to allow him to make it into the top 8. Now, what this does going forward is it makes makes Aaron Davis's effort there a virtual head-to-head against the likes of Tim Tornquist.
Well, if Aaron runs 2, that puts him in a good spot. A 3 right now would be really good for Aaron. He just didn't quite get the gate he wanted at 10.25 yesterday. So we'll see if maybe he can make an adjustment there. But, Aaron's been skiing really good. He's been pretty consistent on being able to get, the 3. I know he's got a PB of 4 at 10.25. So, a score at 4, I think if he could get 4 this set right now, Tony, I'm pretty sure he would be looking nice to punch his ticket into the final. You still got a couple skiers to wait and see, but...
All right, then, and with that in mind, let's send it over to Sadie.
Okay, guys, we're back dockside. I've got Camille here. He's just come off the water from second round. I know you had a bit of... You built a little from first round. So first round, I think you got 2.5 at 10.7, and then this round you got 4. Little short. I know you're wanting to get through that 10.7 and get into 10.2 and really try and see if you can make that final. So run us through that set.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just wasn't there. You know, sometimes tournaments don't go as well. I think I lost a little bit of confidence too, so it's my job to just go out there and build a little some more. Yeah, go for it.
I mean, it's been a long couple of weeks. The Pro Tour, it can be tough mentally and physically on the body, so I imagine you're feeling pretty run down. But nonetheless, you've skied amazing. We're happy to have you here, and what's your plans after this?
Well, I'm going to go on holiday. I'm very excited. I think I'm going to go to Spain a little bit, stay in Morocco, stay at home. Haven't had a full month at home since like 2022 or something, so it's going to be exciting for me.
Well, I'm definitely jealous of you, and enjoy your holiday. But right now, do you want to say thank you to anyone?
Thank you to everyone. Thank you to my mom again for watching. I know she was very happy yesterday, so big up to her, and thank you for the show.
Thank you, Camille, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, and always someone who finds the positive.
Yeah, no, I agree, Tony. He's never negative, and I mean he's earned himself a holiday. He's been skiing a bunch, but also does a lot of work with him and his dad getting the that Royal Nautique Pro tournament up and running in Rabat, and so huge shout out to them and for everything they do for the sport.
Yeah, definitely takes a lot of planning and a lot of time to make that tournament a reality in Rabat in Morocco on the Bourageg River. And we see Aaron Davis pulling out to the right-hand side of the towboat and getting ready for 11.25 meters. And these passes, ratchet up in terms of intensity and in terms of difficulty. But if there's anyone who can produce the score that will be necessary for him to advance on, it will definitely be Aaron Davis, who comes to us from the town of Bolton in Lancashire in the northern part of England, very, very close to places such as Manchester and Oldham. So Aaron Davis, who travels around quite a bit. I think this is his first tournament, one of the few tournaments of the season where he hasn't traveled here using a camper van.
Yeah, I know him and Vio were glamping at the lake. They had their camper van and they were staying in it. They had the dog with them. So you're right, this is the first stop we've seen him where he actually flew in and had to rent a car. But he's looking strong on these first two passes. Let's see what he's got here for the next one, Tony.
Looking good on number 1, using Alpha 2 on the 0 off. Rearing up a little bit on 4, but he's has the correct response to remedy that and gets the job done. That is a good looking effort there. That is a 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters. 10.75 meters is coming up next. And that score of 1 at 10.25 meters from Tim Tornquist looms large.
Yeah, and I mean, Tony, you pointed that he kind of reared up on the ski out of 4. If you watch, I thought the start he did really good, but going to 4, he really swings his feet a little too fast, and that's what kind of caused that ski to not want to turn like he did at the first 3 buoys. You'll see it right here. He turns 3. I thought he was really nice out of 3, but watch the ski. Boom, it started to swing center line. It didn't even make it over the second wake as it started to move out from under him. So that's why you saw that that little stall hesitation at a 4. But again, Aaron's been on the tour for quite a few years now, so you're starting to see that experience come into play where some of these younger skiers would have kind of freaked out when the ski did that at 4 ball at 11, but he, just relaxed, let the ski move, knew he had to get just around 5, get a pull to 6. So, got through that pass. I was textbook seasoned skills from Aaron, so now giving himself a shot to run this 10.7. I know yesterday he ran 10.7 and gave us the rodeo sign, so I don't think it was as bad as it felt to him, but we'll see if maybe he can clean it up a little bit here today.
All right, the pass coming up right now is 10.75 meters. Don't forget that our lead score in this round is 2 at 10.25 meters, courtesy of Vincenzo Marino, who has moved himself into a pretty decent position right now. And so too has Aaron Davis getting through that pass of 6 buoys at 10.75 meters, and ideally Aaron Davis will be looking for a score of around about 2 or more to put him into a position where he would ski in the final. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. We've got Nikki Attensen there with 1.5 at 10.25 meters. We've also got Tim Tornquist on 1 at 10.25 meters for ninth spot there. So the bubble score is 1.5 there from Nikki Attensen.
Yeah, Tony, and I mean, I think if I don't know what Aaron's thinking, but I think his brain is going, I have to get 3. Because I think if he gets a 2, there's still a couple of guys that are out of the final that have a better score than him. But a full 3 would make those guys have to ski a personal best today to get in, which is a tall task. I thought he looked a lot better on the 10.7 today. It didn't look quite as much of a rodeo. We didn't get the rodeo signal coming out. So, I think maybe he's feeling a little bit more dialed here. So the big thing here is we want to see him. Yesterday, he didn't get the ski to rotate on him at the gate, and he came up short to 1. So if he can get a good gate and get a play out of 1, I think he's going to turn 2 and look to go to 3.
All right, then. First things first, 10.25 meters. There's number 1. Gets it to go. Round buoy number 2. There he goes. Number 3, S-turns. And I think he was reading straight out of your playbook.
Yeah, that looked close on the. He didn't really do an S turn there, Tony. He kind of stood up, went to the tail of the ski, tried to eat up slack, and it looked very close. We're gonna have to wait to see what the judges give him, but I do think that is a very good score from Aaron, because, like I said, it's going to make, like Nikki Attensen, his best is 2.5 at 10.25. So he's got to tie a PB to have the backup score. Yeah, and let's look here. Now, you see, he came up short again at 1 like he did yesterday, but he managed it a lot better, got the ski to turn. And like I kind of said, I thought he was going to turn 2 and go to 3. He's been getting there. So you see him when he gets out of 3, and we are getting confirmation that he just misses that boat guide. So maybe needs to talk to a few of these guys and learn a little bit better S-turn skills, but still, he used his experience on the Pro Tour to get that turn out of 2 and make the play on 3. Again, ski didn't go under the rope very fast, so that's why he comes up short, gets off the handle a little early into 1, but got the ski to turn. Now he's over here on the onside turn, so he can take it down course, knows he can get the ski to rotate, and then here gets the onside pull, ski outside of 3. That's huge. I think if he had gotten 2, Tony, he would be sitting there, kind of having to wait.
Just inches.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but I would say that 2.5 will make him feel a lot better. I mean, he's excited. I think that's because he knows that 2.5 is a tall score for some of these next couple skiers to get.
Okay, so we now got 8 skiers remaining, and our lead skier is Aaron Davis, our lead skier in this round of scores so far. That drops Vincenzo Marino into second spot right now on the basis of the scores produced in this round today. But when you factor that in against the scores that were put in yesterday, it means that Aaron Davis will know within about the next few minutes whether his score has been enough to put him through to the next round. Just take a look at them right now. Aaron Davis all the way up into outright 4th place right now, but a lot of the better skiers have yet to ski at this time. Tim Tornquist, who scored 1 at 10.25 meters yesterday, the overnight 8th position skier from last night, but has already seen 2 scores that have superseded his, and that's the reason why Tim Tornquist right now is dropped from 8th through back down to 10th at this time.
Yeah, Tony, and we talked about it yesterday. Tim has been skiing really, really good Last season broke the Swiss national record with 5 at 10.25, and not quite getting the score he wanted yesterday. But again, if it comes down to backup scores, he's got himself ahead of Aaron if it gets to 2.5. And Tim's been pretty good at getting to 3 ball, when he needs it. So we'll have to see if he can do it today. But looked really strong there on his opening pass.
And a good-looking effort there on the pass number 1 there for Tim Tornquist out of Sweden. And with that in mind, let's send it over to Sadie.
Hey guys, we're back dockside. I'm here with Aaron. Okay, so you've just come off the water. Decent score of 2.5. I've seen a beginner S-turn better than you, so maybe we can go and work on that. How'd you feel out there?
Things felt all right. I mean, the wind's different today. It was pretty much nothing, really. Nathan feels great. I felt like a little narrow on some of these gates today, but, I got there in the end, got through the 10.7. It felt like a decent pass, really, even though I did have a narrow gate. And then here, it was just like, okay, get to 2, see where we are. I was at 2. I had a wobbly 1 again. It was weird again. But I came out of 2. I was like, okay, just get a piece of 3. So I was pushing really wide to make sure I got the 3. Usually I can S-turn, not absolutely fine, but I think it was the fact that I was just pushing so hard to get to 3. I think that confirms me in, which is great. It just puts me above the 2s, a bit more comfort now. Just wish it could have been last round, but how you get there doesn't matter. Thanks to everyone at home who's been watching. I hope you guys are, especially Vio, who couldn't be here this weekend. Miss you, and guys at Oxford and at my own site at Wigan as well. I know they're all watching at Three Sisters, so hi to all you guys, and we'll see you later on.
Well, we're super stoked to see you in the final and can't wait to watch, so everyone stick around for that. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And Aaron Davis garnering a lot of support from all over the place, from Oxfordshire, from Wigan, and no doubt Hazelwood Ski World will no doubt be cheering him on, along with Gosfield Lake and a number of other facilities across the United Kingdom, getting behind Aaron Davis. But we'll see what Tim Tornquist can do by way of a response. He's ran through the opening 2 passes of 13 and 12 meters, and needs to play this well here in order to make it through to the next round.
Yeah, Tony, and something that I just remembered, but, Tim went to practice for the Scandinavian Championships, which was like 2 weeks ago, and, kind of tweaked his ankle. So he ended up having to pull out of that event. So, that's been something he's been dealing with. I know he's feeling a lot better than he did that weekend, but, maybe that's kind of was something to come to play. Not quite able to get the score he wanted yesterday, but he's looking super strong in these first 2 passes.
All right, here he comes. This is Tim Tornquist, looking in grand shape out there. And he has a really good knack of producing the turns and the leverage exactly at the right time and when he needs it, as he skis up underneath the pedestrian bridge, which links one side of Golden Lake to the other on the way out towards the Black Sea.
Yeah, I mean, Tony, he was a touch fast there at the gate. You saw him kind of turn in a little late with a little bit of loose line, but, Tim did a very good job of managing that speed and, not doing too much at the start to, kind of put him down course on that. So that was good skiing out of Tim. Tim, like I said, Tim's been skiing super strong as of late, and, he knows what he's got to do. Basically runs 10.7 every time he skis now. The key is to get through this pass, and then hopefully he can get a little bit of a better start at the 10.25. But you see, he leaves the feet behind him because he's fast. He had no rope to turn in. So, it kind of didn't catch him out here at 11 because he runs that every time. But it could be something if he, has the same start at one of the, this next pass or the pass after it. It's something to watch. But, right now we're seeing Tim roll through this 11-meter pass, and it looked nice and strong. Tim's another one of those skiers, Tony, kind of like Camille. When he turns, he doesn't try to do too much. He just allows his leverage to let the ski move, and then as it swings out, it lets the ski swing out more instead of down course.
Right, here he comes, Tim Tornquist. 10.75 meters, knows he's got to get this run. Round number 4, bringing in a whole bunch of speed into number 5, and unfortunately unable to get much of anything there. So Tim Tornquist with a 4.5 at 10.75 meters, and unfortunately that score eliminates him from future contention. And I believe what does that put someone like Vincenzo Marino or Aaron Davis? Looking at the current leaderboard as it stands right now, Nikki Antonsen in 8th spot, and looks like Aaron Davis and Vincenzo Marino in 4th and 5th spot respectively. So it looks like it's going to be a safety for them in regards to making it through to the next round of the competition. And speaking about Nikki Antonsen, he's on next gear to take to the water.
Yeah, and I mean, again there, Tony, Tim just not getting the gate he wanted, and watch it here at 2-ball. He was a little fast, so look, the ski kind of bounces, and he had a little bit of a delay. We've kind of been talking about it all day. The lefties, when they mess up the gate, you tend to see it on the backside of 2-ball, and that's what got him, and he just, never could quite get back with the boat in front of the buoys, and just kept running further and further down course with speed. And then going there to 5, he wasn't able to get the ski to turn. I know he'll be a bit frustrated, but you see loose line and the feet don't go under the rope. The ski doesn't go under the rope until right before the wakes, which causes that right there. And then, now he's running with the boat. See how down course he is at 3, sits in the back going to 4, which then causes the ski to not want to turn again. So, what he did at the gate made that happen at 2, and then it just kind of kept getting worse and worse. So that is unfortunate for Tim.
All right then. So I believe that puts Nikki Antonsen with 1.5 at 10.25 meters provisionally through to the next round. So it looks like we have our 8 finalists, and reading in no particular order, Vincenzo Marino, he's through. So reading in no particular order, we have Nikki Antonsen with 1.5 at 10.25 meters. We have Freddie Winter with 1.5 as well. Florian Paff with 2. Brana Caruso with 2, Vincenzo Marino with 2, Aaron Davis with 2.5, Matteo Luzzeri, Thomas de Gasperi, and Sasha Deska all on 3.
So something, Tony, just to point out. So Freddie Winter and Nikki Atkinson are tied at 8th place. So that means they've got 8 and 9. So if Freddie and Nikki perfectly tie, they both would go in, and we have a 9-man final. If Freddie beats Nikki's score, Nikki will be the first person out of the final.
Yep, right you are. So Nikki Atkinson, it's a straight head-to-head battle now between Nikki Atkinson and Freddie Winter.
Yeah, I mean, right here it's for all the marbles right here. So if Nikki can get 2 and Freddie gets 2, the first person out is going to be Vincenzo, unfortunately, due to backup scores.
All right there, so a lot of moving parts here. We'll try and keep you abreast of what's going on here with Nikki Atkinson, who skis at the Internationale Wiener Wasserski Club.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it yesterday, but that's an awesome ski lake. I know Mom and Dad are always watching. Caro's always texting me when we're here at the events, and so shout out to the Atkinson family that wasn't quite able to make the trip over here this week, but we know that they're watching. They're always a huge supporter of the TWBC, so shout out to that and some crew. And Nikki's been skiing really, really well. Looked good yesterday. I think he would like to turn that 2 and be able to turn 3. Get a full 3, which would be a personal best for him, but also would break the Austrian national slalom record. So, that's just something to kind of keep in the back of our minds as we watch Nikki ski here.
And Freddie Winter looking to keep things light on around the dockside area.
Yeah.
As we have a look at Golden Lake once again, you see in the background there the huge lake.
And we talked about it yesterday too, Tony. Nicky's been kind of dealing with a little bit of back issues. He said he kind of felt it at the 11-meter pass yesterday, so hopefully he's got it all stretched out and warmed up and is feeling good today. He's looking super strong here through his set, and this 11-meter start is super nice here. So let's see if he can carry that through all the way through the pass. It looks like he'll be able to do that, and he's setting himself up nice to get a good score. So we're going to have to figure out. There's going to be a skier that is going to be knocked out of here, but which one is it going to be?
All right, hold it down, stand it off. Thank you very much. You are a diamond.
Yeah, so the question is it going to be the Pro Tour champion that's going to make it in, or will it be one of the young guns that gets in? So, I know Freddie yesterday told Sadie he was not pleased with his 1.5 at 10.25. Freddie gets deep down it. Freddie runs 10.25 pretty regularly, so his mind is on smoking that 10.25 pass and getting a score at 9.7. So we'll have to see, but we're seeing Nikki right here cruising through this 11-meter pass. That looked almost like a 12-meter pass. So Nikki skiing really strong. Let's see if he can keep that theme going as we get through this pass and the next one. But he's setting himself up really nice.
So some decent skiing out there on 11.25 meters, produced by Nikki Attensen. So here he comes, 10.75 meters, needing to run this effort here. Not getting to the best of starts. All over the tail of that ski, and it's not reacting too well for him. He gets round number 4, he's round number 5, and unfortunately unable to get to much of an inroads on that particular run, so it's going to be a 5. It's going to be 5 at 10.75 meters. And that sets up a relative...
And that's a bummer, Tony, because that means that Freddie, if he runs 5 at 10.75, he's in the final, and Nikki will be the first guy eliminated. So he's kind of where we said Vincenzo was earlier. He's going to probably need an early Christmas present today if he's going to make the final.
But so far as Christmas presents are concerned, that therefore means that Vincenzo Marino is into the next round.
Yeah, and I mean, if I was Vincenzo, I think I might be going and see if I could find a lottery ticket because, that 1.5 at 11 yesterday, I kind of thought he was dead to rights with that. But he came out today, put out a huge score, got 2 at 10.25. I believe that tied his personal best and, punched his ticket into another pro slalom final, just like he did at Morocco.
All right, then. So moving forwards, we've got Freddie Winter about to take to the water. Now, I wonder what line length he's going to go in on. He can go in on 13 meters, but he actually started on 12 meters yesterday, I believe.
No, Tony, I believe I heard that he did an opt-up yesterday.
Oh, yeah, he did the opt-up.
But we're getting confirmation that he's starting at 13. So, and I believe in the finals, the men have to start at 12. I kind of thought Freddie was going to start at 12, for the final to practice, but electing to start 13. Maybe he does an opt-up after he runs this pass, but He said yesterday he didn't have any practice, so this is his second set here on Golden Lake. Not getting the score he wanted yesterday, but if I know anything about Freddie, he's going to come out here and stomp a huge score. He's usually pretty good about doing that when he needs it.
Right, you are, and he gets round number 5 and all the way to number 6. So there we go. That is Freddie Winter, who comes to us from London, the London borough of Wandsworth specifically.
That's my favorite thing that you say when you say it. I have no idea where that's at. I've never been to the
It's
UK.
on the south side of London. It's right next to the busiest station in Europe.
Oh, okay. Well, I always get a chuckle because you say that every time he skis, and I think it's pretty funny. But he's Freddie. Freddie is. We're not used to seeing Freddie go out this early. In a slalom round. So. If I know him, he's got a chip on his shoulder, and he's going to go.
Although, having said that, I think he started off relatively early in Morocco in the second round.
Yeah, you're right. He did. I think that the Morocco tournament's a little bit different, right? Just because you're dealing with the tides and we got wind and everything. So I think that one, kind of one of those ones that maybe not. It's an outlier, but usually when we're at a man-made lake, which we are here at Golden Lake, Freddie is usually top dog or one of at least the top 2 or 3 skiers. So I'm expecting that Freddie is getting ready to go out. He knows that he's got. There's several skiers that got 3, but, Sasha Deskuns has been skiing so well. He's been running 5 at 10.25 just about every weekend that he goes. He gets at least 1 score there. So I know he's wanting to push out a score to put some pressure on these top dogs.
All right, here we go. This is Freddie Winter underneath the pedestrian bridge here at the Golden Lake in Poti. 12 meters, or what we think is 12 meters, and it is.
Yeah, Tony, and I mean that one looked like 12 meters, and we got confirmation it is, but I think that Freddie didn't do the opt-up today because he wasn't super stoked with his set yesterday, and he just wanted that extra pass to fill out the lake. Again, I don't think Freddie is thinking he's going to miss the final. I think Freddie is thinking I'm going to try to run 10.25. So he's probably taking it like a normal set, make sure he gets a feel for it. I mean, Freddie's very, very used to and comfortable starting at 12, so not something he needs to practice for, but we'll have to see, but he's looking really good here and looks strong the first couple passes.
Yeah, I mean, I can also not start from the water. I'm good. Yeah.
All right, so we are looking at Florian Path,
It's a nice feeling when you do.
who is
awesome. I've never had
who yesterday skied his way into the final round, which will take place this afternoon.
It's crazy.
On the basis of his score of 2 to 10.25 meters.
Yeah, and you could hear him there on the mic there, Tony. I don't know if you caught it, but he was talking about how this is his first time that he's gone into round 2 and been into a final. So, he's going to get a free, just relaxed set. I know Florian's kind of struggled a little bit this season, kind of found out his ski broke down, got a new ski, and, this was the first tournament this season that I thought Florian kind of looked like his old usual self.
Here he comes. This is Freddie Winter. Looking good here so far. This is 11.25 meters and getting to grips with it straight away and looking in great shape out there. That is Freddie Winter. That was on 11.25 meters and getting ready for the ever critical 10.75 meter line length pass. And there we see Nikki Atensam. And here we see Freddie.
Yeah, and I mean, this 11-meter pass was so nice. I mean, I know we expect Freddie to run 11 meters every time he skis. I don't think he ever misses it, but he just looks so strong. I love the way he kind of stays on the ski. He's got a little different technique than some of the other guys. He uses a lot more power, and it works for him. And Freddie, showing it there. It's on display for getting through 11. So now gonna take 10.7 from a different direction as yesterday, right? He took 10.7 going from the bridge in, or from the dock end, and this today he's going to take it from the bridge end. So, again, Freddie, that's another pass that Freddie rarely misses is 10.75. So I don't think he's too worried about it. He knows he's got to get the 5 ball, but we see Freddie not get a turn at 1 at 10.25 and still makes it the 5 ball there. So let's see what he's got here as we bring him in 10.75.
Here we go, Freddie Winter, 10.75 meters. Round 3, 4, 5, and he is through to the next round of the competition. So he's through 10.75 meters, and he's now going to take aim at some of the seeds that are currently situated above him, starting with Florian Path.
Yeah, and there you go. You kind of see Nicky. He's got that long walk. That is such a bummer. He skied so great yesterday, and he's been skiing so good all season, but just unable to get through 10.75. And Freddie knew what he had to do, and he came out and smoked this pass. I love watching Freddie's 2.46. Really gets the ski to turn. Freddie also has one of those gaits. You never really ever see Freddie when he rolls in at the gate leave his feet behind him. So he always kind of controls his speed starting the pass, and then if he gets in trouble, Freddie has that, strength and power that some of the other skiers might not have to their advantage, and he can use it. But, Freddie looking super great there at 10.75. Now, the course record is 3, Tony. We saw it broken yesterday by a couple people tied it, but, if I know anything about Freddie, he's going to try to break it so no one else can get it.
Here he comes.
And here he goes.
Here comes Freddie Winter pulling out for the gates. 10.25 meters. There's 1. Gets it to go. Round number 2. Look at him go here. Round number 3. We'll get a piece of 4 here. And he's still on the water. He's still upright. And he gets 5 at 10.25 meters. A new course record here at Golden Lake in the city of Poti in the Republic of Georgia. There you go, through to the next round of emphatically with a 5 at 10.25 meters.
And that's a huge score. I mean, that's tough to beat. And Freddie, you see him smiling, he's excited. I'd be honest, Tony, I thought he was going to run it based off of the gate 1 and 2. Had a little slip up there at 3, but watch here. Cranks the turn. That is awesome. That is textbook 1 ball. And then you see him come over here to 2. He gets that awesome Freddie turn there at 2. Now watch him at 3. Handle comes just a touch high, so he has a little delay. You see how the handle comes to the inside hip, so the ski checks up. And now he uses this power. Most skiers would be done there. They would check up in S turn 4, but Freddie knows I can turn it. I've got my onside pull to 5 and gets outside there. So that's a really tough score to beat. Sasha, I believe, has a personal best in a tournament of 5 at 10.25. So if anybody wants to take the lead from Freddie, I think the rest of the skiers are going to have to ski a PB if they want to be the top seed tomorrow or for the final later today.
And just a tremendous effort here from Freddie Winter. Safe in the knowledge that he will be through to next round. And with that in mind, let's send it to Sadie.
Okay, guys, we're back dockside. We're with Nicky. Super unfortunate you've just come off the water. 5. I know you needed a minimum of 2. Very unfortunate for you. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, no, quite unfortunate. Another 9th place, of course, so first out again. I had quite a few of those already. I don't know. I felt actually pretty good after my 38. I'm struggling a lot with my back, so that kept on coming, especially after 38. And yeah, I didn't get quite the gate that I wanted. For whatever reason, I had a good one. I was a bit surprised, and then it just pulled me a bit too hard into 2, and then I was down course and just hoping for the best to run it, and then at least get my shot at 2 at 41 to make it to the final tonight. But it didn't happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's 9th place is a pretty tough pill to swallow. Nonetheless, I'm sure that everyone back home is super proud of you. We're all proud of you, and now you can go put your feet up and watch some incredible skiing following you.
Yeah, no, I'm excited, and I just wanted to say thank you to all the organizers.
It's an amazing spot. Ski's amazing, so I really enjoyed being here, and I'm looking forward to the European Championships next week.
All right, well, with that note, we'll send it straight back to you, Tony.
All right, here we go. We've got Florian Paf about to take to the water. Coming to us out of Italy, the northern part of Italia, in the skiing over. All right, Florian, who scored a 2 at 10.25 meters, and a score on that basis assures him of future participation in the men's slalom final. But he wants to try and come in and finish off the elimination round series with a flourish, and here he comes on 13 meters, Florian Paf. So, and as Florian Paf runs the opening pass, let's send it over to Sadie.
All right, guys, welcome back Dockside again. We're here with Freddie Winter. Now, prior to you going out, you knew you needed a minimum of 5 at 10.7 to get yourself in that solid spot into finals. How'd you feel out there? How did you feel mentally heading into that event?
Yeah, it was good. I was really nervous because, I mean, I've come all the way here. I didn't want to make it a non-swear word of myself, whatever, that an idiot of myself, and not make the final. So, yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to make the final, and I was kind of like fairly conservative and actually just feeling it out. And I think yesterday I needed that. I just haven't skied that much. It's my first and second 10.25 since Rigetto. So, I got a great gate in one. There was an amazing gate in one at 10.2, and kind of in it. And I was a little, I don't know, did something funny at 3, maybe pulled back too much, but I'm happy. 5 is a good score for me. That's where I've been this year, and I'm really happy to be about there most of the time. So, yeah, I mean, I think if I can do that in the final, I'll be in with a good shout. We'll see, I don't know. I mean, doesn't matter where I end up in this round. The main thing is the next round.
I mean, 100%. We're all super happy to see you make it through to the finals. I know standing on the eggshells of, I'm not sure if I'm in or not. It's a tough pill, but we're all happy to see you in. Congratulations, and we want to see you go big or go home in the final.
Well, I'm going to go big and then go home, I think. That's the aim. But thank you, Sadie, the finest water ski interviewer that's not Wade Cox of the whole world. I think everyone at home agrees. Maybe some people prefer you to Wade. I don't know. I mean, I just don't want to offend Wade. I love Wade, so.
Well, we'd love to hear it. Thank you, Freddie. And with that, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Well, a couple of things need to be said. One, I think Sadie's blushing right now. And another, Zane's looking a little miffed.
He's told me the same thing too, so I'm not so sure. I think he's just maybe chapping everybody's rear end. But the one thing I will say is, he said he was nervous, and that's kind of wild to me because when the score was 5 at 10.75 for Freddie to get in, I would have bet the house that he was going to make the final, and sure enough, he did. So, great skiing from Freddie. He looks super strong, and I mean, that's a huge score, especially here at Golden Lake in Georgia. And there you go. You do. Look at her. Her face is as bright red as that red Nautique that's sitting behind Victor. I know you can't see the color on it, but, she's definitely blushing. And, Freddie is always a super nice guy. He keeps everybody kind of lighthearted. I love chatting with Freddie, and super happy with how he skied. He looked super great. I thought he was going to run it. He pointed out he had a really good 1 and 2, and then kind of did a little mistake into 3, but that was great skiing from Freddie.
Well, there you go. We've got on the water coming in on 11.25 meters. This is Florian Paf, who has seen his fortunes elevate in recent times on the slalom ski. Look at him go. Florian Paf almost messing it up a little bit with the handle on number 3, but still managing to stay on top of the water. getting round all 6 buoys on 11.25 meters. He's already assured himself a spot through to the next round, but he's making sure that he stays high enough in the seedings to be able to take full advantage of the situation going forward.
Yeah, Tony, and something that's really nice to point out for Florian, right? He's been struggling a little bit this season, but since switching to the ski, earlier this season, any of these really big, heavy loads or where he doesn't get the turn that he wants, he would kind of be done. And, now since switching back to skis, getting off of that ski that was broken, he has that happens to him, and he's still able to calm down and get the ski to move. He's just looking a lot more confident, and he's feeling a lot better on the water. And that's it's a bummer that he had a few weeks with a ski that was breaking down on him and just not working like he wanted to. Because I spoke to him yesterday, and the thing as a water skier is, when we start messing up, the first thing we start doing is, what are we doing wrong? And if the ski's not moving like we want, we start to double pull, we pull long, we do certain things to try to get the ski to move from what we're feeling. And, we're not sitting there saying, hey, the ski's broken.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, I mean, what are the telltale signs that a ski is broken internally? Because it's not quite as easy to spot as it may seem. You'll answer that question in a moment, but here we go. This is Florian Paff. There's number one. Oh, look at that number one. Round number 2. He's keeping some good water speed up here. There's number 3. Good to go round number 4. Oh, my word. This is some slaloming out there. Rock 'em, sock 'em.
Man, I'll get to the ski in just a minute, Tony, but I am so stoked for Florian. I mean, he was so bummed.
He fell about 6 times on that pass.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is earlier this season he would have been in the water, and and he was having bad tournaments, and it wasn't from him. It was a broken down ski. And you see Matteo, right? He skis with Florian. He's super pumped for him. But to go back to the ski breaking down, what happens is, the ski stop's not one to turn. What Florian said his problem was it was slow. So he was like, he would get a really good turn, but then as he was pulling across course, the ski just didn't move. Aside from it cracking in half and really breaking, it's hard to tell that the core is there. And I mean, again, that's what he was saying. Him and his coach, he's going, well, you're pulling too long. But Florian was pulling long because the ski's not moving. It was slow. And that was what he was saying was wrong with the ski that he switched off of. And, since making that switch, like I said, this weekend is the first time I've seen Florian, look like old Florian on the water. He was really struggling and was really hard on himself. And I think, now confidence is coming back. He trusts the ski, and I kept telling him, when he was at the tournaments that you're a really good skier. Don't be so hard on yourself. And it's good that he figured that out.
Okay, season's best score is 2 at 10.25. Oh, look at that. He gets off round buoy number 1. He turn it. Round number 2, inside number 3. That equals his personal best for the season. And that is Florian Paff.
Yeah, Tony, but I think that equals his personal best total. We'll have to wait. Maybe Sadie will ask him, but I'm pretty sure his best is 2 at 10.25. But there he did get the ski to turn it to. He went inside of 3, but at least he got a pull and a look at it. So I think that should help him also build confidence moving into the final that, hey, I actually can get over here to 2. I can turn it. I can pull to 3. And like I said, it's great to see Florian kind of have that confidence back on the water like we're used to seeing him have.
Yes, and as we try and put a button on the conversation about skis breaking down and what have you, I mean, it's not exactly the easiest thing to detect, but one thing you can do out there, and I'm talking to those skiers that are relatively new to the game and are really dipping their toes into high performance skiing, but the use of a flex tester.
Yeah,
would confirm it.
Exactly, right? And I mean, not everybody has it, but if you can get somebody, you can flex it and you can kind of feel it. I mean, you have some other problems with skis too, like they'll delaminate in the bottom. Like I know my sister had a problem with a ski that she had skied on for several years. It just started to delaminate on the bottom. It didn't look broken, but then once you started to see it, it had like dimples in it, and that's how she knew that that ski had broken down on her. So there's different things that can happen, but yes, the flex test would be the best way. For skiers that are buying skis, they give you the flex numbers on the ski. I know D3 gives you like a card with it written on.
Syndicate actually puts a sticker with some handwriting on there.
Exactly, and those numbers are they actually mean something. So that top number, which is usually the heaviest number, is where the ski flexes under kind of like the front of the ski at your toes. Then they give you the second number, which is kind of at the back of your foot. Then they give you the third number, which again would be the toes on the back foot, and then that back tail number, which is always the smallest number, is how much it takes to flex it, kind of at the tail of the ski.
All right then.
And there you go, Tony. Your dog is chilling out there with us,
man. It's not my
man.
dog.
Yeah, he is. He's been hanging out with you all day long. He's sitting at our feet under the table, and now he's decided he wanted a little bit of camera time. So, we've got him here. I've bbeen feeding him a little bit, so maybe that's kind of why he's hanging out.
I knew it was your fault.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, they've got all these dogs here. They're super nice, and the thing is there's a lot of street dogs here in Georgia, but they take good care of them. All of them are pretty sweet, and the ones around the lake are they've got a good personality on them. And I mean, I know maybe there's not a lot of people that like you, but you definitely know you got somebody that does, because he's been hanging out with you all weekend long. But right now, he's sitting right here in front of us.
Well, there you go. All right there. So moving on, we've seen Florian Paff with 2 at 10.25 meters. He did that in round 1 and round number 2. And Brando Caruso, who was part of the runoff situation last year between himself and Thomas de Gasperi for the first edition of the Poti Pro.
And he was the course record holder, Tony. He had the course record from last year, but it has been broken by Freddie Winter today with that 5 at 10.25. So maybe Brando can get it together. I think that would be a PB in a tournament if he got there. But we're getting confirmation, Tony. He started at 12 meters, which is going to, all the men are going to have to start at 12 in the final. So I think, this is the play. I would almost bet that the rest of the skiers will take that 12-meter pass to start.
All right, then. And with that, let's send it over to Sadie.
All right, guys, we're back dockside. We're here with Flo. He's just come off the water. Another solid score, another equal PB, 2 at 10.2. I mean, I know we were talking before you went out, and you were sort of saying you had no pressure. You already knew you were into the finals, so you could just go out there and sort of relax. And I think you did an incredible job of doing that, and it's just building confidence for moving into the final now. How'd you feel?
Actually, not that great. I missed my mainly my 38. My 39 was actually my best pass. And then, I kind of went under the water on 41 and then came out. I tried to turn 2, but, I mean, it was all blowing the fin or just like trying to do it like that, and I tried. I wish I could do better in final. It's nice to have another shot for sure, yeah.
Well, I think you've built your confidence now. You're into the final. Super strong skiing so far, so let's just keep building on that in the final, and I think hopefully we can see you get out of 2-ball.
Oh, yeah, that would be awesome. Thank you so much.
No worries. And with that, we're going to send it straight back to you, Tony.
So Brando Caruso, the defending champion from last season, via the runoff between himself and Thomas de Gasperi in the Poti Pro. That runoff was contested on 10.25 meters. Not looking too bad out there with the opening couple of runs. So good skiing there from him as we work our way towards the next pass. So setting down here, Brando Caruso, as we check in with some of our folks here from TWBC, and we've got Matteo Lazzeri, and he too is assured of a spot through to the next round of the competition on the basis of his 3 buoy at 10.25 meter count yesterday, which at the time tied the course record that was held by Brando Caruso, Thomas de Gasperi, and Sasha Deska. But now Freddie Winter, the spoil sport, has gotten 5 at 10.25 meters.
Yeah, I mean, Freddie put out a huge score for these last few guys to chase. And, you know, Mateo yesterday when he skied was a touch unhappy with the 3. I don't think he was ticked off, but I think he knew he probably left a buoy out there. So we'll see what he can get. I know Brando was not happy with his 2. You know, just he said he didn't feel very good, but he's looking pretty dialed here today. You know, taking 12 meters today. So this is the first 10.7 from this end, and not getting the 2 ball he wanted there, Tony.
Nope, but he's got a solution for most things that happen out there on the slalom course, including just slowing that ski down to within an inch and getting the job done on 10.75 meters. 10.25 meters comes up next.
Yeah, and I mean, the ski just did not want to turn at 2 or 4 there for him, Tony. That was a little uncharacteristic from Brando. We'll have to maybe see if we can figure out what's going on. I thought the gate roll in was pretty nice here. Stays on the handle nice and good in 1. Gets a pretty good 1-ball turn here, but let's see. It looks like he's rolling his shoulders in a little bit going to 2, so it's causing him to have a little loose line on the backside of 2-ball. You know, then he gets here and he drops the hammer there, but then kind of the same thing, rolls those shoulders up as the feet swing into 4, and the ski checks up on him again. You know, had to do a big stretch there into 5, but Brando's a lefty, so he's able to, you know, kind of get that big turn at 5, and then he gets an onside pull over to 6 to get out the gates. So now Brando's going to want to shake that off and try to, you know, get him another good gate into 1. I'd love to see him keep the shoulders a little more engaged and not give him to the boat going to 2, so the ski will swing out. He'll be able to turn 2, make a play on 3. But, you know, that was good. That was really good job for Brando to manage that 10.75 with the 2-ball he had, and then gets the 4-ball even worse. So we'll see if he can make an adjustment here for 10.25.
All right then, folks, here we go. This is Brando Caruso. 10.25 meters. There's number 1. Little tall there into number 2, and couldn't get much of anything going on off of number 2. So it is 2 at 10.25 meters, and guess what? That equals his score from yesterday as well.
Yeah, and I mean, again, he didn't get as good of a 1-ball there, Tony, but same thing at 2. The ski's just not wanting to rotate on him on the 2.46 side, so I don't know if there's an adjustment he can make with his skiing, or maybe he does a little bit of a different, you know, do something to the fin. You know, sometimes these guys are comfortable enough to move it in between rounds, so we'll have to see, but nonetheless, he is into the final. So I know he probably won't be stoked with another 2, but key is to shake it off. He's going to get to ski again later today.
So a 2-time Pro Tour stop winner on the Waterski Pro Tour. Won this event this time last year, and also won the Miami Pro event several seasons ago now. But tried to make a play on 3, and nothing was doing there.
Yeah, so correction there, Tony, on that one. I thought I caught you wrong. So Brando and T-Gas last season tied, and we ended up having a runoff, and Brando lost in the runoff. So he was the runner-up last year. He's only won 1 Pro Tour stop, so he's chasing his 2nd Pro Tour stop. Okay, so let's correct that, Tony, because we got that. I said that wrong. Brando did win. You had the results, but it was I was remembering the photos from it, and I thought Thomas was the top guy. So, but they had that tie. Brando won on the runoff with a 1.5 at 10.25. Thomas ran 1 in the runoff. So
I don't know what happened there on the opening pass for Matteo Lizzeri. He ran it, but strangely he looked behind him to see what was going on there. But while we investigate that, let's send it over to Sadie.
Okay, guys, we're dockside again, just with Brando. He's coming off the water. Now, Brando, they say consistency is key. You've got that down pat, 2 at 10-2 in both first and second round. You're into the final. Run us through that gate on that last pass, that 10-2.
I mean, I thought the gate shot was good. I was on it. I was balanced, but then for some reason I just didn't commit. I'm having some issue with confidence this year, and then of course at 41 you need that confidence, to get deep. But I don't know. We'll see. It's not the round I was looking for because I didn't ski. I skied without breathing, but it's not the round that counts now. So let's see for the final.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, the goal is to make the final, and then, once you're into final, then you can sort of keep building. And I hope you find that confidence you're looking for next round, and can't wait to see it.
All right, thank you, Sadie.
No worries, and back to you, Tony.
All right, apparently with Matteo Lizzeri.
Yeah, did you see that thing fly up when he looks like he hit something there and something flew up, so... we're being told that he is getting into the boat to check his equipment, but definitely you saw something little black fly up as he hit it, going around 5.
How big was it? It couldn't have been that big.
It didn't look that big, but that, like I said, when they showed that replay, you did see something as he skied through it. It went up in the spray. So it looks like everything's okay. He ran 12 meters, so this is a 11-meter pass coming. He's the second guy to start here at 12, so we'll see how he comes in at 11 meters.
Here he comes. Nicely done for the first third of the course. Now halfway, now 2/3 of the way. Round 5 and round number 6. There you go, 13 and 12 successfully run. And I'm actually surprised that Matteo hasn't wanted to go out there and audition a potential 12-meter start or at least an opt-up.
Well, he did. He started at 12 meters. That was 11 meters. Tony.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I kind of figured after, Freddie. I thought maybe even Freddie would start at 12, but I think he wanted an extra pass just to get his feet up under him and everything. But I figured the rest of the guys after that, the ones that were in, maybe aside from Florian and maybe one other one, I thought they would all practice that 12-meter start because, again, you got to take your gate shot down there at the pass with the bridge. So, and it is different. I mean, they've all said that the gate with the bridge is a little tricky, just with the visual and everything. So I figured the rest of the skiers from here on out will be doing 12-meter start. I know Sasha came up and asked us if they had to do a 12-meter start in the final, and I don't know, but I assume that means he's going to take a 12-meter start here to get a little practice for the final.
All right, here we go. We got Matteo Lizzeri having started on 12 and come back on 11. This is 10.75 meters. .12-meter start for the final, so he's getting prepared for that. Ooh. Going back there with the shoulders, 10.75 meters. Within about the last week or so, Matteo Lizzeri was actually has been practicing for this competition, and actually produced a practice PB by getting round number 5 on 10.25 meters. So the stage and the opportunity is open for him to replicate that kind of form here with the next pass.
Yeah, and Tony, and something that he said yesterday that kind of caught me off guard because I thought Matteo had been skiing so well this season, but he said at the beginning of the season he got to really struggling and was contemplating, kind of giving it up, being done skiing. And I mean, I told him yesterday after skiing ended, I said, man, I'm so glad you didn't. And, I think, he just kind of needed that mental reset and got through it. But, I mean, Matteo's been skiing well. I know you kind of see him. He kind of slaps his leg. I think he's a touch frustrated that 10.7 wasn't as clean as he would like it. But managing it through it, gets through the pass. Now going to get a try at 10.25. Yesterday we saw him get 3, and I think he knew that he could have gotten more. With the start he had, he was a touch irritated with himself. So let's see if maybe he can get a better gate here, get a better start than that 10.7, and get through it. I would love to see him turn 3, go to 4, and man, if he could get to 5, how cool would that be? We get 2 skiers today that get to 5 at 10.25.
Here we go. Let's have a look and see what he's got for us. This is Matteo Luzzeri from Italy, from Brescia in northern Italy. There we go. There's number 1. A good start. Round number 2, he's still there, having to double pull to get round number 3. It's going to be an inside number 4, so it's a 3 buoy count. And
yeah, I mean, for him to have hammered the gate like he did, Tony, that was really good to get the 3 and get the ski to turn. He turned it, and then, he kind of got a little bit of a display like we saw John Travers at one of the tournaments, doing a little bit of a flinging of the rope. But, I think he's probably a bit frustrated that he didn't get the gate he wanted. But, again, gets to 3 and turns it, right? Didn't just stand up, turn 3. He turned 3, gave a pull to it. So, I think it's showing that Matteo's been skiing really good and able to get through this pass. But you saw he's so heavy at the gate at the gate, and then he buried the tip into 1, and he's just kind of down course. But the fact that he got the ski to turn here and at least got a pull across, that should give him some confidence moving into the final.
Yep, he is certainly animated where it comes down to slalom skiing, and a 3 at 10.25 meters matches the score that he produced yesterday. So we are down to our final 2 competitors in the elimination around the series. We'll see Sasha Desko in a few minutes, but before him, we will first of all see Thomas de Gasperi.
And I mean, I think, Tony, over half of the field into the final is the Italian team. So this Italian crew are kicking butt on their slalom skis today.
And you can trace Italian slalom skiing excellence all the way back to the likes of Robbie Zucchi in the middle of the 1970s. I mean, it runs that deep, folks, as we see Thomas de Gasperi looking up here on a 12-meter start.
And so something to watch out for, Tony, just through the set. Yesterday, Thomas was not very happy with the way the ski was turning on 135. So that would be something to maybe see if he can fix that, this set.
All right, then. And with that, let's send it over to Sadie.
Okay, guys, we're dockside with Matteo. He's just come off the water. Another consistent score of 3 at 10.2. Look, I know you had a JT-inspired little arm throw twist thing. Super cool. I like it. But everything you've just done out there, I know you probably wanted a little more. Let's do that next round.
Yeah, please, let's do it. I promised you yesterday I wasn't going to zigzag, and I didn't. I pulled to 4, but it was too far. It was too far, and it was a good start again. Better confidence at 2. And then I don't think I lacked confidence into 3. I was just in a bit of a stack, and then he pulled me in. Still tried to turn, but didn't get the pull for 4. I'm happy. It's good. This is 4 pro rounds in a row, pro tournament with 3. Let's get a little more later this afternoon.
I mean, yeah, the consistency is there, so it's super close. You just got to get off of that 3 ball, and I think once you're off of 3, you're set up. So we're excited to see you in the final. Can't wait. Good luck, and have fun.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone watching.
Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much indeed. And Sadie certainly quietly but assuredly taking on that role with delight.
Oh, yeah. It's so nice. I enjoy getting to come over here and sit with you too, Tony. I know when you're down dockside, we don't get to spend so much time with you. But right now we got Thomas coming in. This is 11 meters. Like I said, yesterday I talked to him. He said he wasn't really loving his 1 through 5 side, but I do think that the ski is coming around a little bit better. He said his bindings were a little bit off, so I think he made a little bit of an adjustment to where they should be, and it looks like the ski is working a touch better than it was yesterday.
So not looking too bad there. Some great skiing there from Thomas de Gasperi, who comes to us from Trentino in Italy. skiing on that asymmetrical slalom ski. Now, here's a question for you, Zane. Who was one of the first manufacturers to market an asymmetrical ski? And this was back in the 1980s.
I know Bob Lapointe and Chris Lapointe. The first time I ever skied in Florida with them, Jennifer Leachman was skiing on two different skis that were glued together. So I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to call O'Brien skis, but maybe I'm incorrect.
Well, you're halfway right, and the people involved were Bob and Chris Lapointe. It was actually Mastercraft.
Okay, that's a little bit before my ski time, Tony. Unfortunately, I am not nearly as old as you are.
Well, because Mastercraft would actually evolve and be taken over by O'Brien not too long after they actually came through with something called the asymmetric slalom ski alongside the Pulse and the LaPointe Pro.
Well, I'm turning into a little bit of an encyclopedia like you, but I told you yesterday I learned something new from you every time I sit here, and you just taught me something new there, bud.
Mm-hmm. All right, then. So, Thomas de Gasperi, and I'll tell you why I know, and I'll regale you with the answer a little bit after we see Thomas de Gasperi just absolutely just pummel this pass. He's gotten through 12 and 11, and that is 10.75 meters like you just would not believe. So the reason why I know is because in the latter part of the 1980s, I was actually a contract skier for Mastercraft skis in the United Kingdom, and they actually gave me an opportunity to try some skis, and didn't like the asymmetric, didn't like the Pulse, didn't like the LaPointe Pro, so it came down to like the fourth ski, and it was the Mirage. And that ski served me really well, especially when I clamped on a double wing on it.
Ah, nice. That's old school there. But here we go. I'm just going to tell you, Tony. So when I spoke to Thomas, he said his bindings were off about a 1/16 of an inch, and it looks like that little move that he's got has got that ski working a little bit better. I'd love to hear from him later. I'll definitely ask him if it felt better. But to me, I think the ski looks like it's working just a touch better for Thomas here. So let's see. I always call him Mr. Consistent because he's good for 3 at 10.25 every time he skis. But he's one of those skiers that has been deep down 10.25. So let's see if he could put it together here.
All right, so getting ready, our penultimate skier out on the water is Thomas de Gasperi. Putting aside all the minutiae that's going on right now here at the announcing booth, and here we go. This is 10.25 meters. Thomas de Gasperi, there's one, and gets a good hook up. There's number 2. Come on, turn 3, come on! Round number 3, he gets round number 4 into the wakes, and I believe that is a season's best score for Thomas de Gasperi with 4 provisionally at 10.25 meters, and he's going to come back to the dock and for once actually be happy with what he's done.
Yeah, I mean, Tony, that a 1/16 of an inch. For the people that don't know how much inches are, that's a sliver.
The width of a fingernail?
Yeah, just about. I mean, like I said, it made a huge difference. And the thing is, Tony, I thought with the 1 and 2 Thomas had, I thought he could go further. If you watch here on the replay, you see him here. He looks really good into 1. And then he goes to 2. I think, to me, he hopped off the handle a touch early into 3, which caused him to not get the turn that he wanted. See there how he gets separated a little bit more than he did at 1, but the ski still turned, and he gets outside of 4 and then is able to make the S turn to get back. So I'll tell you, if I was Aaron Davies, I might go ask Thomas to give me a little bit of tips on how to get that S turn in, but we will see both of them into the final, and that's a huge score for Thomas with 4 at 10.25.
Yes, indeed, and still our best score out there is Freddie Winter with 5 on the same line length, but it's great to see an occasion where Thomas de Gasperi will actually committed to turn in 3 and make a play on number 4. You don't see that very often. He's normally very Mr. Consistency at around buoy number 3. But he knows it. He's got the 4. Back to the wakes. back to the dock. We should hear from him in just a moment or so as we get ready to bring in our final competitor in the Elimination Round Series. This is round 2, and this is Sasha Deskin.
Yeah, and we got a shot there of Aaron checking out the phone. I think he was probably watching the webcast, maybe taking notes from Thomas there. But again, I told you yesterday, dude, this was the guy that I really was kind of excited to see ski, just with how he's been skiing. You know, he's turned it on, got on this Conley ski, and has been crushing it this season.
All right, then, and with that, let's send it over to Sadie.
All right, guys, dockside here again with T-Gas. T-Gas has just come off the water with a massive score of 4 at 10.2. Incredible setup. Obviously, you felt pretty good out there today, preparing yourself for finals this afternoon. Let everyone know back home how you felt.
Much better than yesterday. I checked my bindings when I went home yesterday in the hotel, and I was like, if something feels a little weird, and my front binding moved a little bit forward and gave me the feeling on Setman. So yeah, I brought it back, and it's good to feel normal again, because I was a little worried.
I mean, yeah, especially with the line lengths that you guys ski into, I mean, the littlest bit of movement can make the biggest difference. So having everything tight and in the right spot is definitely a massive help. So we're glad you felt settled now. You've had that Famils round, is what I'm going to call it, into the final. At the moment, you're going to be second last off the dock, depending on how Sasha skis. But congratulations. We can't wait to see it. And anyone you want to say hello to or thank you to?
Yeah, of course. My sponsors, everybody that worked here pretty hard to put this event together. TWC is doing great, and my mom and my family at home.
Well, I'm saying hello too.
And my friends.
I'm saying hello too, and with that, we're going to send it straight back to you, Tony.
All right, thanks a lot, T-Gas, for that. As we see Sasha Deska on 11.25 meters, having started on 12 meters for his opener. And he's a slalom skier that's kind of mellowed a little bit in recent seasons. Used to be one of those rock'em sock'em slalom skiers, a bit like Flo Path. But now that he's mellowed a little bit and doing it basically out of self-preservation, he's definitely reaping the benefits.
Yeah, I mean, you get zero off to work with you. It gets a lot easier to ski. And that's something Sasha, it looks like he's worked on and it's been good. Now, Tony, I wanted to touch on one thing that Thomas just spoke about, because he said his bindings were a 1/16 of an inch forward, which doesn't sound like a lot to skiers. But as a coach, and I ski with people, I go and ski with people all the time. What skiers will do, your average skier, is they have a problem with turning on the tail. And so what they do is they start to push the boots forward. And it's a touch counterintuitive, right? Because what happens is as the boots get too far forward on the ski, you don't have anything to push the nose into the water to get it to turn. So what it does is as the boots get too far forward, the front of the ski will start to push back at you, and it won't want to swing out like it wants. So that's what Thomas was saying that he was feeling why he fell off, was his weight was just a little bit too far forward, and the ski starts to push back on him, and it ends up kind of on the tail, and it doesn't finish like we want. So I see a lot of skiers all the time where I'll ski with them. I'll say, hey, move your bindings back a hole. They're like, well, I moved them here to get the ski to get on the front, and it does the opposite. It's counterintuitive.
Yeah, a bit like that situation a little earlier on in this competition, where one skier actually double-checked their wing angle and decided to make an adjustment to their eventual betterment in this second round of slalom in the Elimination Round Series. Here we go. That is Sasha Deska, and that is 10.75 meters. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. This is kind of like speaking a little bit on the behalf of those skiers that are watching this kind of action for the first time and are trying to glean some tips on how to make adjustments to the ski. What should, if you're looking to make an adjustment on a slalom ski, as we watch Sasha Deska and get through 10.75 meters, if you're looking to make some serious adjustments, what should you look at first? Should you look at the binding? Should you look at the wings? Should you go straight for the fin?
To me, in my opinion, Tony, I think that the first thing that you should do is the binding placement. To just personally, and from coaching a lot of people, I think the number when they give you stock numbers, you always get a ski, they give you a stock fin setting and they give you where the binding should be. I think the most important number on that is where your binding placement is, because they've designed the ski for the weight to be there. So if you move everything forward, you're now not getting the ski in the water as it's designed to be. I think you see skiers, they'll move the fin to adjust to their ski style or adjust little things that the ski's doing. But I think if you get your bindings too far back, you end up where the ski swings too much and it turns too hard and does a windshield wiper.
All right, then, here we go. Sasha Deskern, 10.25 meters. Having said all that, here we go. There's number 1 and number 2. Course record is 5. And he's not going to get there this time around, but it looks like it's going to be 3. And he scored 3 yesterday, so a consistency, a hallmark of Sasha Deskern's performance. So it means that the Thomas de Gasperi moves up one seeding spot. He'll be second to last off the dock. But Freddie Winter would be the very last competitor off the dock in this instance. And between Matteo and Sasha, they both possess a perfect tie between them.
Yeah, but I think Sasha came in as the higher seed, so he should get that second spot. And, Sasha looked really good there. You see, he brought that handle to the inside hip and then gets separated going to 3. So he kind of came up short. That's why you see that happen. I think he's a touch frustrated. He's been skiing better than 3. 3 is a really good score. But, Sasha's kind of upped his game to where he's expecting to get 4 or 5 at 10.25. He's right there knocking on the door of running it. But you see, I thought one ball was okay. Handle came to the insides. The ski checks up a little bit. Does a good job here at 2. Gets the ski to turn. Not probably as well as he wants, but you see how far he gets separated. He's off the handle super early. He barely got outside a 3 ball, and that's kind of, at 41, the margin for error is so small.
Hopefully we'll get a word or two in a little bit, preferably more than 2. Sasha Deska, with his score from this round, he scored 3 buoys at 10.25 meters. He's definitely through to the next round. We've got Freddie Winter, our lead competitor, with 5 at 10.25 meters. Then Thomas de Gasperi there would be in second spot. Then you're looking at the likes of Sasha Deska and Matteo Luzzeri, both in a perfect tie for third spot. Aaron Davis through to the next round with a 5th place finish so far with 2.5 at 10.25 meters. Then we got Brando Caruso in 6. Florian Paff also with 6. Vincenzo Marino in 8th spot, and he is the last person to make it into the top 8. And with that in mind, let's send it over to Sadie.
Okay, guys, we're dockside. Last skier in the men's slalom second round, Sasha. He's just come off the water, 3 at 10.2. Very solid score. I imagine you were just going out there during that set, just trying to find some rhythm and, set yourself up to feel good for the final.
Yeah, it was a good set to try the 10.2 the other way. And I'm glad I did it because I was very, very late at the gate. I had no chance to. I needed a big 2 to go deeper, but I didn't have it. So, next round I need to focus on the gate a little bit more.
I think, especially with the headwind, I think that's very interesting that you said you kind of had, I'm presuming, a lot of speed and we're a bit late at the gate, because that end is pretty difficult, I think, with the bridge. A lot of the skiers have been struggling to sort of get that right timing with the bridge end.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people saying the opposite, actually, too slow coming back, and for me, I'm too fast both ways, so I don't know why, but need to work on this.
Well, I'm hoping you can find some rhythm in the final, and hope to see a big score in the final. So good luck, have fun, and everyone back home, you want to say thank you to?
Thank you, everyone watching.
Okay, big words from Sasha, so let's send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then, a little bit of a giggle there towards the end, and that concludes the elimination round slalom series. The next event is going to be women's trick, followed by men's trick, and then we'll continue on with the schedule from there. You are watching a continuing live coverage of the 2026 Poti Pro, coming to you live from the city of Poti in the Republic of Georgia. And when we come back, we will have the women's trick final to take place next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
It's always summer at Shoestrop Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Shoestrop Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selection, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
World record ropes. Masterline.
Morning, Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Okay, folks, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the 2026 Poti Pro, coming to you live from the Republic of Georgia. There's your slalom leaderboard after two complete rounds of Elimination Series events. We've got Freddie Winter with 5 on 10.25 minutes, setting a new course record here on Golden Lake. Ahead of Thomas de Gasperi with his season's best score of 4 at 10.25 meters. Then we've got a perfect tie between Sasha Deska and Matteo Luzzeri, both of them with 3. 2.5 at 10.25 meters puts Aaron Davis into 5th. And to round off the remaining 3 spots to total 8, we have Brando Caruso, Florian Path, and Vincenzo Marino. So congratulations to all concerned. And you can see the full results by navigating your way to the IWWF results service. So we're getting ready for the women's trick final. And there is your running order. Only 5 competitors. Perrine Saunier will be our leadoff skier, followed by Elena Thompson, Ina Thangwano, Tatiana Churakova, and finally from Ukraine, Maria Popova. So the tricks event, each skier, 2 20-second runs. Most points wins. pretty simple. It is on the surface, but to actually excel within the tricks event, it takes a lot of dedication, a lot of willpower, and certainly a lot of perseverance to deal with some of the falls that one invariably takes in order to learn a particular trick or perfect a particular pass. So a nice view there of our Golden Lake facility. Right there in the background is Lake Palastormi. And if we were to navigate over towards the right, you would see the Black Sea coast. If you navigate from across the Black Sea, eventually you'll end up at the Bosphorus Channel, and then on your way out towards the Adriatic, towards the Adriatic and the greater Mediterranean Sea. Our time right now is 10 minutes to 2 in the afternoon, which would make that about noon time in Central European time. And be that as it may, it would be about 6 or 7 a.m. on the eastern seaboard of the United States. So for those folks that are tuning in from that area of the world, you are most certainly welcome. It is almost at 6 a.m. right there in Orlando. For those of you tuning in a little bit further afield and towards the opposite side of the world, you folks out there in Sydney and Melbourne, you're tuning in to us at about nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. It's almost 10 o'clock in the evening in Auckland, and nearly 6 o'clock in the evening for those of you tuning in from Perth. We're so glad to have a grand number of you folks are tuning in, no matter where you happen to be around the world, whether it be London or Paris or Stockholm or Athens. And yes, speaking of Athens, one of our future tournaments towards the end of the season is the European U14 and U17 Championships, which will take place towards the latter part of August, and that will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. And later on this week, started on Friday, we will have the European Open Championships, the Europe and Africa Open Waterski Championships, and that will be coming to you live from this Golden Lake facility starting on Friday. So as we look at Perrine Saunier getting ready to go. Just waiting for the signal from our officials before we take to the water. Perrine Saunier, who qualified to ski in this competition, in this final, with 4,120 points, 4,120 points. All of the skiers that competed in the opening round have earned the right to trick in the final. She's in the water right now and just getting settled in. And we will see what occurs within the next few seconds. Perrine Saunier from France. It's been a bit of a testing time for our French delegation for this competition. They recently competed in their French national championships, and then almost as soon as that ended, they got on the next flight that they could muster and flew on their way over to Kutaisi Airport, which is about a 2-hour drive away from here in Poti. There aren't that many airports in the Republic of Georgia, and we're certainly grateful for one that's relatively nearby by way of Kutaisi. Perrine Saunier selecting the 27 kilometers an hour boat speed, and going with toe tricks first. Tailwind opening pass and then necessitates that selection. Toe into wrap. Toe Waco, good height. Toe wake back. Positional toe wake back to back. And tried that trick yesterday, the reverse toe wake back to back on that particular move, and just not moving across efficiently enough to where she could actually ride out that trick. But it's towards the end of 20 seconds, and she got the majority of the tricks that she really ideally wanted with this particular run. So no worries there. Perrine Saunier from France. Toe 5 front looking good there. And of course, as we continue to rock our way through this event, a reminder once again that the skier of the day voting is continuing today. The skier of the day coming to you courtesy of 2U Healthy Snacks, and you can participate in the voting for that by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That is waterskibroadcasting.com/play to vote for your skier of the day. So, could it be someone like Sadie Ferguson? Could it be someone like Freddie Winter or Thomas de Gasperi? Or even Brando Caruso, or any one of a number of skiers that have performed wonders here on Golden Lake? So, and as Perrine Saunier gets ready to come in for pass number 2, we see our first glimpse of Elena Thompson, who tricked 49.10 in the opening round of tricks in the women's competition. And Elena Thompson, familiar to a lot of you as Elena Milikova, who snagged a whole bunch of titles in the 90s, early part of the 2000s, in the European Championships and in the World Waterski Championships, and still competing to this day. And she is a more recent inductee into the International Waterski Hall of Fame, but still continues to compete to this day. And look forward to seeing her ski when she takes to the water next. In the meantime, skier on the water at this moment is Perrine Saunier, getting ready for pass number 2. Under the bridge, positional to the back, wake back to back, and its reverse surface back to backs, wake 5 front. Positional to the back, wake 5 front, reverse, wake O to the back. And now she edges out for the flip. Nicely done. That one too, and managing to put in 2 back flips towards the end to maybe produce a better score than what she did in round number 1. That is Perrine Saunier from France. So, wonderful effort there for Perrine. And we'll see what the point score is going to be. It should be well in excess of 4,000. How much over 4,000 is yet to be assessed. Looking at this once again, Perrine Saunier doing her best here with the tricks that she has on offer. So in the back position, ready to go for the 5 front there, and came off the handle relatively soon there on the pole there, and almost came up short on the 5 front. But still managing to throw in a few relatively straightforward tricks towards the end, prior to her getting the 2 back flips that she engineered for herself towards the end. landing a little bit far out there with the first, and that will expend a little bit of time and may end up costing her the second flip that she had to come afterwards. You only get 20 seconds for each pass, and once you've exceeded that time, anything that you perform after that will not be awarded any trick points. Now, here is a skier that is brimming with experience out there. This is Elena Thompson, who skis for Switzerland. Used to ski for an Eastern European country, but has changed her citizenship many, many seasons ago. Here we go, Elena Thompson. Coming into the course, wrapped in for a toe 7 front. Oh, getting into a bit of difficulty with the toe 7 front there. Now she's going to have to recover this surface. Toe back-to-backs, toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0 in, bouncing up and down just to try and keep the momentum going. Toe wake, 0 reverse. And what does she have here? Toe wake, line 5 back, and struggles with the landing there. She tried to get an edge and rotation, but I think a lot of what caused that fall was the distraction that she had to ski past with the toe 7 front. Now, it looked pretty good up to this point, but coming up short there, and actually reached for the line before proceeding. But she's a skillful enough athlete and has been in these situations before. So she knew exactly what to do to get on the good foot again. So just looking at this once again, this is Elena Thompson. Good elevation there on the toe wake 0 reverse. And then tried to go for the toe wake line 5 back. And coming up a little bit short. Okay, we've just seen the first score being published. 4,200 points. And with that, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Perrine Saunier. We saw you get off the water. It looked like you got a good night's rest last night. I know you guys flew in kind of late, and you were, early morning yesterday, but you did better in slalom, and it looked like you had a better trick set.
Yeah, definitely. It's getting better and better over sets, so it's getting pretty excited. I'm getting pretty excited and can't wait for the next couple sets.
Yeah, I mean, we get to see you in the slalom final. You qualified for the slalom final, and I'm really excited to see you in the jump final. You are the top seed coming into the women's jump final, so I'm looking forward to getting you out on the water a couple more times.
Yeah, that's actually so much fun, and I'm pretty glad to be here and to ski the way I do right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I know you've been training in the U.S. You go to school at Florida Southern College, so shout out to the Mocs. I had graduated from there, so, I think that's been really helping you out with your skiing. You're coming on, you're looking super great.
Yeah, actually, it's actually life-changing to be able to ski collegiately in Florida. I get to ski all year round with a pretty good coach. Jason, if you're here, hi. With pretty good teammates. Kisses to the Mocs, and go Mocs.
Well, cool. Well, I won't keep you any longer. We'll let you go get ready. I know you got a couple more sets, but good skiing in the trick event, and we look forward to seeing you a little later.
Yeah, thank you. See ya.
All right, right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And in the midst of a compound toe pass there, and unfortunately, whoa! And I don't know how she skied away from that one. I mean, we are talking Miss Houdini out in the water. Wake 5 front. Wake 5 front, reverse, wake 5 back, and just looking completely out of sorts towards the end there, and just didn't quite have a tricking head on this morning. But I think a lot of her aim for this trip over to Poti is basically surrounding the ENA Europe and Africa Waterski Championships, which will start on this upcoming Friday. But she tried her best here, and we'll see if this is any bigger than the 4,200 point score from Perrine Saunier. Toe wake line back, positional to the front, toe wake line O. How on earth did she escape that? How? I'd like the answer to that question in very short order. And then she got out of the tow rope. And even that one was a little bit shady in terms of the landing. Wake 5 front. She just went from trick to trick as far as she could, and I think she gave up the ghost at that point. And things not exactly going her way. But Elena Thompson, she's had better days before, and no doubt she'll have better days to come. We'll get the point score for Elena Thompson very, very soon. We've only have 1 point score available to us, and that is Perrine Saunier with 4,200 points. Skier about to take to the water is Enith Angwano. Here comes Enith Angwano, getting ready for the first of 2 20-second runs. She'll start off with toe tricks, as has been the trend here, not only yesterday but today. Here is Enith Angwano, toe 7 front, trying to spin it nice and slow and in control. Toe wake front, reverse toe back, toe surface back to backs, toe 5 front, toe out, toe O in, looking good. Toe wake O, toe wake line back. And has got a couple of side slides at the end and a very well executed run, very safely from one trick to the next. From start to finish there on pass number 1, that is Enith Angwano from France. Taking a look at this, and well spun with the toe 7 front. Going from one trick to the next, looking in good shape. So looking at Perrine, well, that isn't Perrine Saunier, that's Enith Angwano getting through a pass number 1. That should give her a lot of confidence going forward for pass number 2 as we have a look at Tatiana Chirokova skiing under the IWF flag and coming to us originally from Eastern Europe. Here we go, coming in pass number 2, Enith Angwano from France. Still yet to get the point score from Elena Thompson, and we've already had the point score published for Perrine Saunier. There's Enith Angwano getting to work quickly with the back flips. but unfortunately not getting much in terms of height to execute and ski away from that one. Then it's Ina Thangwano. A little bit annoyed with herself on the not being able to successfully get through the second pass of 2. Decent effort there to land the 5 front. Then goes in with the backflip. There's 1, and here's the regular other, the reverse of the first one. Any tricks that are performed in the regular direction, if you intend to perform the reverse, it must be done immediately after the initial one, with a few exceptions. Like if you were to perform a wake 5 front, you couldn't immediately switch to do the reverse unless you do a positional in between, which is permitted. And as we continue to roll right along, we're waiting on the score for Elena Thompson and, of course, Ina Thangwano. But before we get those point scores, we'll go straight into our next competitor. It is Tatiana Cherakova. All right, then. Looks like we got another point score coming through. And we're pushing a point score. Yes, Elena Thompson currently in the lead with 4,600 points. 4,600 points, which given what she did out there was actually rather surprising. I thought that point score was actually going to come up significantly less, but she's able to manage her point score to the tune of 4,600 points. Now she tricked 49.10 yesterday. So she's lost about a 300 or so points compared to yesterday, but we'll see if it's enough to keep her nose out in front. Wake 5 front, positional wake 5 front reverse. Here comes wake 5 back. And now ski line back. And now straight into the back flip. There's 1. There's 2. Here's number 3. Flip twist to the back. Flip twist to the front. And some surface back-to-backs, and Tatiana Cherakova standing up all the way through, and a good solid effort there on pass number 1. Just in case you're wondering, so far as the point score of Elena Thompson is concerned, she tricked 4,600 points, which was composed of 2,500 on the first pass and 2,100 on the second run. Tatiana Cherakova off to a good start here with the initial 540-degree spins, and then went into the ski line back prior to doing the 4 flips that she had in her program. Trying not to get too wide on the landing, and managing to make sure that she had good knee bend on the landing to take out the top of the wake, so should the need necessitate. So as we continue right along, once again mentioning the skier of the day voting, you can go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play. for your opportunity to vote for your skier of the day, and the skier of the day trophy I have here right next to me, and we'll award that to the person that garners the most votes for skier of the day, brought to you by 2U Healthy Snacks. The skier on the dock getting ready to go is Maria Popova from Ukraine. All right, setting the boat speed, and everything's looking pretty good right now for our skier representing the IWWF and tricking at nearly 30k. This is Tatiana Cherikova. Toe 7 front, toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe 5 there, toe out, toe straight back in. Actually started with a toe 7, I beg your pardon. There we go, that's the toe wake line back to back. And nicely done, good, solid effort. 2 stand-up runs there for Tatiana Cherikova. That's going to put some heat on our final competitor. It's going to be Maria Popova, who's standing by the dock right now, having seen that. All right there, so we're getting a point score for Ina Thungwano. It's enough to take the lead and guarantee Ina Thungwano a spot on the podium with 53.90, 53.90 for Ina Thungwano. And the skier that we're watching here is probably producing a point score that can outstrip that one, at least based upon yesterday's effort, yielding 59.50 points for Tatiana Cherikova. We await the score there. Toe wake line back, one of her last tricks, and she included the toe wake line back to back, just sending that ski over with a couple of with a side slide or 2, toe back and toe front, some extras there. There we go. That is Tatiana Cherikova. Getting ready to go. Our very last competitor representing Ukraine. It'll be Maria Popova.
Okay.
Maria Popova yesterday tricking 72.40 points, 7,240 points yesterday. We'll also see her a little later on in the girls' jump final. Here we go, Tatiana Cherikova. Actually, Maria Popova, I beg your pardon, tricking with 31k. With Charlie 1 on the 0 offsetting, up and over with the back flips. Now trying to make sure that she gets the height, needs to completely use the top of the wake, which she does. It was a necessity for that front flip and its reverse. Flip twist to the back, and she nails the first pass. Little skittish in places, but she gets the job done. All right, so looking at Maria Popova once again and getting gorgeous height there on the first backflip, and then replicates that with a trick of similar fashion, the reverse backflip, and then she went in for the flip twister back to front. I think she stands up here for the front flip. Hardly any wasted motion there with that front flip, or indeed that one. And lands that reverse even better than the original one. And then she does the flip twist right to the very end and gets the job done. And could have thrown in a side slide or 2, but by that point she needed to... All right, and with Maria Popova successfully completing her opening pass, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Tatiana Cherikova. We just saw you get off the water. It looked like you had a pretty good trick set.
It was very good, pass, 2 passes. It was very good. The weather is good, everything good.
Well, perfect. Well, we're glad to have you here. Second year in a row seeing you at the Poti Pro. So congratulations on your skiing, and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right. For right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, and just as that interview was concluding, Tatiana Cherikova gets a point score, which has taken the lead and could end up taking the win here with 6,200 points, 6,200 points. That is about 300 or so more points than yesterday, actually 200 and 150 points more than what she did yesterday. Yeah, 250 points more than yesterday. I'm corrected on that one. Maria Popova going through toe tricks here. Toe Waco, reverse toe, initial toe back, toe wake back to back, toe wake line back. And don't know whether she was going to go for the toe wake line back to back, but it doesn't matter. She's successfully gone through both passes. And if she knows anything about her own personal performances and what they yield at a certain point, I think that you are looking quite possibly at the presumptive champion in the women's trick competition at the 2026 Poti Pro. The skier concerned is Ukraine's Maria Popova. A good high tempo start. Toe 5 front, pulls in from the back, keeping good line tension all the way through. Toe Waco, good elevation here. Reverse toe back, toe wake back to back, positional to the front, toe side, reverse toe side, and a toe wake line back. A little bit of a lanyard trick towards the end. And a great skiing there for Maria Popova from Ukraine. So nice skiing there from her. We await the point score, and Tatiana Cherikova is currently in the lead with 6,200 points. But we await the score, the provisional score for Maria Popova. And it should be coming to us any moment. And do bear in mind that these are provisional scores. Each of the skiers has the right and ability to check their trick sheets to see if any discrepancies occur. And let's send it over to Dockside.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Maria Popova. We just saw you get off the water. You were the top seed and 2 stand-up runs, so we'll have to see how the judges score you, but that should be a trick win.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about my tricks. I was sure that I will do everything, and when I just start, I was like, let's do just for fun.
Well, this is your first pro event, if I remember correctly, and your first pro win. So huge congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
Now, for everybody at home, make sure they stay watching because we get to see you here in just a little bit in the jump event.
Yeah, I hope that my jump will be better than yesterday, because yesterday the wind was terrible. But who knows?
Well, conditions are looking better. Congratulations on the win. We'll let you go get ready and get set up for jump.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much indeed. We're just waiting on the final point score to be revealed before we officially confirm Maria Popova as the champion here in Poti for 2026. We're going to go on to our next skier, who is Gennady Gorelia from Georgia, who tricked 64.30 yesterday to make it through to this section of the competition.
Ready?
All right. No time to lose, according to Franz Oberleitner, our boat driver. All right, then, here we go, folks. Coming on in on pass number 1 from the Republic of Georgia, the hometown hero here in Poti. This is Gennady Gorelia. It's going to be the toe 7 front. He nails that one shut. Toe 5 back, toe back to back, and it's reverse. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out, little on the back of the ski, toe 0 in. Toe wake O, good elevation there, nice toe wake line O, toe wake line back. Oh, and oh, how on earth was he able to get out of that soup? Oh my word. Managing to trick all the way towards the end. Got a little bit of a slip up there with the toe wake line back, but I tell you what, this guy is gutsy and he will not take no for an answer. There you go, that is Gennady Gorelia. He's pulling out wide. And we're going to switch out the ski and the rope and whatever else we need to switch out before we take in for a second and final 20-second pass. But I tell you what, for a guy that is 54 years of age, this is remarkable stuff. And certainly showing a whole new generation of Georgian waterski talent how to do it. Many-time world champion in the 035 world championship level, and has been European champion in various events over various years, 29 separate times. And he's going to be competing in the 035 Europeans very soon as well. Notwithstanding the fact that that we will also see him in the Europe and Africa Open Championships. So it looks like we have got a score, and the score coming through is good enough for the win. 6-9-3-0, 6-9-3-0. So confirming to you, your presumptive champion, Maria Popova, with 69.30, 6,930. In just a few moments, the trick sheets will be released to our skiers for their inspection to see if they can correct any discrepancies that may have occurred during the judging of the tricks event. But within about half an hour or so, we should be able to confirm for certain that Maria Popova is your champion of Poti for 2026. There is your leaderboard. Maria Popova, 69.30. Tatiana Cherakova, 6,200 even. Ina Thangano with 53.90. Elena Thompson with 4,600. And Perrine Saunier with 4,200. Gennady Gorelia going on from one trick to the next. He starts off, his first flip is a front one. There we go, regular backflip. Regular backflip reverse. He's got 3 more than he can do. Flip to, oh, and he cases the top of the wake and goes down in a heap. But ladies and gentlemen, he represents the Republic of Georgia, and that is Gennady Gorelia. Taking an early fall there on pass number 2, a little bit earlier than he would have liked. But competing in the pro ranks, ski line O to start off with, wake 5 front, then edging out for the front flip. Again, a little bit deeper on the landing, but still able to continue tricking there, regular back flip. And it's reverse. And then he tries to flip twist to the back, but just not getting across quite as efficiently as he's accustomed to. No doubt he'll be a little bit displeased with that, but he's had a good time here and is on his return to his native land from which he's from. He normally resides in Italia, over in San Gervasio Bresciano. And as he swims into shore, a quick look at the Pro Tour standings in women's tricks. Neely Ross still out in the lead ahead of Kennedy Hansen and Hannah Stopnicki. Enith Unguino on 21 points. Tatiana Cherakova on 20. Erica Lang there on 16. And Sasha Denyaskaya rounding off the top 7. All right, then. So let's have a look at the running order for the men's trick-in final. Gennady Gorelia, followed by Dominic Kuhn, then Ernst Nielsen, Vincenzo Marino, Alex Gashil, Damir Filaretov, Danila Filchenko, and finally Axel Garcia. All right, we've already had Gennady Gorelia out there on the water. We'll try and get a point score to you in short order. Here comes Dominic Kuhn from Austria. Here he comes. Toe wake 5 back. Toe wake front, toe side. Going in for his sequence of toe tricks at the beginning. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe O straight back in. Toe wake O, nice height. Toe wake line O, what does he have left? Toe wake line back. Toe wake line back to back. And not a bad looking pass. Seemed to be at ease with that one, and just going from trick to trick and not putting anything out of order from what he's done in the past. So a good solid sequence there on pass number 1. That is our skier on the water, Dominic Kuhn. So let's have a look once again. Toe wake 5 back, out of the toe 7 wrap, toe side, reverse toe back, toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. And then once he gets settled in and knows that his balance is in the right place, then you can go with the toe surface turns, which includes the toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O back in. A light grip on the line, ensuring that that he doesn't release too early for the toe wake O. Then the toe wake line O comes afterwards, and the toe wake line back, and holding everything together with the toe wake line back to back, and is looking in very good shape so far. He's got one more pass to come, and waiting in the wings for his turn to take to the water. It is going to be Ernst Nielsen coming to us out of Denmark. All right, mashing the throttle down, Franz Oberleitner, with an Austrian in the boat as well, in the form of Claudia Holzer, and an Austrian behind him on the rope behind the boat, Dominic Kuhn. Here he comes. Mo back, Mo back reverse. Straight up front flip. And it's reverse. He's got another 2 flips that he can try. Flip twist to the back. What has he got here? Ski line O. Back. Ski line back to back. What has he got left? Ski line 5 back. What has he got? Ski line 5 front. Yes, and he nails that pass down. Fantastic skiing there all the way through. That is Dominik Kuhn. Dominik Kuhn from Austria. Managing to trick well enough to get both passes as stand-ups. So that should enhance his chances of maybe making it through to the podium, possibly. We are in the men's tricking final at this time, and we've got 8 skiers on the list. We've already seen Gennady Gorelia, and hopefully we're going to get a point score for him shortly. And as I was mentioning, Gennady Gorelia, here is his score, 4,440, 4,440 points. But I would surmise and imagine that point score of a 4,400 points, a little bit over, was probably exceeded as soon as Dominik Kuhn was able to get through one trick pass rather than through 2. Which he was able to do. I would imagine that the point score for Dominik Kuhn, based upon first blush look at that performance, is probably going to be in excess of about 9,000 or so points. We'll find out in just a few moments, but in the meantime, our next competitor coming to us out of Denmark, it is going to be Tu Ernst Nielsen. All right, here we go, folks. This is Tu Ernst Nielsen. Coming in on the pass number 1, toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, and it's reverse. Toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O in. Now works off the opposite wake, toe wake O, toe wake line O. I like the height, toe wake line back, toe wake line back to back, toe wake front, back and front. Positionals on the outside of the wake and not looking bad at all there, so getting into is a toe trick in very nicely indeed. That is Tu Ernst Nielsen. Fantastic array of tricks, and he's now going to be brought out towards the side of the boat and for his equipment to be changed between the toe tricks and the hand tricks, and just maintaining his balance over his feet and looking very precise indeed from one trick to the next. Not in a rush today to get the tricks in. Figures that it's best to spend time actually doing the tricks correctly in the first place rather than trying to rush through the remainder of the moves for the sake of getting the last few in, of which these are toe back and toe front, and a repeat of those same tricks there towards the end, just to make sure that the judges saw what he was doing, and if the first attempts didn't score, then the next time they will. All right, Vincenzo Marino getting ready to go. Coming to us out of Italia. Bettagali, one of Italy's top coaches, is standing right next to him. We're waiting on the trick score for Dominik Kuhn, and that should be coming up very, very soon. Oh, it rhymed. Okay. So there is our schedule, men's tricking final. Then once we get done with that, then it'll be a few minutes pause time before we go into the women's slalom final and men's slalom final. And then our final event of the afternoon is going to be the women's jump final. But the final event of these championships starts at 9:30 this evening. And that's going to involve the men's jump final, which will be under the stadium lights. Oh, and Ernst Nielsen collapsing there on the first of the two front flips that he had scheduled for that run. Just went across too hard and was unable to ski his way out of that soup, and that will result in a reduced trick score. He tricked 83.60 yesterday. I wouldn't imagine that he's tricked anything close to that. All right, as we look here at this effort here from Ernst Nielsen, handle coming up high and was unable to balance himself quickly enough for the landing, and we've just seen a point score come across the screen. I've said that this point score was going to be somewhere over 9,000 points. Indeed, it is going to be over 9,000 points. It's closer to 10. It is 10,010 points. 10,010 points, which gives him the lead. And that moves his seeding up a little bit. It moves his potential ranking up a little bit. And probably due to the fact that Ernst Nielsen fell halfway down the pass on the second 20-second run, that will mean that Dominic Kuhn would by default move up the rankings a little bit. But how far he moves up is going to be determined by the next 5 competitors. The first of those 5 competitors is going to be Vincenzo Marino of Italy. Okay, here we go. Vincenzo Marino, who's already skied himself into the men's slalom final, so he's going to be a very busy athlete going forwards. The first trick that he's going to do, toe wake 5 back, stomps a heavy landing there, toe wake front, toe side, reverse toe back to back, and it's reverse. Toe back to backs on the surface, toe 5 front. Toe wake O, not electing to go with the surface toe O's, but going with the toe wake line O, toe wake line back to back, hurls himself through that run and tricking all the way towards the end. I think the 20 seconds would have expired there for him before he fell on that pass, that first of 2 20-second runs. I think 20 seconds had already expired by that point, so the fall won't cost him too much. But very, very aggressive here, and likes to trick with a high tempo, which necessitated the need for him to put the toe wake 5 back as his first move. Toe wake lino, toe wake line back, and now extends his leg, getting ready for the toe wake line back to back. Good recovery there. That's probably the smoothest toe wake line back to back I've seen him perform in a long while. And now, having fallen on pass number 1, he's going to be brought down towards the opposite end of the lake. Not too sure what's happening here with the rescue boat, though, but the boat has just arrived at the north side drop zone. And with the time available to him, he will go on to the next pass, which will consist of hand tricks. That is Dominic Kuhn. Next skier to take to the water after Vincenzo is Alex Gashiel. The skier on the water at this time, just a reminder, is Vincenzo Marino. The current lead is Dominic Kuhn with a 10,010 points. We're waiting on the score for Tue Ernst Nielsen. So for those of you watching across the world at this live coverage, most certainly appreciative of you for doing that. Time right now is about 6:45 in the morning on the eastern seaboard of the United States. It's about 12:15 in London. Add an hour if you live anywhere in Europe, except for places like Athens, where it's 1:45 in the afternoon there. If you're watching us from somewhere like Hobart or Sydney or Melbourne, it's 8:45 in the evening there as we look at Vincenzo Marino getting the job done with the flip twist to the back. Here he is with another flip twist to the back. Regular flips, dropping the trapdoor, ski lino, wake 5 front, wake 5 back, and he was almost in danger of holding on to that and skiing his way to the dock on his belly, but he was rushing to get those tricks towards the end within time, and knowing that the score from Dominic Kuhn was released as being over 10,000 points. There was certainly an edge of urgency, a sense of urgency, I should say, going forwards. Just looking at these moves here, flip twist to the back. Now he goes half jack to the front. Boom. A little bogged down on the landing, which may have cost him a split second or two, but he proceeds on very, very quickly with the remaining tricks. Flip twist to the front. And there you go. And there, a little bit of a soggy ending there for Vincenzo Marino, but we're going to get the point score for him shortly. Vincenzo Marino, for his part, tricked 86.50 yesterday. So he's a highly capable athlete. And getting ready to ski is going to be Alex Gashiel. So we're into the second half of our 8-skier tricking final. All right, so Alex Gashiel, who tricked 95.90 in the previous round to this one. For those of you wondering about Tue Ernst Nielsen's score, that will be the next result to come up on our screen. And I'll forward to you the point score soon afterwards. Dominic Kuhn still out in the lead with 10,010 points. And I would imagine that even with Vincenzo Marino's score out there with his performance, that his score may not come close to eclipsing Dominic Kuhn at this time. Toe 7 front, slow as she goes, toe wake back to back, and it's reverse, surface toe back to backs. toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O straight back in, reaching for the rope, toe wake O, toe wake line O. Now he goes for the toe wake line back, toe wake line back to back. Does he go for the reverse? No, he does back and front. And skis away from that opener. So good skiing there for Alex Geschil out of Austria. Skis over at the Steirig Linz Waterski Club, otherwise known as Salmsey to those in the know. So looking at these tricks one at a time. Didn't have to reach down too hard to find the rope on that attempt on the toe wako. Toe wake line back to back. And a wonderful little performance there on pass number 1. We'll see if he can replicate that feat on pass number 2. We have 3 more skiers remaining after him. Damir Filaretov is waiting in the wings, as is Daniela Filchenko and indeed Axel Garcia. Few of the locals here are taking a bit of a dip in the Golden Lake. Golden because it follows the general penchant in this area for all things gold, considering that the gateway to the gateway for Jason and his Argonauts was in search of the Golden Fleece. So we're listening in on the radio, and that suggests that the boat has made its way past the green buoy to signal the beginning of the trick course. Position to the back. There's the mode back to back, and the reverse. But managing to escape out of that situation, flip twist to the back, reverse, going in for the ski line back to back, ski line 5 back, and was just unsettled there from one of the earlier tricks and was unable to get his consistency and his focus back to do the remaining ones. So that is Alex Geschil from Austria, and suitably frustrated there with that effort. So 2A is a score coming through. It is 6,050. 2A Nielsen with 6,050. And the latest score that's coming through is 9240. 9240 coming through for Vincenzo Marino, which brings us right up to date with our next outstanding score, and that is from Alex Geschil. So still out in the lead and is within about 2 skiers of maybe getting a spot on the podium. It is Dominic Kuhn with 10,010 points. Now, I hasten to add that when I give you these scores and they are published, they are provisional scores. They will not become official unless the process, the 30-minute process of skiers' inspection has concluded to see if there are any timing and scoring discrepancies. And once that half an hour has been expended, then whatever the scores are after that point will become official. And I think we're almost expended on the time so far as the women's tricks are concerned. We'll let you know when those trick scores become official. All right, moving on. Our next competitor, third from last off the dock, we have got Damir Filaretov. Now, Damir Filaretov tricked a 96.10 in the first round. He's a skier that's capable of over 10,000 points. So let's see if he can put it all together today. He's decided to go with hand tricks for his first pass, which is rather unusual considering what we've seen before. Mo back-to-backs. Here he goes with the flip twist to the back. Not getting much in the way of height. Flip twist to the back. He goes to the front flips now. Regular backflip before he activates the trapdoor and goes for the ski lines. Here he comes, ski line 5 back, and losing it towards the end there. But I would imagine that 20 seconds would have expired around about that time anyway. He was rushing to put a few simple moves together at the end to beef up his points with some simple stuff, simple yet quick. Tricks towards the end, and that is Damir Filaretov representing Ukraine. So we're looking for a score to come through any moment now. That is Alex Gashil. Looking at this tricking performance from Damir Filaretov. Getting some good height, though. Good pop off the top of the wake as he works in towards the ski line 5 back. Attempting a surface back-to-back reverse, but unfortunately not coming through there. And that's the reason why he doesn't look overly disappointed with that fall, because he knew it was right all the way towards the end. Skier about to take to the water next is Damir's compatriot, also from Ukraine. It is Danilo Filchenko. Okay, so as we watch on and see that Danilo Filchenko is getting set for his effort, 7,800 points, 7,800 points. So now we come down to our bubble scores right now. Anything that's over 10,010 points will assure that person a spot on the top 3 podium. So that is the target scoring of for anyone who harbors any ambition to be on the top 3 podium. Nearly 31K here with the toe pass. Toe wrapping, the toe wake O, toe wake line O, gets the ski over the line. Toe wake line 5 back, good elevation, and toe wake line back to back. How on earth he was able to stay upright with that trick and the one to come afterwards, the reverse. Yes, absolutely. You go. You celebrate there, young man. There we go. Damir Filaretov, he will ski into the dock. Yeah, absolutely. Get after it. Is it going to be enough to exceed 10,000 points? We'll await that provisional point score. And I do stress again, these are provisional scores. They haven't gone through the muster of the skiers' inspection. And once they have whatever scores are in place after half an hour will become official. And getting through this run, toe wake line 5 back, and then just throws it in here. Not even picking his shoulders up high enough to make that trick ideally happen, but he's still able to get that ski over the line again with hardly any height or elevation off the top of that wake. Remarkable, remarkable trick in there for Damir Filaretov. All right there. So as we continue right along, a couple of bits of information. One, the skier's inspection time period is actually 15 minutes as a roll on the Waterski Pro Tour. Secondly, the point scores that we gave to you as provisional earlier, so far as the women's trickers are concerned, are now recorded as official. So Maria Popova is officially your Poti Pro Women's Trick Champion, ahead of Tatiana Cherakova and ahead of Ineth Anguino. Those are the top 3 in that event. In the meantime, this is Daniela Filchenko getting a good, solid effort here with the flip twist to the back. Boom, there we go. There's the front flip. There's the ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front. What has he got left? Ski line O. Ski line back to back. A couple of lanyap tricks towards the end, but you really taken advantage of the high clip that was offered by the boat in terms of speed, and just really getting it to go. Fantastic effort there from Danilo Filchenko, originally out of Dnipro in Ukraine, and has definitely had to endure a number of challenges in terms of being able to train and to stay competitive. What with the current geopolitical situation right now that exists with Ukraine and other nations involved in that strife. But here we go. This is Danilo Filchenko, flip twist to the back. He's always maintained his competitiveness no matter what. There's the front flip. Ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front, and just throwing everything in the kitchen sink in there. There's the ski line O, positional to the back, ski line back to back. And with that in mind, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Damir Filaretov. Just saw you get off the water. Super fired up. We could hear you all the way down here screaming. So I know when I talked to you yesterday, you said you had a bigger run, so it sounded like it went pretty good.
It went pretty well, yeah. I'm so happy that I went for my full run, and I decided I'd go all in today. I think it worked out. We will see the result. I don't know it yet, but it felt really, really nice.
Well, you looked really good, dude. I mean, it was great. You've been skiing super well. I know slalom, you probably wanted a couple more points, but then you come back and put out a huge score here for tricks.
Yeah, for sure. And for slalom, it's not over. We have Europeans coming soon, so I'm going to get to that 10-7 sooner or later.
And don't let anybody sleep on it. We're getting ready to see you later tonight for the night jump.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm really excited about it. That's going to be the first time in my life doing it, and super, super excited to try it out.
Well, dude, you're off to a good start here. Good job in the finals. We'll let you get ready for jump, and you should be going in with some confidence for the Europeans later this week.
Thank you so much, Zane. Thanks everybody who watching. Дуже дякую всім, хто підтримує.
All right, dude, we'll let you get dried off. We'll see you later in the night jump, and right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Okay, toe weight back to back, and it's reverse now, really powering his way through this run. Toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O in. Going toe wake-o, toe wake liner. What has he got remaining? Toe wake line back to the front, toe wake line 5 back. What has he got? Toe wake line back to back. Here comes the reverse. Nails that one shot. Toe wake line front just falls at the top of the wake there. Not traveling nearly enough as in terms of distance across the top of the wake as he needed to fully recover that trick. but he's not going to be too disheartened or too displeased with that effort, because he got the majority of the tricks that he wanted, and he performed them at a pretty high clip as well. And we look forward to seeing the score come through very, very soon for Damir Filaretov, other Ukrainian in this trick in the final, and the point score is 10,840. So 10,840 assures that Damir Filaretov is on the top three podium, and if this effort here, both on the toe pass and the handle pass that we saw previously, total up to be anything over 10,000 and 10 points, then that will assure that Daniela Filchenko would also be on the top three steps of the men's trick final. All right, skier about to take to the water, coming to us out of France. It is going to be Axel Garcia. So, Axel Garcia competing in his first professional event and chasing his first win. So Axel Garcia, who's tasted success at Junior World Championship level and also European Championship level in the past, now looking for the upgrade, looking to excel at open level. So already seeing some high class tricking here. We saw Daniela Filchenko a few minutes ago. He tricked 10,370 yesterday and is looking for a bump today to maybe push himself closer towards the tricking title. But not if Axel Garcia can help it. Toe wake back-to-back and it's reverse. Surface toe back-to-backs, toe 5 front, toe out. Oh, he's in trouble here. Let's see if he can recover this. Toe wake O, toe wake line O. What has he got left? Toe wake line back, toe wake line back to back. Does he have the reverse? Yes, he does. To the front, toe wake line 5 back. But does he get that one within time? He turns a couple of tricks on the outside the wake to beef up the points. But we'll find out and see how many points he scored on the pass number 1. A reminder that Damir Filaretov's score of 10,840 is a provisional score, as are the remaining scores that we've seen. And once we're done with the event, the trick sheets will be released, and the skiers will have 15 minutes to look over the scoring and the potential timing, and identify any discrepancies that they see before they make any changes, and if there are no changes to be made after 15 minutes, then the positions will be locked and the top 3 will be declared as the podium finishers in the 2026 Poti Pro-Am. So the release person definitely having to be Johnny on the spot there in respect to Axel Garcia, as he's picked up and sent back towards the opposite end of the lake. The release person is the famous French coach Sébastien Caen, and another person of similar fandom and fame and notoriety is the man himself, Mr. Franz Oberleitner, driving this tricks event. We certainly appreciate his efforts out there. We await the score of Daniela Filchenko. The only scores that we have so far have been up to and including Damir Filaretov. And I suspect that the next score is coming through for Daniela Filchenko. It should be revealed up on your screen any moment now. And it is 11,800. 11,800 points for Daniela Filchenko. 11,080. 11,080, which was composed of 61.60 on pass number 1. Which included his toe tricks, and 49.20 on the second pass. Actually, 61.60 was hand tricks, and 49.20 was toe tricks. Total in 11,080. That means that Daniela Filchenko will finish no worse than second. Now, this is the only person that can stop him from taking victory. Flip, twist, back to back. There's the front flip. Look at the amount of height. Look at the amount of air that he gets there. Oh, super mobe towards the end there. Ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front. What has he got left? Ski line 0, ski line back to back. What does he have remaining there? Ski line back, and he gets it done. Is it going to be enough, though? Taking that early error on the toe pass into consideration, did he give up too many points to Daniela Filchenko? Going forwards. So, that is Axel Garcia. He is going to wait before he starts celebrating too much. Axel Garcia from France. He's made his way back to the dock. He's absolutely exhausted, and we'll see if that performance there was worthy of enough points to maybe put him on the podium and maybe secure himself a first ever professional victory on the Waterski Pro Tour. Go vote for your skier of the day. Could Axel Garcia be the one that you plump for? Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That is waterskibroadcasting.com/play. A recent score, the most recent score is Daniela Filchenko of 11,080 points. He is currently in the lead right now. Axel Garcia will wait for his score to come through. It is going to be over 10,000 points, we suspect, but will it creep enough into 11,000? Bear in mind the error that he made on his toe pass, and that may have given up too many points towards Daniela Filchenko of Ukraine. Also from Ukraine, he is on the podium as well, 10,840. That is Damir Filaretov. They're just barely feet away from where I'm announcing from at this moment. And if you hear a hoop or a holler or signs of celebration, you'll know the reason why. So Axel Garcia, we're just waiting on the point. A well-decorated athlete from France, not only at a European level, but also at World Championship level. I remember this kid performing wonders for us in the Lakes of Castingstone, the home of the Predator Bay Waterski Club. We're just waiting on the points to come through. It shouldn't take too long. We're on our final skier. So glad to have you present here with the live coverage of this event, the 2026 Poti Pro. This is the second edition of the event, and big shout out and big thanks to all of those stakeholders who have had a hand in making this tournament a success thus far. We've got the men's slalom final and the women's slalom final to take place next, followed by the women's jump final, and at 9 p.m. Tonight, the men's nighttime jump final. Those are the remaining events that we have on our schedule. Still showing as Daniela Filchenko with 11,080 points, still in the lead, and Axel Garcia's score is being put through the scrutiny of our officials. It shouldn't take them too long to launch a point score to determine who is the champion here on Golden Lake in Poti in the Republic of Georgia. We're just waiting on the point score. I'm sure that a number of you out there are watching and know the system which we score these totals. Are refreshing the page right now on the IWWF results service. I'm doing exactly the same as you are. So when I know, you'll know. There's no secret line of communication between me and the officials. When I know, you'll know, and when you know, I'll know. So, Axel Garcia waiting to find out his fate. One thing I'm almost certain of is the fact that he is probably on the podium on the strength of that performance. I don't think he would have given up enough points to fall below 10,010 points. So the judges are feverishly going through the 2:20-second runs. And this is the most difficult bit. It's not knowing. It's just not knowing the result as quick as you'd want it to happen. That's the main difference between this event and the other two in tournament water skiing. And probably one of the reasons why events at this level should be scored using eye trick. We're just waiting on the point score to come through. It's been almost about 10 minutes now before the... All right, looks like we got a provisional point score about to be released. Provisional point score about to be released. All right, your provisional score for Axel Garcia, 10,500 points. 10,500 points. And that puts him in third spot. And that means that your champion with a point score of 11,080. This is provisional, folks. 11,080. You're looking at the champion up on the screen. Coming to you from Ukraine, it is Danilo Filchenko. Your provisional champion. Now the 15-minute period for skiers' inspection starts. The trick sheets will be given to our skiers and their nearest and dearest, their coaches and what have you, and they will look at the point score and see if they are any discrepancy. Let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Danilo Filchenko. We saw you go out there, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much. You know, it's super weird with tricks and hard that you can never celebrate too early. And especially, you know, I was not last off the dock. I still had to wait for Axel to ski. I mean, hats off to him, hats off to Demir. I'm super pumped and happy to be on the podium with Demir. Super happy to win. Thankful to the organizers of this event, to everyone who helped put in this event together, to everyone back home. Дякую всім. Ця перемога це ми зробили разом. Тому дуже дякую вам. Just said a couple words of thank you to people from back home. Again, yeah, super happy to take. I think it's actually my first pro win in tricks, believe it or not. But yeah, super happy, and I'm glad to do it here in Georgia.
Well, that's awesome. I did not know that. So congratulations on your first pro win. That's killer. And man, you've been skiing super well this season, and it's good to see it pay off.
For sure, it's a good confidence builder going into Europeans. Of course, that's the next big event for me. I'm going to be competing in all three, going for the overall jump and tricks. So super happy to start like that. Also, a night jump ahead, so I got to go and rest now.
Yeah, so I mean, you got night jump coming up, but I mean, you built on your slalom from yesterday, kind of built on your tricks from today. Hopefully jump kind of goes the same way, so you're setting up for your campaign, because I know you're defending the overall European Championship.
Yeah, for sure, and thanks to you, Zane. In slalom, I improved. You helped me with some of your slalom tips, and super appreciative of you helping out all the time, and yeah, thanks, man.
Well, I appreciate that, dude. Congratulations, man. I'm super stoked for you, and right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much, and just to give you a provisional look at the podiums, not only of the podium but also of the leaderboard in the men's tricking competition. The 8 skiers have been and gone. Daniela Filchenko, your provisional champion, with 11,080. Damir Filaretov, 10,840. Axel Garcia with 10,500 points. Dominic Kuhn with 10,010. Vincenzo Marino with 92.40. Yep, 92.40 there for Vincenzo Marino. Alex Gashil with 7,800 points. Tui Ernst Nilsson with 6,050, and Gennady Gorelia with 44.40. Let's send it over once again to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Axel Garcia. He was your top seed into the final. Ended up third place, but looked pretty good out there. I know you had a little bobble with your toe run, but I thought you did a pretty good job of making up.
Yeah, a little bit slowly on my toe pass. Hand pass, it's good, not fast, but yeah, good ski today, and I hope it was better in the European, and yeah, third place.
Well, I mean, that's great. You got, you came off last weekend, you won tricks in the French Nationals. Then you come here, you get your first pro podium, so you're kind of on a roll right now.
Yeah, pretty happy.
Well, perfect. Well, congratulations on it. I look forward to watching you trick later this week at Europeans.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and with that, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, everyone that is tuning in for your continued support. This is the Poti Pro for 2026, coming to you live from the city of Poti in the Republic of Georgia. And when we return, we will go into the first of our slalom finals. It will be the women's first, then the men's. So stick around, folks. More action to come right after this.
My name is Thibaut Dalen, and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today, I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world-famous Waterski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, We take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Masterline. Made in the USA.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Here we
if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at ShuswapSNB.com.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the 2026 Poti Pro. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company just in time for the beginning of the women's slalom final. If you're just joining us, you missed an absolute humdinger of a men's tricks event, and we'll get the leaderboard for that event, and as well as the women's up for you very, very soon as we see. The women's trick leaderboard, Perrine Saunier in 5th place. We see her in the dock getting ready for the slalom final. Elena Thompson with 4,600 points. Ina Thangano with 5,300 or so points. Tatiana Cherikova in 2nd place with 6,200, and with a point score north of 6,900 points. Is Maria Popova, your champion in the women's trick competition. So, and let's highlight the men. Daniela Filchenko, your champion, the only one over 11,000 with 11,080. Damir Filaretov, 10,840. And Axel Garcia rounding off the top 3 with 10,500 points. All right. Wonderful shots there. Let's have a look at the Pro Tour standings so far as the men's tricks are concerned. Pato Font still out in the lead with 45 points. Daniela Filchenko using that win to vault him up to 2nd spot right now with 41 points. Jake Abelson on 37. Matias Gonzalez currently in 4th with 36. And Dominic Kuhn in 5th place with 24. That's your top 5. More details on the Waterski Pro Tour can be found at waterskiprotour.com. That is waterskiprotour.com. All right, our first competitor about to take to the water in the women's slalom final will be France's Perrine Saunier. All right then, so the minimum starting line length in the women's slalom finals is going to be 13 meters. All right. Very forthright in that instruction. And Perrine Saunier, who in round 2 scored 1 at 11.25 meters in the second round. Minimum starting speed is going to be 30 meters. Let's see what she's got here. Boat speed 55k maximum. I think for a lot of these competitors, at least the first few, this is probably going to be the first instance of starting at 13 meters and more comfortable and more used to starting in on 14. And Perrine Saunier getting through the opening pass. And with that, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here dockside. This is getting ready to be a super exciting women's slalom final. Every one of these women in this final chasing their first pro win. So we've got a few that have some Pro Tour points, but after we leave today, one of these ladies is going to have their first pro win. So get glued to your seat. It's going to be awesome skiing. And right now, send it back to you, Tony.
So there you briefly saw on the bottom right-hand corner the points breakdown so far as the Pro Tour points are concerned. We're seeing the current top 3 right now with the likes of Bull and Ross and Montavon in the top 3. Nicolas Delange from France. All right, here we go. Skier on the water, Perrine Saunier. I'll try and give you a little bit of the tail of the tape here. Her best score has been into 11.25 meters. She did that once last season in the French Nationals. I don't know how she coped this year with the same tournament, having skied in that one barely a few days ago. This is 12 meters there for Perrine Saunier. Managing to get round number 6 and barely through the exit gate. We're not 100% sure whether she made it round buoy number 6, but we will see if she manages to get an opportunity to go on to 11.25 meters. She seems to be convinced that she's done enough to get round number 6 and through the exit gate. And let's have a look, and this is a pretty good visual perspective here on the instant replay. The judges will no doubt take a second look at this. There's number 2. This is a 12-meter return pass towards the dock. But wanted to battle this one out now. Let's have a look and see what she does in relation to this buoy. And that view is by no means conclusive, so we're going to have to go to another instant replay view to see if she managed to get round buoy number 6. And it looks like the officials have determined that she got round number 6 and through the exit gate. So Perrine Saunier coming into the course on 11.25 meters, having started on 13. So one of the very, very few excursions into 11.25 meters. Oh, and bounced into buoy number 2 and taken a hard fall. But that's one of her better scores within the last season or two. So Perrine Saunier shouldn't be too disappointed or disheartened with that performance. She gets round 1, and I believe she got a piece of number 2. but we're taking a look at the instant replay, and we'll determine that in short order. So Perrine Saunier setting the bar. She scored 1 at 11.25 meters in round number 2, so she at least ties that score. So looking good for number 1 at least, getting round it, brought the handle up high, and this is going to provide us with, yeah, that ski gets round number 2. So how far does it get round number 2? I believe it gets 1 1/4, 1.25 at 11.25 meters, and that is her best score of the competition. But could that quarter of a buoy be crucial going forwards, especially when it comes to the likes of skiing against Alicia Bagnoli, who scored 1.5 on 11.25 meters to qualify for this section of the event in the women's slalom final. Let's see what Alicia can do for us as she is the second skier off the dock. And each of our female competitors will ski the minimum starting line length of 13 meters. Boat making its way back to the dock, and we should see Alicia in just a moment or so.
I'll do it.
Okay, so as far as my Italian is concerned, she selected Alpha 2, Ardue. Trying to get settled in, and let's see what she can do. She's been skiing a good few of the tournaments this season on the Waterski Pro Tour, and her results have been mixed. And let's see if she can get herself back into some level of consistency here with this final round of women's slalom. Alicia Bagnoli coming to us out of Italia. Skis over at the Parco Nautico di Sesia, otherwise known as Riccetto to everyone else. But it is the national training site for the Italian Surfing, Waterski and Wakeboard Federation. Alicia Bagnoli, 13-meter start. Should be well prepared for this. She's been in a number of finals which have required her to start on 13 meters. She gets the job done through the exit gates, under the bridge, and will now pull out to the right-hand side of that towboat in order for it to be shortened from 13 to 12 meters. So Alicia Bagnoli getting ready for the return run towards the dock. It will be a 12-meter attempt. Has started at 14 meters in each of the last 2 rounds. So this is going to be a relatively new experience, taking 12 meters into the headwind from the opposing direction. So getting ready for the rope to tighten. The triple beep is now sounding, indicating the end of 60 seconds of wait time. Okay, looks like we got a revised score for Perrine Saunier. It is 1 at 11.25 meters, 1 at 11.25 meters. I'm not too sure whether that has been communicated to Alicia Bagnoli, because it is an important piece of information in regards to target skiing going forwards. This is 12 meters. Skiing with Alpha 2. And looking strong so far. Seems to have found a measure of control here on 12 meters. And getting ready for 11.25 meters coming up. So now Alicia Bagnoli is settling in. 2 passes to the good. It is 13 and 12 in that order. Just has that knack of allowing that ski to come round, and then gives her plenty of opportunity to keep that ski between her and the boat and go from one side of the course to the next, off to the races, as it were. Here we go. Skier on the water, Alicia Bagnoli. 11.25 meters. Is already 1 rank place ahead of Perrine Saunier. But she can reinforce that with a successful excursion here on 11.25 meters, and just losing a little bit of her pacing and her position off number 2, and lands in a heap there as she makes her attempt on turn number 3. So it is going to be 2.5 on 11.25 meters. It does represent her best score of the competition, but for a skier that's used to getting somewhat deeper into 11.25 meters, it's not going to be terribly confidence building going forward. Next tournament is the European Championships, the Europe and Africa Waterski Championship, starting on Friday right here at Golden Lake, and coverage being brought to you exclusively live by TWBC. I'm sure that Alicia Bagnoli would want to try and better herself in that tournament. Looking at this once again, just being able to control the direction and the speed was the theme there, and unfortunately coming up a little bit short in that regard for Alicia Bagnoli, who is on top of the leaderboard right now after 2 skiers. Alicia in first, Perrine in second at this time. All right, next competitor to take to the water, skier number 3 off the dock, is going to be Great Britain's Emily Newsome.
Oh, God. Yes, please.
Next skier, Nielsen, 55, 13, 13, 82.
Okay, so another skier selecting Alpha 2 is Emily Newsome. Max speed, minimum starting line length 13 meters. Something she's well used to doing. So as we continue on, big shout out to all of the folks in the United Kingdom watching this this coverage, especially those of you who are competing in the British National Waterski Championships that will be taking place in Gosfield Lake in the northern part of Essex. So big ups to you guys watching if you're viewing this live. And for those of you watching the archived recorded coverage, big ups to you as well for your continued support. 13-meter start, Emily Newsome getting the job done. 6 buoys, fantastic effort there. So as we continue to go along, a big good morning to every single one of you on the Eastern Seaboard, and especially those of you in Central Florida right now who are choosing to tune in at this time. The Poti Pro. But make sure that you tune in towards the end of the week starting Friday, because we got the Europe and Africa Waterski Championships now be coming to you courtesy of TWBC, as we take a look at the Black Sea in the background and the Golden Lake in the foreground. The Golden Lake, which was artificially constructed in time for the Europe and Africa Waterski Championships that took place in the early 90s. And it's been used ever since there in various guises, not necessarily for tournaments per se. That has only recently been returned to Poti within about the last season or so. But it has been used by many skiers from Eastern Europe as a training site to get away from the comparatively cold weather that they would invariably have to suffer through in order to train in the off-season. Emily Newsome, this is 12 meters. Looking good here. Continuing to rock and roll round all 6 buoys. Fantastic skiing there. That is Emily Newsome. Don't see too much wrong with that as she gets round all 6 buoys on 12 meters, and it is now our third skier in a row to get to 11.25 meters. All right, Emily Newsome, good extension on both sides, skiing this one comfortably. Coming to us originally out of Fulham in North London, or on the north bank of the River Thames in London, I should say, not too far away from highly celebrated football clubs such as Chelsea FC and indeed Fulham itself. Here we go. This is Emily Newsome. Not too sure what her personal best is. I'm sure one or two of you know this in our live chats, and if that is the case, be sure to forward that through. But I'm sure that it's a little better than what we're seeing here from Emily Newsome. That is 1 at 11.25 meters. 1 at 11.25 meters. That puts her in in second spot right now after 3 skiers. The reason why is she doesn't have a tie is because of a superior backup ahead of Perrine Saunier. So Emily Newsom currently in second spot behind Alicia Bagnoli on 2.5 at 11.25 meters. Just skiing against the loose line at the tail end of that turn. Managing to get round buoy number 2, however, but unable to get back to the wakes on time. Not managing to get back to the wakes on time to score the additional half to constitute a 4-2 count. So it is going to be 1.5. That still keeps her in second spot, though, with no tie break needed to speak of. So on dockside, we see Katerina Vrabtsova from Czechia. And then we have 4 other skiers to go to determine the fate of the slalom title here at the Poti Pro, which has been brought to you by the Georgia Waterski National Federation. We thank those guys very much indeed, and indeed anyone here that has had a direct impact, a direct or indirect impact in ensuring that this tournament runs smoothly, efficiently, and is regarded as a success.
Yeah, exactly.
There's Emily Newsom skis back to the dock. No doubt we'll get to talk to her possibly. And Katerina Vrabtsova from Czechia, the current European slalom champion, will be eager to defend that title come Friday, when the first events of the Europe and Africa Waterski Championship, the Open Championship, start on Friday. And all of that right here on Golden Lake, the home of water skiing in the Republic of Georgia, and just outside the city of Poti. Katerina Vrabtsova. Okay, Katerina Vrabtsova from Czechia. Looking good. Looking in good shape here on 30 meters. Like she's done this a fair while. Through the exit gates. She'll continue skiing on, and whilst a good few of our fans watch on from the bridge, let's send it to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Mimi Newsom. We just saw you get off the water. 1 at 11, so not quite enough to put you in the lead, but still good skiing. I know this is your first pro final, so congratulations on accomplishing that.
Yeah, I was just really happy to be here, really happy skiing amongst these girls. And I kind of said to myself, look, go out there, have fun. First pro final, you're in Georgia. You can't really go and not have fun, so yeah.
Well, I mean, that is what it's about. We do it for the fun, and then, the other stuff is added. It's super cool to be here in Georgia. I mean, when would you have come here if it wasn't for the ski tournament?
Yeah, for sure. I think I said to Aaron, actually, I was like, I've never been anywhere that you can't fly directly from London from, so I feel like I would never have been here if it wasn't for this. So, yeah, pretty lucky to be here.
Well, I'm super happy that you're here. You've been skiing great. People at home, check this girl out. She's up and coming. You've been crushing it. So congratulations on that, and look forward to hanging out with you later.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
All right, with that, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Okay, and confirming that Emily Newsom's actually scored one buoy on 11.25 meters, but it doesn't make that much of a difference considering that it still keeps her in second spot by superior backup ahead of Perrine Saunier. Aside from that first round, there is a perfect tie between round 2 and the finals. The only thing that separates them is the 1.5 on 11 by Emily Newsom in round 1 against Perrine Saunier's score of half on 12 meters in the same round. But let's turn our attention to Katerina Rapsova from Czechia, who scored 5 on 12 in round 1 and 2 at 11.25 meters in round 2. And looking to put something up there for the other girls to chase. Katerina Vrabtsova, who skis these days more often in Italy, specifically the Spalonga Waterski site. Has gotten some great coaching and some great camaraderie there in that part of the world. Okay, looking at dockside and seeing our next skier getting ready, getting mentally prepared. Alana Bischoff-Berger, I should say. Our last skier in the top half of this list, Katerina Vrabtsova. Skiing a little bit buoy to buoy here. And unfortunately unable to get much rhythm past buoy number 4, so it looks like it is going to be 3.5 on 11.25 meters, having run 13 and 12 and getting 3.5 on the pass coming down. So with 3.5 on 11.25 meters, that puts her 1 buoy ahead of Alicia Bagnoli. And we'll know within about the next 2 skiers who has put themselves on the podium in the women's slalom final. So Katerina Vrabtsova, again, a good start on buoy number 1 here. And a nice extension on number 2, and still able to keep the speed up round the turns. But just dumps everything here on number 4 and does it way too quickly, and it's goes by the wayside there for Katerina Vrabtsova, the current European women's slalom champion. We'll see if she has better luck in terms of successfully defending her European women's slalom title come Friday and the subsequent Saturday and Sunday that will be this weekend here at Golden Lake, right outside of the city of Poti in the Republic of Georgia. And this event supported by the Ministry of Sport of Georgia, alongside the Georgia Waterski National Federation. And there on dockside, Elena Bischoff-Berger. And my French is fairly limited, but A2 is A2. So we've had it being communicated to the boat driver in English, Italian, French. We'll probably probably hear it in Spanish next with Sandra Botas. So we'll have the zero off settings communicated in the 4 languages by the time we get done with the women's slalom competition. Probably the only language that we haven't heard it from is Czech, from our previous skier. But I doubt whether there'll be many people in the boat that'll be able to decipher that when communicated to them in that language. But all that aside, Elena Bischoff-Berger from France. So Elena Bischoff-Berger. So as we get ready for our next pass, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Freddie Winter. Looking forward to getting you out here in the men's slalom event. Broke the course record, 5 at 10.25. So, setting yourself up good, and you're the top seed coming into this men's final.
Yeah, that's fun. I like that. But as you know, Zane, the only thing that matters is you got to get a quarter of a buoy or more than the guy who's in the lead at that point. So, yeah, I'm just trying to get something of a good score. It's nice I'll be out last and I can give it a go. But yeah, I mean, it's great. We're in Georgia, a new country. I mean, it skis well. Everybody's enjoying it. We've got things are set up well here. So very, very grateful and happy to have the opportunity.
Well, you always do good. I mean, you always seem to put yourself in a good position. And I mean, how cool is this for this women's slalom final? One of these ladies is going to go away with their first pro win.
It's fantastic. Yeah, what a field we have, and it's going to be somebody's best day of their life today. How cool is that? I love it.
So I got to know, when was your first pro win? Where was it at? What year?
San Gervasio, 2014, about August 20th, around there. Was the first San Gervasio Pro-Am. I wasn't going to go. Matteo Lazzari, we were sitting drinking a beer or something after a tournament in Canada a month before, and he says to me, "Come on, Freddie, you've got to turn up. You've got to come and support this event." So I went and I won, and then I went to Lafayette, Louisiana, Monroe the next day, a week late, and got in trouble for that. But I had my first pro win, and so it's always a good memory for sure.
Well, these ladies struck up, and they're going to get their shot. So good for them, and good luck later in the final.
Thank you very much. Cheers, mate.
All right, with that, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
So 2 passes to the good, Elena Bischoff-Berger. Coming to us from France. So looking at the tail end of this run and getting in a little bit deep here with a stretch into buoy number 6, but managing to get it done. So a skier that is posted scores in the range of 4 and 11.25 meters and 2 and 11.25 meters in a most recent tournament, which was the Championnat de France U21 and Open. So having flown directly here from Jonat in France after competing in those national championships, she's right here and in the slalom final in the thick of things here. There's 2. Does she make an impression on 3? Not quite. So it is going to be 2 buoys on 11.25 meters for Elena Bischoff-Berger. So there we go. 2 buoys there for Elena Bischoff-Berger. So now we've got the bubble score, as it were. Anything above this score will ensure that that person has a place on the podium. And that bubble score is Katerina Rabsova's score of a 3.5 at 11.25 meters. That's 3.5 at 11.25 meters. That's the best score that we've seen so far in this final. With 3 skiers remaining, we'll see Beatricia Yanni and Sadie Ferguson come up in a few minutes. But before those individuals, we will have Sandra Botas. She's coming up next. But in the meantime, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Alicia Bagnoli, currently sitting in second place with 2.5 at 11. I know that's probably not the score you wanted, but came in and you've kind of built on each set more and more, so that is a positive.
Yes, definitely. I'm not gonna go. I know the score is not gonna last, but yes, I think I was skiing much better this round. I think that's the mentality I need at least to go for next week at the Europeans. So I'm happy about my mentality on this set. Unfortunately, not my tournament. So I just wheeled back at 1, tried to turn at 2. I don't even know what I did at 3, but that's fine.
Well, at least build it. It does confidence towards Europeans. I know that's the next stop. We don't have to go anywhere. So hopefully we can carry that that growing and build into it because you've had an awesome season.
Yes. Definitely the thing that I need to work on is definitely mentality on skiing, and it's getting better now. So hopefully I'm going to go next week with a more positive attitude.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, Alicia, you've been crushing it this season. You look so good. Your skiing's turning up, and I'm super stoked for you. So hopefully we see some more out of you later this week.
Thank you, Zane.
All right, with that, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then, continuing to move right along, we've got Sandra Botas in the water. Okay, and it sounds like from our officials, A2 has been selected once again, this time for Sandra Botas, who comes to us out of the Toledo area of Spain. All right there, so Sandra Botas. So Sandra Botas, if I'm looking at the information correctly, is in her 30s and still skiing remarkably well. Her nickname to her friends is Sani. Her favorite event is the Waterski Pro-Am, naturally, one of the events that she gets to help organize during the course of a season over at the Botas Ski Center in central Spain, and looking good for her opening pass on the 13-meter line. And with that, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Elena Bischoff-Berger. We just saw you get off the water, 2 at 11. I know you've been skiing a little bit better than that this season, and I know you probably wanted more, but you've been looking pretty good.
Yes, I'm not happy of myself. I can do very better, but it's a game. I'm just happy to be here, and it's not a European. We will do better this weekend.
Well, I believe you. I know you've been skiing super good. I think you'll get it, turned around in the Europeans. So look forward to seeing you ski later this weekend.
Yes, I hope. Thank you.
Well, and then before we let you go, shout out to your brother and the Headwind crew.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a beautiful vest of him. Thank you very much for everything.
Well, he does a great job. He's doing a lot, bringing in some new water ski equipment. So big shout out to them, and we'll let you go get dried off. And I look forward to seeing you ski later this week.
Yes, I hope to. See you.
Perfect. And with that, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
like the whispered responses. All right there. So that was Elena Bischoff-Berger, currently with a score of a 2 at 11.25 meters. That currently puts her in about third place right now. So the target score for our remaining 3 skiers in order to make it through to the podium is anything more than 3.5 on 11.25 meters. And Sandra Botas purposefully going through that pass of 12 meters. 11.25 meters comes up next, and I'm sure that she is well aware of the target. She's certainly capable of getting towards that target. Some of the scores that she's recorded this season have been into midway and midway into 11.25 meters, and a little bit beyond a 4 at 11 at the recent Malibu Open Lacanau. And also 5.5 on 11.25 meters, which I believe is very, very close to a PB there for Sandra Botas, over skiing over in Lacanau on the first weekend in July. She's traveled to plenty of locations in recent times. Burex Slalom Series last year, along with Cesenya's international slalom competition right at home at Waterski. In the championship in Spain last season in September, she scored one buoy at 11.25 meters. But that's the typical tell of the tape here for Sandra Botas. And we'll see what she can do by way of an improved score. Anything more than 3.5 on 11 will put her on the podium for the time being. There's 1, there's 2, there's... Oh, and she is inside buoy number 3, which means that Katerina Rabsova, with her score of 3.5 on 11, has just secured herself a spot on the podium. So be eager to see what the tiebreak implications are, because a number of skiers have gotten 2 at 11.25 meters for Sandra Botas. All right there, so Sandra Botas with a score of a 2 on 11.25 meters. She got that in round 2, so we have to go back and see what she has by way of a tiebreaker. She has 3 at 11.25 meters in round number 1. So that would actually put her ahead of Elena Bischoff-Berger. Actually, the second round score would do more in terms of breaking the tie for her. So Sandra Botas a score of a 2 and 11.25 meters represents her final score in round number 3. But so far as the best scorer going into the final 2, and thus guaranteeing herself a spot on the podium, Katerina Vrabtsova from Czechia has got 1 foot on the podium. How much higher will she climb? We'll find out in a few moments. And for those of you watching in that regard, the next position below Katerina is that of Alicia Bagnoli with 2.5 on 11.25 meters. So anything 2.5 at anything more than 2.5 at 11.25 meters will guarantee that person a spot on the podium. And so who will it be? We have 2 more competitors as we see Sandra Botas swim in towards the dock. And the last 2 skiers that we're preparing to send out there consist of Sadie Ferguson, but before her it's Beatricia Yanni. So Beatricia Yanni from Italy, our penultimate skier. I'm sure this is going to be Alpha 2 unless I hear any information to the contrary. And chasing first pro win after several seasons on the Waterski Pro Tour. This is Beatrice Iani. Skis out of Sperlonga, which is situated between Rome and Napoli, somewhere in between, on a rather large natural lake facility. So Bea, who is a marketing analyst by trade. And there you go. That is Beatrice Iani. Deals a lot with social media, including the TWBBC Instagram presence, along with other social media platforms. That's been taken care of starting this season by Bea. She's doing a pretty good job with that from as far as I can tell. So the one definite podium position we know of belongs to Katerina Vrabtsova. How high she goes on that podium is uncertain at this time. At the very worst, she'll finish third, but she could end up with the win unless unless both of our remaining two competitors produce a score in excess of 3.5. At 11.25 meters, and as Bea continues to ski from the northern end of the actually from the southern end of this facility, Bea coming in 12 meters. Looking good here. So a battle between one Italian and the rest, and the other. Although they off the water, they are about as closer friendship as you can possibly imagine between Bea and Alicia Bagnoli. Right now, Alicia Bagnoli in second place. Looking to see if there will be room for her on the podium with her 2.5 at 11.25 meter run. This is stop number 7 on the Waterski Pro Tour, and there is the points breakdown: 50 for first, 40 for second, 33 for third, so on and so forth. Bea, as we mentioned right from the outset, are looking for a first pro win on the Waterski Pro Tour, and that will definitely be a big shot in the arm for her going forwards if she was able to manage it. But first off, she would ideally need to get through 11.25 meters and then set up a really, really tough target score for our last skier to take to the water. That last skier is Australia's Sadie Ferguson. So here we go, coming in on pass number 3. This now is Beatrice Iani. A little bit delayed on 1 or 2, and she manages to get round number 3, and that could well be enough to put her ahead of Alicia Bagnoli, but not enough to confirm a spot on the podium quite yet. We'll get confirmation of the score first of all, and then we can make certain assessments in that respect. We know that at the very least this total here from Beatrice Iani does not exceed that of Katerina Vrabtsova, which means that for Katerina, she has gotten herself into a position where she can't finish any worse than second. Beatricia, however, her score of 3 at 11.25 meters supersedes that of Alicia Bagnoli, and that means that she has a foot on the podium with a final position no worse than third. So now it comes down to one final skier to determine the championship here at the Poti Pro. On the strength of that performance there, Beatricia Yanni scores herself a podium spot, managing to get to the boat guides on time after getting that ski round 3, and probably adding her little detail to the tutorial on how to perform an S-turn. So Katerina Vrabtsova from Czechia, the current European Women's Slalom champion, will be trying to defend that title starting this Friday in the ENA Europe and Africa Waterski Open Championships, and the coverage of that competition being brought to you courtesy once again by TWBC. And now, the championship in the women's slalom competition. We'll see how it's decided. Our final competitor to decide that is about to take to the water, coming to us from Queensland in Australia. It is going to be Sadie Ferguson. All right, in the water now, getting ready to lock horns with the slalom course and get the job done in the women's slalom event. Up on top of the water and skiing on a D3, this is Sadie Ferguson. Skiing in her first season on the Waterski Pro Tour, has competed in a number of events, the Ricetto Pro, the Royal Morocco, the Royal Nautique Pro over in Morocco, the Monaco Waterski tournament as well, the Monaco Waterski Cup. So she knows the ins and outs of the Waterski Pro Tour in her first season of competition across Europe, and looking to try and do the business here. Round 06 under the bridge. And with that, let's send it back to the dock and hear from Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Sandra Botas. Saw you get off the water 2 at 11. I know your best score of the weekend was 3. So not quite what she got in the preliminary rounds, but still good skiing. And it's great to see you back on your ski, healthy, and into a women's slalom final.
Yeah, I felt great. I had the best start at 11 I got through those days. I think I got excited into 3, and out of the blue the buoy was inside. But I'm happy. I just need to build up the confidence for the tournaments again. But I'll take it as a good training for the coming Europeans here.
Yeah, and I mean, for some people that don't know, you've been injured, coming back from a back injury, and you're not just having the experience in the tournaments that most of these other females do. So that is, it plays for you.
A little bit. I just need to work in my head and get on top of it, and hopefully it will come back.
Well, you've been looking great when you ski. I thought you had an awesome start there, so I think it's coming back pretty quick, and I'm hoping to see huge scores out of you maybe this weekend.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thank you.
Well, perfect. Well, we'll let you get dried off, enjoy your afternoon, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, thanks a lot there, both Sani and Zane. Here we go. Second pass coming up for Sadie Ferguson. She's looking pretty good right now. on 12 meters, just trying to work her way through one buoy at a time, trying not to do too much extraneous movement out there on the course, and she's gotten through the first two passes, 13 and 12. Now, the targets there you see ahead of her. Bagnoli with 2.5. Yanni with 3. And Katerina Vrabtsova with 3.5. Those are her immediate targets. Anything less and she will be off the podium. Anything more and then she could climb up little by little until she breaks containment and maybe, just maybe, comes across with her first professional win on the Waterski Pro Tour. But we'll see how things play out here as we continue to go forward. A brilliant slalom technique. A lot of aggression here. And very purposeful out there from one side of the course to the next. In the Poti Pro 2026. Behind that 2025 Nautique towboat. And a big shout out has to go to Gennady Gorelia for making sure that that we have two boats from which to operate this tournament. So with that in mind, let's have a look. This is it. This is for the championship. 11.25 meters, more than 3.5, will do the bidding for her. There's number 1. There's number 2. There's number 3, 4. Oh, and gets the 4 and stands up. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion in the Poti Pro for 2026 for a first professional win from Australia, Sadie Ferguson. So fantastic skiing there from Sadie Ferguson, and just gotten round buoy number 4, knew that she didn't have to ski any further to take the title, and some intelligent skiing there from her. So pushing the podium right now, we've got Sadie Ferguson, your winner, ahead of Katerina Vrabtsova of Czechia, and in third place, Beatrice Yanni from Italy. Your champion in the Poti Pro 2026 from Australia, Sadie Ferguson. And if you want to hear a little bit about Sadie Ferguson and one or two tales of what she's been going along with this summer, you can check out the TWBC podcast. You can find out a little bit more about her. And that is available on Spotify, on YouTube Music, and our YouTube channel, and wherever else you choose to listen to your favorite podcast. The TWBC podcast. Her first pro win, and she is absolutely beside herself right now. And almost biffed it a little bit round buoy number 4 on retrospect, but there you go. That is a Sadie Ferguson, and right below one of our cameras here. And let's send it on over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Beatrice Yanni and Katerina Vrabtsova. Sorry. Third place, second place. So first pro podium. I think this is your second or third pro podium. So congratulations, ladies. You know, how did it feel to ski out here today?
I felt great. I didn't ski really good in the final, but because it's a bit windy, so I was panicking a little bit. But I'm very happy with the score anyway.
Well, congratulations on your third place, Katerina. Congratulations, first pro podium. That's a huge accomplishment.
Yes, I'm really pumped. I am happy that I got some of my confidence back. I am a bit of an upwards curve this tournament, so I'm really happy about it.
Well, congratulations, ladies. We'll let you. I know you're trying to dry off. You're ready to go. So congratulations on the podium, and we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. As we hear from Bea and from Katerina, and in a few moments we should hear from Sadie Ferguson. And as we look here at that celebration there from Sadie Ferguson coming into the dock, and just absolutely delighted for her. Fantastic skiing from Sadie Ferguson. And we'll send it on over to Zane and to Sadie.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Miss Sadie Ferguson. Congratulations, first pro win. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah, it is freaking awesome. I'm speechless. I'm stoked. Just to be out there was a privilege. And again, going back to all the other pro tournaments, Jamie Bull stands on the dock pretty much every tournament as the last skier, and so much respect to her for that, because it's a tough place to stand. It's a privilege to be there, but it's tough to stand there and go, okay, now I got to stay positive and do what I can do to take the win.
Well, you've been skiing super good this weekend. I mean, you knew you had to get 3.5, so you saw you get 4. I know you probably wanted to run that, but the key is to just beat the next person by a quarter of a buoy, and you did that.
Yeah, I mean, I came into that 38, and it was be safe, get to 4, and obviously in my head I was like, safety 4, and I did safety 4, but I had a pretty good setup to run it. Just in your head, you don't want to lose that win when you get there.
Well, congratulations. I'll let you kind of get going in a minute, but I do want to know, you got night jump coming on. I know last year they threw a proper party for everybody, so I promise you're going to have a good time tonight.
No, I'm so stoked. George is amazing. Thank you to everyone that's put this event on. Thank you to all of my sponsors, everyone back home. I appreciate every single one of you who played a part in my journey, and you guys are the reason I stand here today. So this is your win too. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. We'll let you go get dried off right now. Tony, back to you.
Thank you very much, and we'll confirm the final leaderboard for the women's slalom competition, and it will show us that Sadie Ferguson turns out victorious in the women's slalom event in the Poti Pro for 2026. And as we track her movements, no doubt she will get towed off and changed and get ready for the men's slalom event. And she's even trying to expedite matters there. She should be calming down a little bit and trying to come off that big old Cloud 9. But she knows what's expected of her, and she is fantastic out there with performance, wearing number 6. And looks like she's got a whole bunch of messages, and so have I, on the TWBC YouTube channel live chat. If you want to be a part of that live chat, all you have to do is subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. If you want to leave a message in for Sadie or for anyone else, by all means do. So it looks like we're going to go straight into the men's slalom final, and we're going to start with Florian Path. We have a whole slew of Italians in this slalom final. Out of the 8 competitors in the men's slalom final, we have 5 Italians, 2 Brits, and 1 Frenchman. So with that amount of Italians, they might as well move the Italian National Slalom Championship over to Georgia. So, good to have you on board. Every single one of you are watching this event. We're tracking our towboat, the 2025 Carbon Nautique from Correct Craft. You can find out more by going to nautique.com. That is nautique.com. I don't care who you are, but that is an absolutely fantastic shot. All right then, looks like we got Nathan at the helm of that towboat. He'll take his time before coming back, and he's just testing all of the equipment, including the drop timer at each end. And each of our competitors will be starting on 12 meters in this final. And here it is, all but 3 people on that list are Italian, starting off with Vincenzo Marino, Florian Paff, and Brando Caruso, all from Italy. Then Great Britain appears first off with Aaron Davies, then another Italian, Matteo Luzzeri, followed by France's Sasha Desca, then another Italian, Thomas De Gasperi, and finally from Great Britain, it's Freddie Winter. 8 skiers to determine the course and the destiny of the Poti Pro 2026 Men's Slalom Crown. All right there. So just as a reminder, once again, minimum starting line length for our male competitors in the men's slalom final is going to be the 12-meter line. Right, first competitor out, Vincenzo Marino. Actually, Florian Paff, I beg your pardon. So Vincenzo Marino actually is our first competitor to take to the water. He's in a multiple weight tie for 6th place right now. Looking to kind of break out a little bit. 12-meter start. Not the most comfortable of starts, it has to be said. But there you go. That is Vincenzo Marino. All right, then. Let's have a quick look at the Pro Tour leaderboard so far as the women's slalom is concerned. Let's have a look at the slalom leaderboard first. Sadie Ferguson, your winner there with 4 on 11.25 meters in the final. 3.5 for Katerina Vrabtsova from Czechia. Beatrice Yanni with 3. Alicia Bagnoli with 2.5 for 4th. Sandra Botas with 2. Ahead by superior backup ahead of Elena Bischoff-Berger. Then Emily Newsom with 1, and Perrine Saunier also on 1. That is the women's slalom leaderboard, and then in a moment we should find the current Pro Tour standings. And there it is, Jamie Ball. Still way out ahead of Neely Ross and Elizabeth Montavon, but some more points picked up by Alicia Bagnoli, who is there on 133. Sadie Ferguson with her win on top of whatever points that she's scored so far this season is currently in 5th place, but is tracking down the skiers that are currently stationed above her at this time. This is Vincenzo Marino, and this is 11.25 meters. Again, a good start halfway down the run. Now just trying to soften up a little bit and make sure that he stays upright, which he does off number 5 and number 6, and some great skiing there. And Zane, welcome you back to the broadcasting booth. And a lot to be impressed with so far from Sadie Ferguson in a number of different aspects, but yeah, that was a great women's final.
Yeah, I mean, how awesome was that, Tony? I mean, we got our first pro win. I mean, that's insane, and I'm so stoked for Sadie. She's been skiing so well, and to come out here today and put it together, it was her day, and congratulations, hats off to her for her first pro win. And now we're rolling into this men's slalom final, and I'm going to be honest, Tony, I'm super stoked for it because we had some big scores, and we saw Freddie run 5 at 10.25, but there were several guys that looked like they could get 4, maybe even 5. So it's kind of it's not a dead end call. It's a crapshoot, so we'll have to see what can happen. But I'm expecting some big scores. And Vincenzo, first off the dock, had a huge set this morning. Ran 2 at 10.25, needed that to get in, and now here he is. So. Looking forward to this men's slalom final.
Equaling his personal best at that juncture as well, as we take a look at the one of the structures in the middle of Poti, a cathedral inspired by the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul, built in 1906. Here we go. This is 10.75 meters. He's going to need to pick up the pace here. He's getting, and trying to do it way, way too much. He blows the tail of the ski, and the ski is a 3.5 on that one. But he should be relatively pleased with his performance in the previous round, equaling his personal best and is equaling the season's best as well.
Yeah, I mean, a bit disappointed there for him. He came out this morning and put it together, got a really good set, and just didn't quite get the start there at 10.7 that he wanted. And you'll see him when we show the replay. He got a little bit deep on the backside of the buoy, so that causes him to kind of blow the tail there at 4. But if you look here, he gets a pretty good 1. I was really happy with the way his 1 ball went. But right here, Tony, you see the ski kind of lost the rope a little bit. And so now here on the backside of 3, you see how heavy he loads up. He gets the shoulders moving faster than the feet, unloads the ski kind of hard. So now when he goes to push the ski, it wanted to blow out of the water, and in the drink he went. So I think he left a couple buoys out there, but still he's had a really good ski day. We see him in the slalom final. We saw him in the trick final, and we're going to get to see him later on tonight in the night jump final.
The skiers have to be present to receive monies, right? Because I've just seen Sandra Botas on her way out. All right, then, as we continue on and get ready to put Florian Parf out onto the course, we're pleased to announce that the Women's Audience Prize winner is Nikki Kuhn. Yes, a good friend of ours who's sustained an injury and is currently out of action so far as the competitive season is concerned. Well, when she does manage to get back out on the water, she will have a brand new slalom ski waiting for her. That's Nikki Kuhn winning the female audience prize there.
Yeah, Zane. I mean, congratulations to Nikki. That's awesome. Nice call. And, I'm bummed that she's not here. I know she's coming off of a knee injury, and so she's been at home rehabbing it. But, Dominic's been here skiing well. So congratulations to her on getting that water ski.
Thank you so much. Thank you too.
All right, moving on from Vincenzo Marino, we now have Florian Parf. Now, if the best way to describe his slalom is like rock'em sock'em, huh?
Yeah, that's your common theme this weekend, Tony. You've said that about a couple skiers, and like I said, I think Florian's been skiing really well this weekend. Hadn't had a couple of the best tournaments that he wanted, but it looks like he's got his ski dialed in, and he's been skiing well. You saw him unload a little bit heavy there into 3. Not something that we had been seeing him do on these earlier passes, but these boys do have a 12-meter start here, so maybe something that he's not 100% comfortable with. I'd say he probably starts most of his sets off at 13 meters, but like I said, Florian's been skiing with a lot of confidence this weekend, and it's been really nice to see. I was really bummed for him the last few tournaments when it wasn't going right, but he figured out that his ski had broken down, so he has switched to another ski, and you can see that confidence coming back with him each set that he skis.
Looks like we got Sadie on the starting dock, ready to interview the next person that comes her way. Although she's busy answering a whole slew of messages right now, I don't blame her. As we look inside the judging tower, a couple of our officials, Nicola and Elena Kunert.
Yeah, and I think the officials have done super well this weekend, Tony. We've really had nothing really off or major to scream about, and I know there's been a couple things where they lost power to the judging tower and stuff, but they've done, to me, I thought they've done a really good job, and they've communicated well with the skiers.
And one of those officials communicating extremely well with the skiers is Nathan McGarry.
Yeah, I mean, the guys have all been just hooting and hollering about how awesome it is to have Nathan behind the wheel. We see him driving the women quite a bit, but not so often in the men's event. So, the boys are really enjoying having Nathan behind the wheel of that Nautique ski boat.
All right, here we go. This now is a Florian Path, 11.25 meters. Oh, look at that. Good skiing here. Ooh, and if you were to measure his speed from one side of the course to the next, I would say that he probably gets off 1, 3, and 5 to 2, 4, and 6 a lot quicker than he does from the opposing direction.
Yeah, I'd agree with you too, Tony. And then, sometimes when you generate too much speed, you kind of need to unload the ski and slow down. So you do kind of catch Florian unloading that ski kind of quick, gets everything to slow down. But the one thing that Florian does really well is he's able to hang on to it on the backside of the buoy. So, like I said, he's looking confident out here. Didn't have the greatest of 11s earlier today, but made it through it. And I thought this 11 was, much more toned down and looked better. I think he would be a little bit more happy with this 11-meter pass. And, like I said, skiing super confident out there this weekend, and I'm super stoked for Florian.
Right, and Florian will be competing for Team Italia in the upcoming Europe and Africa Waterski Championships, which starts off this upcoming Friday, our next event on the TWBC live webcast this season. And don't forget, after we get done with this men's slalom, we still got one event more this afternoon, which is going to be the women's jump final, and then we're going to take a break before we webcast the nighttime jump final, which will take place at 9:30 p.m. Georgian summertime, which is going to be 1:30 for those of you watching us from the Orlando area. Florian, oh, look at that. Looking as stable as you like off number 3 into number 4. Looking good for number 5. That is 10.75 meters. Yeah.
And he should be so stoked, Tony. I mean, like I said, to run 10.75 each round, all three rounds, that's huge for him. But, you saw him, he kind of had the ski slide on him a little bit and didn't do too much, just relaxed. So that's that confidence that I'm talking about, him building it back. We'll see it on the replay, but, Florian's looking really, really good. And let's see as we see him here. He rolls into the gate. So the gate was pretty nice. I thought one ball was pretty good. And then, he's got that heavy one. He does that all the time. But here, I think it was 2 where the ski slid on him. Yeah, you see how the ski picked up on him a little bit. He had to sit in the back seat, but then relaxed, moved into 3, didn't try to crank the turn. And so now he's back on it. You see he has loose line again here at 4, but he's in a good position with his feet in front of him and up under him, so he doesn't get pulled out by the boat. Now he gets over to 5. As a lefty, you make that turn, got the onside pull to 6, and, he knew he had that one once he got to 5 ball. And then there you go. You see him. He's super happy, and I'm super happy from him here in the announcing booth.
And certainly grateful to draw upon the experiences of Matteo Luzzeri and also Claudio Benatti as well, who were the first to actually mention to him that there might be something wrong with the ski that you're riding and you have to get off it as quickly as possible to get your confidence back.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a good call. Switching skis, and immediately he's looking like a different skier, Tony.
Here he comes, Florian Paff, 10.25 meters. Oh, look at him go around number one, and from ecstasy at the end of 10.75 meters to just abject disappointment with having scored just one at 10.25 meters. But he's had a pretty good tournament so far with twos across the board, except for the third and last round.
I don't think he'll be too upset with it. I think he's probably a little bit more just peeved that he didn't get the gate that he wanted. But he had been taking 10.25 from the other direction. That was the first time we saw him take it from the bridge end. We'll have to take a look at the replay, but it just didn't quite look like he got the gate that he had been getting on the other two sets. But I mean, that's huge for Florian. Run 10.7 all three rounds. You see him there. He just hit the gate a little hard, so he left the feet behind him. He comes up kind of short, and that ski doesn't want to turn. You'll really see it from the boat view, but he knows that he could have gotten a better gate, and he could get two, but still, that's awesome skiing. Watch right here, Tony. So he rolls in with the shoulder, the feet are behind him, goes in the line right there, and then as he lets go, he releases a little early, and he comes up short. So he doesn't really hit the apex of the turn until after one ball, and then it's, with 41, you've got such a limited path of what you can do to make it, and it just, he was a little too late. But still, he's skiing well. That's great skiing. So hats off to Florian, and I'm looking forward to seeing him in the night jump later today.
All right, so will I, and we'll also be looking forward right now to seeing Brando Caruso ski, who up until earlier on this afternoon had a claim to the course record at 10.25 meters, but that was blown out the water by Freddie Winter, who scored 5. Let's see if he's determined enough to clinch it back. But first of all, he's got to get through the opening passes, starting with 12. Looking good here. And not moving around too much, I would say.
Yeah, but Tony, the one thing that I noticed earlier, and I touched on it, was that ski's just not wanting to turn at 2, 4, and 6. I thought he did better there at 2, but you saw it at 4. Ski kind of just runs and checks up on him. It's kind of a slow turn.
Is that a fin setting thing, or could the ski be breaking down?
I mean, it could be a number of things. It could be a fin setting. It could be a ski. It could be that the bindings are in a different spot, just for the water temp. So, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, but that 1/16th of an inch could make the difference. Let's check in with Sadie.
Okay, guys, we're back dockside with Florian. He's just come off the water, second off the dock. So you've been going out in the final for 1 at 10.2. How'd you feel out there? I know it's a bit of pressure. You want to put a big score out in the first 2 rounds. You got 2 at 10.2. So run us through that final set for you.
Was first time I start 12 this season. It was tricky at the beginning, but then I kind of got in the rhythm, so it was pretty nice. 39 felt alright-ish. We had a little bit tailwind, but it's not too bad actually. Yeah, just like holy messed it up so much on one, but I don't know. I kind of was out of battery too a little bit, but I'm happy that I ran 39 consistent actually, because this is also really what I wanted to do, but I wanted just a little bit more here, but it's fine. It's fine.
I mean, I know you definitely wanted more. We're all super stoked to see you in the final. Is there anyone you want to say thank you to back home or sponsors?
Yeah, I want to thank Deep Friskies, of course. My parents that support me every time. Claudia, my coach at home. The whole ski school, of course, too. To Jay Bennett, too, that I skied the whole spring with him. Yeah, and to everyone who helped me coming so far.
Well, lovely to see you in the final. Congratulations. And with that, we're going to send it straight back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Skier on the water, having cleared his opening 2 passes, is Brando Caruso, having gone through 12 and 11, getting ready for 10.75 meters. And some of the results that he's put in. 2.5 at 10.25 meters at the Poti Pro. He's had a whole slew of scores into 10.25 meters, including the Bottas ski tournament with a score of 3. Replicated that with the Funglis tournament, and yes, he scored a 2 at 10.25 meters over at the Royal Nautique Pro as part of the Waterski Pro Tour.
Yeah, and we're seeing the replay here for Brando. He made an adjustment, Tony, so the ski actually turned for him there 2 and 4. It looked much better. I know I talked to him after he skied earlier, and me and him were kind of chatting. We were looking at his video, and it just kind of looked like at the gates he was leaving his feet behind him a bit, and that was kind of what was getting him to do it at the ski not to turn it 2. It looked like he has corrected that. It looks like he's doing something a little bit different at his gate. We'll see if he can do that here. You see him, he squares up to the course a little better, so the feet will swing under the rope better. And now the ski turns, see about 2 ball here. That ski's just not wanting to turn, come in this direction. Nice 5 ball there from Brando. That was a big boy turn there. He needed it. That's the lefty, and now he'll shake it off, and let's see what he can do at 10.25. I mean, I know he's consistently got 2, but he's been a touch unhappy with that. I know we expect a little bit more out of Brando. He's able to get to 3 and possibly get over to 4. I did think the pass coming from the bridge in though. The 11-meter pass was actually good, so maybe he's liking the gate down there better, and can get a good start. But you see, just kind of on the back of the ski there at 1, and then watch the ski here. It just kind of doesn't want to turn, and then at 4 it chatters on him. He kind of the tail of the ski's kind of fluttering on him. You'll see it right here.
Maybe he's set up that ski, and I just had a thought on this one, and I know that's sometimes dangerous. But maybe he set up the ski to perform better on 10.25 meters than it would ordinarily perform on the earlier passes.
Yeah, I mean, you want to set the ski up to work better on the harder passes than the earlier passes, because I mean, quite frankly, these guys should be able to run 13 and 12 on a plank of wood. So, they do set that up there. So, it's something that excuse me, it's something that he's doing because. It worked well at 11. So let's see right here at the gate. Can Brando get a good start, swing his feet up under the rope?
Here he comes. That's better, number 1. Oh, not quite there on number 2, and getting round to buoy number 3 and collapsing around the third buoy, and he's a little bit annoyed with himself, and well, I think that says it all.
Yeah, but Tony, the reason he's annoyed, right, was he hit his gate good. He got the ski to turn much better than he's had at 1 ball. The other 2 sets. I mean, that was the best one at 10.25 that Brando had this week. This week, and just then goes to 2, and the ski's just not wanting to turn over there. I mean, it's to me. When I help people with skis, and I'm not saying that anything's wrong with the ski, but, a lot of times if the ski's not wanting to turn over there on that 2-4-6 sided, the offside for him as a lefty, you kind of want to add a little bit of tip to get the nose to want to kind of drive in. But, something's going on there. You see, it just keeps checking up on him, not wanting to come up under the line for him. And, like I said, that 1 ball he had was very good. And, he's going to be, kind of kicking himself because he knows he had a killer 1 ball there to start.
So when you're talking about adding the tip for the benefit of those folks that are relatively new to the sport of tournament water ski slalom, and even those that are still learning after so many years, adding a little bit to the tip, what does that do?
So that's going to make the fin longer, and then, like I said, to me, the way my brain works with it when I think about moving the fin is I make that fin a little longer. It's going to drive the nose through the turn in the offside turn. I mean, if you add it, you're going to take away from somewhere else, so you kind of get it, but that's just, kind of the easy, dumbed-down version is if you want the ski to kind of bite a little bit more, get a little more tip pressure through the offside turn, you lengthen the fin out a little bit.
All right, then. He comes to us from the town of Bolton in the northern part of England. I'm sure he's got some folks watching his progress there, especially from Wigan and from Oxfordshire. And no doubt the greater British tournament waterski circle, which includes a number of other clubs, including Hazelwood Ski World and Gosfield Lake, as it's almost about time for those folks to host the Waterski National Championships at Gosfield. A big shout out to you guys there, or wherever you happen to be, as we also take a look and see what Matteo Luzzeri is up to, and choosing not to listen to anyone around him, rather just trying to focus in. But having said that, of course, he's probably got those headphones on Be Aware at this point.
Yeah, they got the transparency mode, so when they start talking, it kind of it amplifies the voices. So I don't know exactly. I don't speak Italian, but I think he was kind of asking about how Brando skied or something along those lines. So, all the Italian skiers all super supportive of each other. It's awesome to see the team camaraderie from the Italian skiers.
And Team Italy, probably one of the top teams going into the Europe and Africa Waterski Championships, which kicks off on TWBC this coming Friday. Coming to you live from the Golden Lake here in Poti in the Republic of Georgia.
All right, and this is Aaron's first time taking 11 from this side. He elected to do the 13-meter start both rounds. Had a half at 10.25 the first round, then got a big score of 2.5 at 10.25 today earlier. So I thought he looked much smoother, much more settled down today, and it's carrying that into this final. That 11-meter pass looked pretty good there from Aaron.
Yep, right you are. Seems to have found a groove out there. He's made it into at least a couple of finals so far this season, and finding his way on the professional circuit. Aaron Davies.
Basta esitare.
So Aaron Davies, he's aged 27 as of this year. In the Ricciotto Pro, he got 2 at 10.25 meters in round 1 and followed that up with a score of 1.5 on that same line length. And has had scores into 10.25 meters at the Funglis Waterski tournament there in all 3 rounds, 2, 3, and 2.
Yeah, and Aaron, Tony, has been skiing super good. The last couple of years we've seen his skiing picking up. A couple years ago, Aaron could run 10.7 and was doing it pretty regularly, but he would get caught out at 5-ball. But this year he's kind of kicked that trend, and I've kind of come to expect Aaron to run 10.75 no matter what every time he skis, and I know he expects that of himself. So let's see if he can get it here for the 3rd time this weekend.
Here he comes, Aaron Davies. 10.75 meters. Almost getting a little bit blown over the tip of his ski from 3 into 4, but managing to get round all 6 buoys. So, 3rd time this season that he's run through. First time that he's run through 10.75 on the Waterski Pro Tour.
No, so Tony, that's the first time that he has run 10.75 all 3 rounds at the pro events.
Yes, indeed.
This season. So Aaron coming in with a lot of confidence, skiing really good. You see him here. The ski's kind of a little, moving a little bit, little unsettled, but he does fine. And I thought 1 through 3 was about as good as you could do it. You see him right here. Watch the ski. He gets a little heavy, so the ski unloads a little bit fast into 4. So the ski didn't turn quite like he wanted, but he relaxed into 5. He's using this, his experience on the Pro Tour to get through that pass. And now we're going to get to see him at 10.25. Something that I noticed from his last couple sets, Tony, was when he was turning in at the gate, he was kind of leaving the ski. It was like not wanting to turn on him. The first day, he had no idea what had happened. Earlier today, he said he had the same thing, came up a little short at 1, but it was because he was early at the gate. He managed it a lot better, being, kind of narrow into 1, turned 2, made a play out of 3, tried to get an S turn, just barely missed getting the full 3. So maybe this gate down here, he can get the ski to kind of rotate up under the line a little bit better. And I'd love to see him get to 3 ball, but I'd love to see him get at least tie a PB, which is 4. And if he could get out of 3 pretty clean, I think the way Aaron skis, he could turn 4 and get a pull to 5. So Aaron's been skiing super good. Oh no, Tony, that's not good news.
And looks like a couple of our officials are taking a closer look at this gate shot for the pass of 10.75 meters. That's the reason for the delay before we send him back into the course. And Aaron Davies looking. Up to this point, at least, looking pretty good on that D3 and Neo 3. Okay, looks like we got the gate approved, and that is palpable. It will give Aaron Davies a palpable sense of relief going forwards. Okay, so we continue on. Just to clarify on the ruling for the gate, it is permissible to go that close to the gate shot on the approach into number 1. Oh, and blows the turn there on number 2. He gets a 2 at 10.25 meters. Which puts him half a buoy behind Brando Caruso.
But Tony, he is frustrated with that because that's the best gate he's had at 10.25 this weekend, and that was the best one. 1 was awesome. We'll have to look at the replay, see what happened at 2, but I mean that was the start he was looking for at that pass, and that's frustrating as a skier, right? You just heard him say he's like, what a waste of a 1, and I mean that was a killer 1 for Aaron, and just did something into 2 that. Made the ski not want to turn, didn't have the line. We'll take a look at the replay, but that is frustrating as a water skier.
Almost verbatim what you just said.
Yeah, that. All right, and we're just getting confirmation, Tony, that we got another gate under review. So Aaron has been struggling with the gates a little bit this weekend. We'll have to see if he gets this one. Because that would be a bummer to get scored 0, but we'll have to wait and see what the judges give him. Let's see as we look at the replay.
Yeah, this will give us a good vantage point here. Entrance round buoy number 1, drives in pretty hard there and then gets set with its edge change. But then he just brought that handle in way too soon and...
Yeah, so Tony, let me watch this second one. But look, so right here when he turns in, let's see if he gets through the gates to start. That was a much better gate. I couldn't tell there. We'll have to wait and see what the judges do. But 1 ball was great. Now watch here at 2. I'm pretty sure he pops off the handle pretty quick. Boom. You see how he rotates? He lets go. It's way too early, and he comes up short into 2. And that's kind of what got him. So that's a bummer. But we'll.
Let's send it to Sadie first.
All right, guys, we're back dockside. We're here with Aaron. Unofficial score, I'm going to say, of 2. I know you're probably not super stoked with that score. It's official?
Oh, it's all fun to me, it is.
Okay, so we're here, but I know you're in the final, so congratulations. I mean, it's a privilege to be here. 2 at 10.7, I know that setup was... 10.2, sorry. I know that setup was exactly what you were looking for, and you just said it was a waste of a 1. But talk us through how you felt coming into that 10.2.
I mean, everything felt good. I mean, I've not done too many starts at 12, but it felt good, just get on it from the start, really. 10.7 felt good, really comfortable. And then I, sorry, I've just heard from Dima, but 0 gate, but sorry, I've got to go.
That's okay. So we're going to send it straight back to you, Tony. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, so that's a bummer there for Aaron. Getting the gates pulled. I'd say he's probably going to come down here and start talking to the judges based on how he took off there. But we've been confirmed that it was a score of 0 at 10.25 there for Aaron Davies.
This is Matteo Luzzeri coming to us out of Jolly Ski, just outside of San Gervasio Bresciano. Who knows what it is to compete at this level. He's organized professional events at his site for a number of seasons, and he's looking to do so again starting next year in 2027. But for the meantime, at least, he's given himself plenty of opportunity to focus upon his own skiing and his own athleticism out there, and he's been practicing quite well over the last few days and weeks.
Yeah, Tony. I mean, I'm super thrilled with how Matteo's been skiing. You know, I know he had a little bit of a rough preseason here, but you know he's kind of found his groove, and I mean he's looked really good. I didn't think he had the best set this morning, but he still ran 3 at 10.25 and got a pull to 4. So I think here if he could. If he could get a good start, which like he did on the first round, I think we're going to see a huge score out of Matteo, maybe even a new PB today. I mean, that's how well he's been skiing, and it looks super great.
All right, just waiting now on the triple beep to sound. That will indicate to our boat driver, in this case Nathan McGarry, to go for Matteo Luzzeri, and we're going to be riding beside him as we go underneath the bridge. You'll see a brief reshadow here. There we go. There's number 1 on 11.25 meters. Looking good, and should be feeling good at this point there. So that's Matteo Luzzeri, a member of Team Syndicate, and doing a fine job out there on that Syndicate Works 01, I believe.
Yeah, no, he's riding that Works 01, and I mean it looks really good. He looks like he's got the ski dialed in, and he's got all of his equipment is looking good. I know, like I said, I spoke to him about his preseason this year, and he went back to some older stuff and kind of worked everything, and that ski's dialed in. It's working for him, and Matteo's been out here skiing with confidence, and I think you touched on it earlier. He had a new practice PB maybe this week or just recently. So Matteo's one to sit here and watch. We're into our top 4 guys. We're halfway through the field, so now we're getting ready to figure out who's going to make the top 3.
And if you want to find out a little bit more about Matteo Luzzeri and his feelings about the San Gervasio Pro-Am and on a number of different issues that he's involved with, then you can tune in and listen to the TWBC podcast. The TWBC podcast, one of the latest episodes, has Matteo Luzzeri involved. Here we go. 10.75 meters. Bringing the hips forward very, very cleanly off number 2 and number 4. Ooh, there you go.
Man, he was really down course there, Tony. I was catching that as he was going. You could just see him kind of moving a little bit later and later.
The wind is starting to pick up, though.
I think he would have got a reride there if he had missed it, though.
So we just got confirmation, Tony. Aaron Davies, I guess, came and protested and got a confirmation on his gate. So that'll bump him back up into second place right now. But, we just saw Matteo get through that 10.75. I mean, that was a huge hit coming out the gates. And, good on him to be able to hang on to that hit and live to try this 10.25. But you see here, rolls in. I think he hit the gate a little hard, which caused this, the feet to unload a little heavy. And, he's been looking good, but you start to see him. He just starts moving down course. I think right here you'll kind of see he's pretty far down course there at 3. As he goes to 4, keeps moving down course. And then here, look how far down. He doesn't even start the turn until after he's past 5 ball. And now he's got a big pull over here to 6. gets the ski to turn, and this is a huge hit, but, able to stay on his feet and get through it.
There's a number of different ways that you can take the hit. I mean, that was probably one of the better ones that I've seen alongside the likes of Brando Caruso. But here we go. This is Matteo Luzzeri, 10.25 meters. Eyeing up number one. Oh, collapses on buoy number one and trying to go for the handle a little bit too early, and calamity, devastation there on the shoulders of Matteo Luzzeri. He was skiing exceptionally well up to that point, but fair play to Matteo Luzzeri. And now we've got 3 skiers to go to determine the destiny of the slalom title here at the Poti Pro 2026, with Matteo Luzzeri swimming into shore. So there, Matteo Luzzeri collapsing on buoy number one, and Zane, as we watch this again, anything that you can pick apart on this?
Yes, so when he rotated in there at the gate, Tony, he started with the shoulders, so he leaves his feet behind him. And so what happens is, as you do that, the ski starts trying to catch up with you, but then you get flung with a lot of speed. And so because he had all that speed, he's got to get the ski to shut down. So as he pushes on the nose to shut it down, the tail just wasn't stuck in the water like it had been. And I mean, and it's such a shame for Matteo. He had been skiing so good this weekend. And, I think if he could go back, 9 times out of 10, that doesn't happen. But unfortunately, they're just going too hard at the gate and unable to hang on and keep the ski in the water to, make a play. He gets the onside turn at 2 and go try to take the lead. But, like I said, he's been skiing super great. I know he won't be happy with that, but his skiing is looking phenomenal right now, Tony.
All right, then. So now these remaining 3 skiers will determine the destiny of the podium and also the destiny of the top 3 points for the Waterski Pro Tour on the basis of this tournament. The current French National Open Men's Slalom Champion with a 5 buoy count at 10.25 meters. This is Sacha Desquin, the legend of Lourdes.
And Tony, his skiing has been he's turned it on. I mean, if I was a betting man, I would say he's going to be the next one to run 10.25 in a tournament. I mean, he's been knocking on the door. I don't know how many 5s he has this season, but he is looking so good, so strong, and you'll see it as you watch this set. I mean, I'm really, really pumped with how Sasha's skiing. It's really fun to watch.
And you know what I noticed on that pass, and I know it's a fairly easy run on 12 meters to get things started, that whenever he edge changes, that there's no outward signs, no apparent, early release like you see with so many skiers.
Yeah, I mean, and you talked about it earlier too. You talked that Florian's kind of got that rock'em sock'em ski style, and I mean, Sasha was known for that, right? That's how Sasha skied, and you've kind of seen him. He's made some changes to his skiing, so he's a lot lighter on the boat, which then makes the zero off. It's not going to pull him as hard, and he just doesn't create as much energy and speed as he does when as he did back a couple years ago.
Yeah, 2:10.7. I know that setup was exactly what you were looking for, and you just said it was a waste of a 1. But talk us through how you felt.
You didn't say about the gate then?
I just said unofficially 2:10.2.
And we're just listening on dockside right now to what was being said there from Aaron in that recent interview there with Sadie. So many ways in which to consume our product on the YouTube channel. 11.25 meters. Just maintains glorious contact with that ski on top of the water.
Yeah, Tony. I mean, you said it after that first pass, but that's the one thing that I really like to see is Sasha right now, as he lets his ski edge change, it moves nice and smooth on both sides, right? You don't ever see him go from that pulling edge, jump to the inside edge. He always lets it roll nice and smooth, which helps him carry his width out and speed going out. And, and that's why he's skiing so well, Tony. I mean, to me, that's in my opinion, I think that change in his skiing that he's done over the last year or so is the reason why you're seeing Sasha out here running these huge scores like he has been.
I'm not too sure what's going on up in the tower, but I mean, Aaron Davies was up there trying to explain his point of view up there. I mean, he's gotten the two at 10.25 meters.
I think what has happened, Tony, I'm sitting here looking at my phone. I believe on the score sheet right now, they still have him as 0. So he's probably up there just checking to make sure that he got 2. We have been told he was confirmed 2. So he's just double checking, making sure he's got everything right. Like I said, we got confirmation that they did give him his gate. So he is currently right now sitting in second place. They just corrected it. So here we go. We got Sasha coming up. This is 10.75.
10.75 meters, and let's have a look and see if he can continue his smooth approach. There's number 1. Look at this, folks. It doesn't get much better than this. Round number 4, round number 5, and just maintaining clean and unobstructed contact between the ski and the water in his edge change from one side to the next. That is Sasha Deska.
Yeah, I mean, he ended up a little bit down course there at the end of the pass, Tony, but, that's the one thing is usually when these skiers start ending up down course, they start trying to make things up and do things faster. Sasha, never one time did he seem to try to move the ski quicker. He still lets it roll out, so knowing that he can take it down course, but running that pass, probably not as smooth as he would like it to go, but like I said, it was a good looking pass to me, just a little down course, but like 1 and 2 right there are awesome. But you see how the ski swings. 3 was the only one that was a touch faster than the others, but as you see, when the ski rolls out, it rolls nice and smooth. It doesn't ever really hop. And there you go. You see him going into 5. He's down course there, but that's how he able to come in a good position. Never has a stall on the backside of it, and so now he's going to give him a chance at 10.25. I think, he ran 3. He's run 2 3s, but, he's shooting for getting further down it. I know he's really wanting to crack it off for the first time, and he looks like he can do it. We just got to see. He's got to get a good start and make sure he doesn't hammer the gate and keeps everything moving nice and smooth at the start of this pass. All right, lead is 2.5, Tony. So a full 3 puts him in the lead, but I know he's thinking about pushing the scores out for Thomas and Freddie. Let's see what he's got.
Oh, a very, very quick gate entrance into buoy number 1. There's 1. There's number 2. He's still on top. There's number 3. And tried to move the ski outside on number 3, but looks like it's going to be either 2 or 2.5 from our initial prognostication.
Yeah, and that's also a bummer, Tony. I mean, I think Sasha's been skiing super well. Just did not get the gate that he needed and wanted at the 10.25. You'll see it when we show the replay, but not getting the ski to turn like he wanted to out of 1, and then then he started having to move kind of quick. So that is a bit unfortunate. We'll have to wait and see what the judges give him. He looked like he was close. I don't know if he got outside. So we are getting confirmation that is 2 at 10.25. So Brando Caruso, who was on the bubble of making the podium, has guaranteed himself no worse than 3rd place with 2 skiers left. So I think maybe his frustrations that we saw while he was in the water will kind of turn. He'll be a little happier with that. As you see there on the replay from Sasha, he just hammered the gate, and then the ski, kind of was bouncing on him into 1. I can't believe he got the ski to turn it 2 and kept the fin in the water, but it looks like he ran over that buoy and just displaced it, so unable to get a score of the 2.5.
All right, so the score of a 2 puts him into a virtual 2-way tie with Aaron Davies currently for 2nd place right now. Although Sasha has the superior backup. So Sasha takes 2nd away from Aaron Davies thus far. Sasha Deska, his buoy count has been 3, 3, and 2, whereas Aaron Davies is half, 2.5, and 2. All right, moving on up. We have got on the water at this time Thomas de Gasperi.
Yeah, and Thomas, noticed that his bindings were in the wrong spot, made a correction before he skied today. Tony ran 4 at 10.25, which is a really good score for him. I know Thomas can I think has been to 5-ball before, so he's able to, tie this course record and put some pressure here on Freddie. Definitely knows he has to get a full 3 to take the lead. But I think he's looking at trying to get further down this pass, and like I said, I thought that 1/16 of an inch that he moved his bindings back really made that ski work better. I mean, most people would think that 1/16 of an inch would do nothing, but at the level of these guys, just a little bit will go a long
Shout out
way.
to DDR on the webcast. Hopefully still watching.
He's so used to it. If you walk around the house like this.
BDR, the man.
Not too sure what he's referring to, but that's for him, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think that's who Sadie skis with there in Bordeaux. I'm not really sure, but definitely talking about somebody that Sadie's been skiing with. But nice. Freddie's always kind of a cheerful guy on the dock. It's kind of nice. He's super serious, but it's usually once he puts the ski on and gets in the water, you see him just hone in and get in it. But he's always nice and cheerful on the dock and cutting it up. And I know he's super stoked for Sadie. Sadie getting her first win today, and he would love to be the other champion in the slalom event here at the Poti Pro.
All right, here we go, folks. Coming on in. This now is 11.25 meters. Looking good. And getting the job done on that second run. Started on 12, came back on 11.25 meters, and is correct on both of those runs.
Yeah, Tony, I'm just amazed that 1/16 of an inch made such a huge difference in Thomas's ski. I mean, to most people that's absolutely nothing, but I think when most people watch him, they're looking at it, but it does. The ski is just so much better. It's rotating through the turn a little bit more. He's able to push the nose in and get it to turn. As we see him rotate in at the gate, he's the only one in this final that does a one-handed gate. But watch, you see how the nose drives in and it never pushes back on him, and that's what that boot movement really helped that out. I mean, he was complaining about his 1-3-5 turn in round 1, and when I talked to him after round 2, he was like, man, that was so much better, and I had to agree with him. I think the ski looks so much better today than it did yesterday.
And binding placement, one of the critical pieces of adjustable equipment on that slalom ski. There's the wing that you should consider as well. Then obviously the fin set in relation to the length of the ski and how much depth that it has. And one of the things I just had a real epiphany with over the last few minutes is for several years Matteo Lazzeri would actually gift people who skied in the San Gervasio Pro-Am like a little notebook type thing, and I just realized maybe he's gifting something that you can take notes on so far as your fin setting and all of that is concerned.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll be honest, Tony, if you ask most of these guys, they have it written down. I mean, I've skied with a bunch of skiers, and a lot of the pros have a book, and they'll write down where their fin is that day. I mean, I've seen people write where the fin is, what the water temp is, the wind, all the things that they're thinking of, and they can go back and look, hey, 2 years ago I skied at San Gervasio, and it was 88-degree water, and I had my fin here, and they'll use that and use that as a book. So, I mean, most skiers probably don't do that, but these pros, just at the level that they're at, they're constantly keeping up. You got to constantly check your equipment because it can move. Like I said, Thomas has had shifted, and kind of how that happens is, the bindings have slots, and they just had kind of shifted forward just a little bit. So, for a skier at home that maybe doesn't check their equipment every time they ski, that's something you ought to do. Make sure your screws are tight. We saw somebody came out of a pass and their back binding was
Simon Oldman.
Yeah, exactly, was popping off the ski. Now he seems to think that it was the insert had kind of stripped out. I hope that is the case for him and it wasn't him not checking the ski. But constantly check your equipment, make sure it's where you think it is, and then you don't have to worry about something happening there. But right now we got Thomas DeGasperi coming in 10.75, Tony.
All right, then, here we go. 10.75 meters, jumping all over there on the front of the ski off number one. A little bit of a release there. Right foot forward, which means that his 246 side is going to be better than his 135, and to that end, he's skiing on that asymmetrical slant ski, which is actually wider on the right-hand side of the ski, which gives him enough support to aid in actually finishing off the turn on 135 a little bit smoother, a little cleaner. So that gives him enough time to get across course and then actuate the narrower part of the ski, which is on the right side for his 246 side turn.
Yeah, and I mean, and you see it when he swings out to 1, 3, and 5. It's different than he does at 2, 4, and 6. But the ski turns just about the same way, and that's probably a product of that asymmetrical ski that he's using. I know he's worked really hard for years with Good, to get that ski dialed, and now it's a ski that anybody can buy and you can go give it a try. Maybe it worked for you, but Thomas is looking really good on his own signature ski, and like I said, he's looked good this weekend. He got a 4 earlier today, and he's we joke with him, but he's Mr. Consistent. He always gets 3. So I mean, unless something really weird goes here, I'm expecting him to for sure get 3. But I would love to see him turn 3 and go to 4, and then we've got a little bit of a dogfight on our hands here between him and Freddie. I mean, because Freddie's been skiing so good this season. We've seen him run 10.25 several times this season, but he's been getting 4 and 5 a lot.
Here we go, Thomas DeGasperi. There's number 1, broken forward off number 1. He's round number 2. He's good to go there. He's good to go for number 3, but he gets a 3.
Yeah,
and enough for the current lead right now.
Yeah, Tony, and he just came up short at 3 ball. We'll have to look at the replay, but again, we've seen a lot of skiers that are getting really good starts. And I mean, I thought he was going to turn when he turned 1 and turned 2. I thought he was for sure going to turn 3, and then he just didn't quite have the width that he needed at 3, and he had to check up, or he was going to hit the buoy, and then he risks falling, going 2.5, or if he doesn't wait that split second longer, maybe hits the buoy and ends up like Sasha, where he only gets a score of 2. But look here, watch 1. 1 was so nice. He gets a really good turn here. Good pull to 2. I thought he hooked up pretty nice out of 2. Yeah, and then right there, you see how he's a little squatted and the hands are just a little bit further away from him than they were going to 1, and it just causes him to kind of come up short. So he had to wait and stretch for 3 ball, and at 10.25, you've got to do everything right on the dot, or you're in trouble. But again, Mr. Consistent, Thomas DeGasperi comes out here, gets the 3, so he takes the lead. And, Freddie, we saw Freddie run 5 at 10.25 earlier today, but we also saw Freddie run 1.5 at 10.25 yesterday. So we're not saying, it's not
automatic.
It's not automatic. I mean, Freddie's got to get out here and get his butt to work. But, right now, Freddie, the way he's skiing, I think most people at home would think Freddie can get to 3. And then, the thing with Freddie is if Freddie gets to 3, he's going to, unless it's just really bad, he's going to drop the hammer, he'll pull, he'll throw the body slide, he'll somehow, he said it to me earlier, the only thing today in this round is you got to beat the next person by a quarter of a buoy. So that's what his mindset is going to be going into this set right here.
Here we go, folks. This will determine the destiny of the Poti Pro 2026 men's slalom title. Here he is, 12-meter start. Trying to overhaul that score of 3 at 10.25 meters, which has just been performed by Thomas de Gasperi. And with that in mind, let's send it over to Sadie.
Okay, guys, by dockside, we're down here with T-Gas. He's just come off the water. Solid score of 3 at 10.2. At the moment, you're sitting in the lead. We know we have Freddie on the water at the minute, so we're waiting to see. But the nerves, I imagine, are a little high to see how this all plays out.
Yeah, I mean, changing the binding, I think that was the right call. I mean, Freddie's Freddie. You know, he's been on fire lately. So, yeah, I'll be sitting here waiting for him to do what he's the best doing, and you know, we'll sit here and wait. But I'm happy. I think I'm finding my consistency again. I think the binding was actually my major thing that made me feel better again. And shame, because I had a good gate there at 41, and yeah, I didn't get a hook up at 2-ball that I wanted. So I was like, be safe, 3-ball, but yeah, Freddie's Freddie.
I agree with that. Freddie is Freddie, but it's a solid score. You know, he's got to get there. He's got to get it done. I know last year you got second. I think you said you tied for first at Runoff. Yeah. So hopefully, I don't know.
No, I really would like to not ski again today and take a good day off tomorrow before Europeans. But if it comes down to Runoff, then it'll be fun to go against Freddie. And if it doesn't, you know, good for him. He deserves it.
Okay, well, put your feet up, relax. Let's enjoy the rest of this show. I know I'm excited, and I hope you guys are too. Anyone you want to say a quick thanks to?
Mama. Today, just Mama now.
Okay.
And Beta.
Okay, and with that, we're going to send it back to you, Tony.
All right, then, and in the process of that interview taking place, Freddie Winter continuing on his trail towards the slalom title. He's gotten through 12 and 11.25 meters, and the consummate professional that Thomas de Gasperi is, he hasn't even begun to take his equipment off. There could be the opportunity for him to be in a runoff situation, but that is going to be determined by the performances out in the water right now more than anything else.
Yeah, no, I mean, Thomas is going to stay ready. You know, there's 3 at 10.25 is a tough score. You know, I mean, like I said, Freddie gets past there a lot, but that is still a tough score to get to, and you know, so he's got to stay ready. I know last year we had some weather roll in. We were supposed to ski 2 days, had some weather roll in, so we ended up skiing 3 rounds, and then he had a runoff, and everybody was so gassed. So, you know, at least thankful for Thomas that he's not having to ski 4 sets today, but there is a chance that he might have to take, you know, a runoff. We'll have to wait and see. Freddie looks super dialed right now. I mean, that 11-meter pass looked really nice, Tony. I mean, he was so strong and on top of it. So we'll have to see if that carries through here to 10.75.
All right, here we go. The wind has ceased to exist now. Not as much of a gusting wind as we've seen a little bit prior. Here we go. This is 10.75 meters. And looking good there on 10.75 meters all the way around all 6 buoys through the exit gates. All right, so now it's target skiing. Anything more than 2 puts him on the podium. Anything more than 2.5 climbs him up with no worse of a finish than second. And if he gets more than 3, he takes the title.
Tony, I'm going to tell you, it's win or bust for Freddie. He's not thinking about 2. He's not thinking about 2.5. He's thinking about turning 3 and getting a piece of 4. Yeah, so, you know, kind of right now, Tony, we've noticed there was a wind earlier. It's kind of died off. The light is flattening out, so, you know, the visual is a little different. We're not having the sun like we had. And on top of that, you have to add that suspension bridge down there that he has to do at the gate. You know, we've seen Freddie take a 10.25 from that end, but when he did it, he did not get the start he wanted and ended up with 1.5. So I'm going to get to try it again this round. Let's see if he can get a better gate, better start, but definitely going to need to get a good gate, good one if he's going to make it to 3. But like I said, I guarantee you his brain is at getting a piece of 4.
Yes, indeed. That piece of 4 starts with a quarter. Let's have a look and see what we've got here. This is Freddie Winter, 10.25 meters, setting himself up for the entrance gates. There's number 1. He gets the 1. He gets the 2. Oh no, when he gets around buoy number 3, can he get back to the wakes to score 3? 3-0. Yes, he did. And that forces, you know what that means.
That's free skiing, Tony.
Yes,
Everybody
indeed.
at home should be stoked we get free skiing. But, kind of like I talked to you there, Tony, Freddie was going to go to 4, but once he got off at 2, he realized, he got broken over at the boat, and instead of trying to turn 3, he made this smart decision, stands up, gets around 3, gets the S turn to get back. So now, Thomas and him are going to have a runoff. They're going to go out 10.75 off the dock. And
all right.
then bring them back at 10.25.
And also what this does is it confirms Brando Caruso with a position on the podium in 3rd place. And apologies for that spicy language there on the dock side.
Yeah, it looks like he's a little sore there, Tony. He was grabbing. I saw him working out his shoulder earlier. He had a really good one. I thought for sure he was good, but watch here at 2. He gets broken over, turns, gets the handle to the inside, and then the boat pulls him. And, most people wouldn't be able to get outside of 2, but how he was able to get the pull over there in that position, get the ski outside of 3, and be able to get back to the wakes. I mean, like I said, I think maybe only Freddie is the guy that can do it, but, watch this gate. Really good gate. Rotates the ski up under the line. Looks really nice. And this one ball is awesome. But you'll see the handle comes to the inside hip hair off of 2. So he snatches it pretty quick. It comes inside. And now the ski checks up because he has to move his hands back to that outside hip to get into the pull position. And that allowed the boat to pull him over the front of the ski. And not able to get the pull to 3 that he wanted. But yeah, you see him right there. He started pulling that arm back after he got back to the wakes. And we saw it earlier. He was really using a massage gun to loosen it up. So, hopefully that's not something that's going to hurt him here, Tony.
All right then. So now we're going to have a coin flip, but let's send it over for that and for a word with Sadie.
Oh, okay, guys, we're back dockside. We're here with Freddie Winter. He's just come off the water. Pretty exciting news for everyone watching back home. Not so exciting for you. 3 at 10.2 ties you with T-Gas, so now you guys are out for a runoff.
That was super ugly. I've hurt myself a little bit. I've been bloody babying this shoulder since Spain, and that's just, I've sort of hurt it, but I'll give it a go and see what happens here. That was stupid.
We all hope you're okay. I'm sure there's a lot of people back home that are in your corner. Good luck out there. Have fun, and we'll let you go and take some time to get ready.
Thank you very much. It's always fun. Always fun.
All right, back to you, Tony.
And I think that draw is gonna be starting around about now. We've got Thomas de Gasperi. We got.
Okay, guys. I'm here. Like, how it's out. Okay, so.
Exhale.
It's you.
Okay, which is the other side? Can I see this one?
Other side.
Okay.
2.
I'm 2. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Are you ready? So you start with 11.
Okay. Start at 10.
10.
So it's me.
Yeah.
So what? The
So
side.
you
or-
start first.
Okay.
You start first, and you
But
start
he doesn't have
first.
to beat me, right? We're gonna keep going in case.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah,
like
tight,
always
it's tight.
till the end.
Tight until the
Yes.
end. Yeah,
yes,
that's the
until
fair.
the end. You start 11.
I'll go first.
Let's do it the fair way.
10-7. Yeah, 10-7.
Okay, so 10.75 meter start. May the best man win. T-Gas will take to the water first.
Yeah, and Tony, that might come in to help Freddie out a little bit. You saw him with the massage gun as they were flipping it, so maybe he can get that shoulder loosened up. He was kind of joking with Thomas that maybe Thomas goes second, just because he got off the water. But that little bit of extra time might come to help Freddie out and be able to at least get that shoulder loosened up enough to be able to take a pass down and a pass back. But you could definitely tell that it was definitely giving him some problems.
Guys.
Yes?
Just for you.
Stupid light.
It's not possible.
I know,
It's okay. It's okay.
Just turn as much as possible.
If you can pull boy 4 down, that'd be great. It's like this big. Did you see it?
Yeah.
It's huge.
I was looking at the light. I was like, wow. But then once you get closer, it disappears because they turn it, I think.
Yes, they turn it as maximum as it possible.
Okay, and just to clarify for those of you that are asking the obvious question, if we are tied once again, we just keep skiing until there is no more tie.
Good. Yep.
Yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat, Tony. I love free skiing. I think it's great. I definitely would not want to be one of these two guys, but as a spectator here, there's nothing more than I like than a really good runoff. All right, and we're getting here. We're kind of running out of light. It's getting a little bit, it's flattening out, and we've got jump coming up here too, Tony. So we got to get that before it gets dark. But we've got these two men. We're gonna do this and see if we can't crown us a champion here after 4 passes, or in theory 4 passes for each of these guys, and then we'll move on to women's jump.
10.75 meter starts, which means that should both competitors run the 10.75 meters, each will have an attempt at 10.25 meters from the same direction that they had before.
Yeah,
which obviously puts the bridge back into play.
Exactly, right? If there's a 13-meter start, then they'd be trying it from a different end. But yeah, it's the same setup they had. They just don't get that drop down. They're going to get picked up and spun into the course. That's the only difference in the two setups. All right, cold 39 there, Tony. I am super stoked. I don't know about you. How's your pulse doing?
Yep, it's holding pretty well right now as we get set to bring in Thomas de Gasperi for his first pass in this runoff situation. They're both tied on 3 at 10.25 meters. And officially that will be the score as recorded, but this skiing is to break the tie and do nothing more beyond that.
Yeah, and that was a really good 10-7 there, Tony. Cold off the dock. And another thing to point out is both of these guys have kind of been battling injury. Thomas had his neck that he hurt, several weeks ago from a big hit coming out the gate.
I saw that MRI. It looked pretty brutal.
Yeah, and now you got Freddie. He's been babying nursing a shoulder injury. And so we've kind of got two guys that are skiing really good, but also nursing injury. But right here we see on the replay, I think maybe this might have been Thomas's best 10-7 of the week. So, I'll have to go back and watch all of them and see. But Thomas is looking good. He's skied really good. We saw him get 4 earlier today. So, 3 wasn't all he's got. He's very consistent at getting 3. But, right now with how that pass went, I think, and if he could get the start that he did at 10.25 from the final round, the actual round, I think he might be able to make a bigger score, and that's going to put a ton of pressure on Freddie, who's, kind of injured his shoulder there with that ski set.
So here we go. We've got T-Gas getting ready for the 10.25 meter pass. Each has a 60 seconds of wait time at each end prior to each run. And here we go. This is Thomas de Gasperi. There's 1. Rocks it out. There's number 2. He's still on top of the water. He's round number 3. He skis for the wakes. And there is Thomas de Gasperi with a 3 buoy count. And that's the target going forward. In order for Freddie to take this title, he's got to get a piece of 4.
Yeah, I mean it's back to the same setup we had in the final in the round, right, where they tied at. Thomas goes out, gets a pretty good start at 10.25 and gets 3, and now Freddie's sitting on the dock knowing he has to get a piece of 4 if he wants to take the lead. If not, these two guys are, if Freddie gets 3 again, these two guys are going to come back and they are going to do it all over again. So we'll see. Hopefully Freddie's shoulder isn't too bad and he's able to, actually be able to go out there and power through this pass. But right here, look at Thomas here on the gate. Comes in, rotates the feet up under him pretty nice, I think. Look pretty good there. And I don't think he got quite as good of a 1 as he did the time before, but I still thought when he turned here off a 2, it's kind of the same, but I thought maybe he might try to make the play. But again, the smart move is to take the full 3, and then that makes Freddie have to pull to 4, right? If he tries to turn 3, blows the tail, falls over, does whatever, Freddie just has to pull S turn 3 like he did, in the round. So smart skiing by Thomas. He's a seasoned veteran. He knows what he needs to do, and there he hooks up off of 1, not quite as much as he'd like to, but here off of 2, you see how the ski bites, gets him a little out of position. But I really thought he could be able to turn it, but again, making the smart play, and that's just coming from experience from T-Gas.
All right, and speaking of Freddie Winter, coming down the pipe now, is getting ready for 10.75 meters for his opening pass, coming to us from the borough of Wandsworth in London. Here he comes. His opening pass, 10.75 meters. Needs to run this and get more than 3 on the pass to come afterwards. Setting up on Bravo 2 with the 0 off. And nursing a bit of a hurt shoulder coming into this runoff. He's been battling that all season long, although he hasn't indicated as much to those that are closest to him, and certainly not to any of his adversaries out there competing against him on a weekend to weekend basis on the Waterski Pro Tour.
Really, I can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Tony, he kind of really injured that shoulder at Botas this year. I mean, I'm not sure about before that, but we heard him tell Sadie that he's kind of it's been bothering him really since Spain. So, I'll be honest, watching that 10.7 pass, you couldn't tell that it was bothering him. I thought that pass was really nice and looked really good. So, if I know anything about Freddie, as long as he gets out of 2 good, goes to 3, he'll turn, give a pull, and do, he'll even do a body slide if he has to. But if it does end up a perfect tie at 3, we have unlimited runoffs until we find us a winner.
All right, so Freddie Winter getting ready now for 10.25 meters. If that ski gets outside buoy number 4, it is a done deal. All right. We'll be pulling out to the left-hand side of the towboat underneath the bridge. Entrance. Round buoy number 1. Looking good for number 2. A little down course here. Round number 3. He will S-turn. And it's double bubble.
More free skiing, Tony. I am floored. I love it. It's great. Everybody at home, I know these two guys that are skiing would probably prefer if they didn't have to ski again, but for everybody watching, this is awesome. This doesn't get no better than this. We got a runoff, and we could have as many of these until we find us a winner.
Can we pull the buoy down? Buoy 3. It's huge. It's dangerous. It's the big one to turn. We've got to pull it down. It's different to all the other turn buoys.
All right, so as we continue on, Freddie Winter has indicated to our officials that there may be something
Yeah, I mean, he's
off with this upcoming buoy.
Yeah, he said it's a little high. I mean, looking from here from the shore, it looks a little high. Even there, it is bigger than one ball. And, I mean, the thing is with these hard shell bindings that these skiers use, they're going for performance there. If the ski hits it and bounces a certain way, you run the risk of really tearing up your ankle. And, Freddie voicing his frustration. I mean, you heard him say something about it before they did the runoff. And it sounds like he's going to get what he wants. They're going to do it. They're going to go out there. They're going to yank down that 3 from that end, making it a little bit smaller, because that is right now, currently that's the buoy that they've got to turn. And, they're going to, let's get it down. So maybe these skiers will feel better. Maybe we can see one or two of them, turn 3. They've both looked pretty good. I thought Thomas had a better play there at 3, but stood up. And then, Freddie not quite getting the 2 ball that he wanted, but, knows he can get over there. But when that buoy is really high, you wait just a split second longer before you want to turn it, just because you want to make sure you're not going to hit it.
And there we see on the dock side, Beta Gali. We see Elena Kunert, our chief judge. We see the main protagonists in this men's slalom runoff.
And Tony, I just wonder if Sasha hit 3 ball. He we thought he got 2.5, but ended up with a score of 2. I wonder if when Sasha hit that buoy and displaced it, if it didn't loosen the bungee up a little bit, and that buoy ended up a little bit higher than it was.
Or even the counterweight that's under that buoy.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, that buoy did get hit earlier in this event, and maybe that's why it's a little bigger, because it looked that we really hadn't heard anything about it until now. So that could be what's going on with that 3 ball from down there.
I can only imagine what Elena Thompson is saying and thinking at this point. Former world overall water ski champion and probably one of the most decorated female skiers in the sport of tournament water skiing. She is a member of the International Water Ski Federation Hall of Fame, and she's probably having a good chuckle here.
Yeah, I mean, back when she, back in the day when she used to ski, they used to turn around beach balls, so. They've definitely, the bindings and the equipment has changed over the years, and you've seen some skiers go more to that hard shell for a performance standard, but when you go to that performance standard, you do kind of run less of a safety point of it. The skiers are using, a hard shell binding that does have a release system, so they do come off of the ski, but you're still running it that if it fails, you hit it, and that dial on the back fails or something goes wrong, breaking an ankle, tearing an Achilles, messing up a knee, hurting a hip. I mean, there's a lot that can go wrong if that ski gets pulled the right way.
Well, back in my day, we weren't skiing around beach balls. We were skiing around Clorox judges.
Yes, and I've definitely seen a few ski courses over the years where they didn't have the buoys, but they got milk jugs, and you got to do what you got to do, and.
But milk's a lot more expensive nowadays.
Exactly, but at least it is nice to see the evolvement of the sport. Just through the the buoys, the ski boats with the zero off and the settings there, the ski equipment. I mean, the skis have come such a long way in the last 5-6 years, right? Let alone from back in the early 90s what they had. And I mean, with the boats, they now have GPS speed control. That is, they get within 1/100th of a second off of actual times, and you get it every time just about. So we've seen that advance there, so it's nice that we're able to go out there. We're going to lower this buoy a little bit. We're going to put these guys back out there, and we're going to do another runoff. This is shaping up to be an awesome, fun thing to watch here, Tony.
Indeed, and this slalom event by no means done quite yet. We've got Freddie Winter. I'm not too sure whether he's going to go out first or second in the continuation of this runoff. I believe that at least judging by what I'm seeing right now, we got Thomas going out first once again. And we continue with the same start in line length for 10.75 meters.
And I'll tell you something else that's pretty cool, Tony. We've got this tournament that's a Monday, Tuesday. I bet you there are a ton of people in America that are sitting in the office getting nothing done today because they've just been sitting here watching water skiing all day, which is awesome. I know when I was working in the office and TWBC had something going on, I got nothing done because I'd sit there and listen to you all day, Tony. So I guarantee you I'm not the only one that has that, and it's pretty fun that we've got it on a Tuesday and people are able to do that at work.
Indeed. So for those of you who didn't know how to switch between tabs on your computer, fair play to you.
Yeah, but I mean, the best is when you got two computer screens, right? So you work off one, you got TWBC on the other, and you can kind of get it done, you know. But my problem is I'm not super great at multitasking. So when I put that second computer screen on, my eyes tend to just look at one screen, and I forgot about work.
Indeed. And for those of you that are currently watch us live, stick around, folks. We still got the women's jump final to come, and then a few hours later, then we'll have the men's jump final. This is the previous attempt on our instant replay from the previous attempt at 41 off 10.25 meters and laying it down off number 2 there, Zane.
Yeah, I mean, you saw him. He didn't get out of 2 like he wanted to in the round, and then there, same thing. Kind of did a little bit. He kind of got twisted up going to 2, so the ski didn't quite come up under him like he wanted. I thought he got out of 2 better than Freddie. You know, Freddie just kind of got pulled out again, and I think that might be a little bit of a product of the shoulder. But the thing with Freddie is, you know, even when Freddie doesn't get a good turn, he really gets the ski to move. But you see how he kind of twists. He didn't get the ski quite moving off of 1 going to 2 quite like he wanted until a little late. So Thomas, you know, checking up there at 3, and then, you know, that put the pressure on Freddie. So. But another thing to point out, Tony, they've had to sit here quite a while. Last time when they did this runoff, you know, they each had the same amount of wait time from each other, but we've definitely had a lot longer time before they're going to have to go. So we're going to get a really cold 39, 10.75 off the dock. But here's Freddie's 41 in the runoff. What do you see here, Tony, off a 2-ball?
Here off number 2, he really fought to get that ski angled away as quickly as possible off of buoy number 3, but unfortunately losing a bit of his position, and he'll look back at that buoy and indicate to our officials that it was a little bit on the high side, which as we mentioned just moments before can prove to be quite
dangerous, but
quite dangerous. Yeah.
But watch him right here. You see how that handle came to that inside hip? That's why he had that big check up there at 2, right? You know, you want to see the skiers bring that handle at least to somewhere in the belly button section outside hip, which allows the ski to go under the rope, so then you can pull. The reason you saw that ski kind of check up on him and he, you know, comes up and then he drives it back down going to 3-ball was because that handle comes to the inside hip, and as you go to move it, you kind of have to let your body up as you're moving your hands across your body. So that's kind of what you saw there. But it looks like we've got 3-ball lowered. That looks better.
That's more like it.
And so, you know, if they get there, they should be able to turn it now, Tony.
Absolutely. So who is going to turn it? What do you reckon?
Well, I think if Thomas can get out of 1, I mean, he's been getting pretty good 1s. I think if he'll get to 2, if he can get just a little bit better look at 2, he's going to turn 3. But again, the thing with Freddie is no matter what, you can't count Freddie out because he somehow seems to always get, when you think he's done, he gets at least another quarter of a buoy when most people would be dead to rights.
And certainly Freddie Winter hasn't been without a huge number of challenges in recent seasons, or actually within recent months and weeks from certain slalom skiers, you know, from the likes of Charlie Ross, you know, who's really banging on the door and trying to reach a slalom supremacy on the Waterski Pro Tour, but. You know, Freddie just seems to have that knack of being at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and I mean, and that goes. I mean, right now we've got two guys that are veterans. I mean, you know, right? Charlie, we've seen him on the Pro Tour. He's been skiing really good, but he's still a younger skier coming up. Whereas, you know, Thomas has been around, you know, since I was a little kid. I grew up watching Thomas, looking up to him, and then Freddie came on. He's been around for quite a while. And, you know, so you're seeing these seasoned guys come out with experience. But right now we have got a cold 39, Tony. This is no easy task. Let's see what Thomas has got.
Here we go, coming in. 10.75 meters. There's number 3. Good to go for number 4. Against the fading light. There's number 5 getting round buoy number 6, and he throws the handle away. He doesn't want to do that twice in a season.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's kind of almost a picture perfect pass that he had where he messed his neck up. You know, I mean, he just was really late out of 6. Doesn't quite have that, you know, rodeo style, that flick of the rope. I mean, the person that I really think of is you know, the two people that I've seen do it that really impressed me is JT, and I remember Corey Vaughn doing it one year at San Gervasio. It was the first time I ever saw somebody flip the rope and take a huge hit. But, you know, here I thought Thomas had a killer 1. You know, unloads a little bit heavy into 2, but, you know, you see...
Broken over off 2.
Yes, because he unloaded so heavy into 2, that kind of had that nose bite a little more than he wanted, and he got broken over. And so now, you know, he just never could quite get back to where he wanted to be, you know, to gain ground. And then there, you could see he came up a little short at 5, and that's what got him. So, you know, a cold 10.7 is not easy, but this is leaving the door open. You know, for Freddie Winter to come in. He's just got to run 10.7. It's not like he's got to turn 1 or 2 at 10.25. He's just got to get out the gates.
Okay, so the score is 5.5, correct?
That's what it should. That's what it should be. Did not ski out of the gates and throw the handle, so it will be 5.5. So if Freddie runs this pass, gets out the gates,
game over.
He is your new champion. If Freddie turns 5 and lets go of the rope, we got another round of free skiing. But I'm going to tell you, Tony, I think this one is going to be our last runoff. I'm not going to call it yet, but I would bet you that this is the last runoff of the day.
All right, so a 6 buoy count. If he gets that, then the title is his at the Poti Pro 2026. And not only with that, he will get 50 points, and also the 2 points for setting the course record and having the best score out of the initial round.
Yeah, and I mean, and then Tony, you know, something else to point out: if he wins, it's the 4th time today that he has run 10.7, which is massive. I mean, that's huge. I mean, how many times?
You don't even practice for that.
No, I mean, how many times do you think? I mean, I've seen him run 10.7 twice in a day, but how many times have you ever seen Freddie run 10.7 4 times in a day?
Yeah, you barely see him once take a singular ski ride once in the course of a day, let alone an additional 3. Okay, here we go. Coming in, this is the Money Pass, 10.75 meters. Entrance, number 1, gets a good hookup. Round number 2, it's looking okay so far, allowing that ski to drive on through. Round number 4, round number 5, and here he comes. Round number 6 through the exit gates, and he is your winner! Freddie Winter with a 6 buoy count at 10.75 meters, winning this 2nd edition of the Poti Pro, coming to you from the Golden Lake. And there is your podium. Freddie Winter ahead of Thomas de Gasperi and ahead of Brando Caruso.
Yeah, I mean, Tony, that was awesome skiing. I kind of knew when Thomas didn't make it out the gates there. You know, Freddie doesn't miss 10.7. and he wasn't going to do it there. That was, I mean, he got a really good start. I mean, he looked really good, and you see Nathan there. He's probably Freddie's down there. He's all fired up. He's super emotional skier and super happy for him. I mean, that's awesome. Like I said, 4 10.7s today. That's impressive. I mean, Thomas skied super duper good, but only able to do 3. And then there you go, Freddie, just kind of showing you why he is your Pro Tour leader. I mean, he's on fire this season. Freddie's been skiing so good.
So he gets the 50 points, which turns into 52 because he has the course record from the previous round. And let's have a look and see what he does on 10.25 meters. This is an attempt there. There's number 1. There is number 2. For 3.
He's going to run it.
Look at this. No pressure.
He's going to run it.
Look at this. He's
gonna
round
run
number 5. He's going to run this. And ladies and gentlemen, a 6-buoy counter, 10.25 meters. Fantastic skiing there from Freddie Winter. We all thought that he was going to go home, and he's about to attempt 9.75 meters.
No, Tony, I'm going to tell you, Freddie is a showman, and he knows. I know we can't see it because we're in this tent, but last year the Georgian crowd has been coming in. We had so many people here watching, so he is putting on a show for the people here and the people watching back home. And I mean, Freddie, right there, first person to get to 5-ball in Georgia, but now first person to ever run 10.25 in Georgia. And I mean, that's awesome. This was such a good start. You could tell when he turned 1, Tony, he was set up, and then right here out of 2, I was going,
look at that. That ski almost made contact with the line.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's battling an injury, but, that's what, I mean, Freddie's tough as nails, and you could tell he was on top of that pass and giving us a show, and I'm looking forward to seeing. I know it won't go down in the scorebooks, but I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do here at this 9.75 pass.
So fantastic skiing, tougher than tungsten out there, I tell you what.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is, but you are the walking encyclopedia, and you know what would be tough. So here we go. We got 9.75, Tony. This is awesome.
Here we go. Coming on in. This is 9.75 meters to set a Georgian all-comers record and a course record right here on the Golden Lake. There we go. That is Freddie Winter, and he'll ski back to the dock. He'll also start celebrating in front of the crowd that's already starting to come into play here for this for the nighttime jump event, which will take place starting at 9:30 p.m. That is in about 3 hours' time. So looks like we got the women's jump to come, and we could almost be segueing straight into that event if things go a little slow.
Tony. I mean, I know we're getting ready to go to women's jump, but what about a slalom day? We had our first pro winner in women's slalom with Sadie Ferguson. Never got a win. And then we got Freddie, first time ever 10.25 in Georgia. I mean, these people have, they've seen skiing, but they've never seen skiing at this caliber. I mean, that was huge. I'm a big slalom nerd, so I'm on the edge of my seat. My heart rate is through the roof, and what a day of slalom. And we've still got more skiing to come. Women's jump, but then a huge night jump event. It's going to be awesome. There's going to be tons of people here. I mean, look at it. It's just been a great day of skiing, man.
That was really
nice. He's going to be taking away some dough.
Yeah, and I mean, not only I was touching on slalom, but we had a first-time pro champion in women's tricks.
Yeah.
We had a first-time pro men's trick champion with Daniela Filchenko in tricks.
Yes.
You had Sadie with the first time pro women's slalom champ, and then Freddie a first time to run 10.25 in Georgia. Now, and then we're going to go into the jump, and I believe all of the jumpers we're going to be looking at a first time, kind of pro win for them. And then there's the men. There's some people that could get maybe their first pro win. Luca got his first one last weekend, so he's probably the favorite, but there are a few.
All right, then, let's send it on over to Sadie.
So, wait. I will cut you a bit later.
Say again?
Hey guys, we're back dockside here with Freddie Winter, 1 at 9.7 in Georgia. Before we get into the interview, we want to give you your runoff coin. So,
Oh, that's super nice. Oh, fantastic.
That's really nice. That's a wonderful memento, actually. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's very
For a
cool.
bit of context, before the runoff, they toss the coin and heads or tails, who goes first. Anyways, Freddie's won, so he's been given the Georgian coin, which is super cool. Won at 9.7 in Georgia. Prior to that, you got yourself into a runoff twice.
Yeah.
Twice. So talk us through how you're feeling, how that felt out there. What a sweet win.
Very, very sweet win. I'm very, very happy. It's funny. Previously, I've had a lot of threes at 10.25, and I hate the score. I hate it because it's just so sort of mediocre. And I've tried not to get any of them, and I haven't this year. I haven't had any threes yet. So it was funny. Like in the run-up, I'm like, in the final, I'm like, hey, get the start, turn 3. I've been doing really well at that, I think, and I got the start, and I have no idea what I did at 2, but it's so unlike me, I think, to do that and trip over. And I think I'll give myself credit for getting the full 3 because, missed 3 and I'm off the podium. So happy with that. And I don't know. Look, everyone's got an excuse. Everyone's got an injury. But I've been having to baby this shoulder for the last 3 weeks since Spain. I've done 6 practice sets between Spain and now. So I've done more rounds of tournament now. I've done 2 runoffs and 2 rounds today, 1. I've done 3 last. I've done 8 rounds of tournaments and 6 rounds. So tell me to shut up. I'm talking too much. Just.
What I was going to say was, you did a round this morning, and then you've done the finals. You ran 10.7, then you got 3, then you had to go back out, run 10.7 again, get 3 again. Then you went out and you ran 10.7, 10.2, and 1 at 9. Incredible skiing. You must be exhausted. But anyone you want to say thank you to? And also, I bet you're happy now.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy. You can tell. Everyone's always told me when I'm very happy or excited, I talk too much. So thank you for. I'll breathe. Thank you to Mum and Dad at home. Well, in Canada, Mum sore leg, and hopefully she can be skiing the Wells this week. But we're not sure. But I'll find out about that when I get back to my phone. But yeah, no, just, thank you to everyone on my ski. All my sponsors who I couldn't do this job or have this life without, obviously. And a special thank you, I think, to the guys here in Georgia who put on a fantastic event. I wasn't here last year, but it just feels like a proper event. There's excellent, everyone's very kind and we're being looked after, and, we're skiing under a bridge in a country that, probably hasn't had tons of high-level skiing in it over the years, professional level skiing. And, scores were big. You got your first win. Great. It was it's just, you'd agree, right? Fantastic tournament. And, I can't wait to come back next year. I'm heading home tomorrow, and I couldn't be happier with my trip to Georgia.
Everyone's so stoked. Congratulations. I'm stoked to be here. You're stoked to be here. Congratulations on your 3rd pro win this season and 4th pro win this season. And I'm sure there's many more to come. So go and enjoy this sweet moment, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you so much, Sadie. And well done to you, not only on being the tied best interviewer of water skiing in the world, but also for a fantastic Wednesday. I was very happy for you. That's a big day. Congratulations.
Thank you. All right, with that, Freddie and we're going to send it back to you, Tony.
Okay, so he calls 3 mediocre.
Yeah, dude, if I got 3 at 41, I'd be floored.
All right, then. So looking at the leaderboard, Freddie Winter, your winner there with 3 at 10.25 meters via the runoff ahead of Thomas de Gasperi. 3rd place, Brando Caruso. 4th, Sasha Deska. Aaron Davies with 5th. Florian Paff, 6th. Matteo Luceri, 7th. And Vincenzo Marino in 8th. So that's the slalom leaderboard, and very, very soon we should have that leaderboard for the men's slalom and the Pro Tour standings. Freddie Winter with 304 points, which actually includes 2 additional points for having the best score out of the entire tournament with 5 at 10.25 meters. Charlie Ross with 221 points in 2nd. Will Asher with 179. Thomas de Gasperi on 112. And Sasha Deska there on 106 to round off the top 5. So great skiing. And And be sure to check out the Waterski Pro Tour at waterskiprotour.com for more details on those lists and much more information. So, looks like we've got a winner so far as the men's slalom audience prize is concerned. Winning a D3 is Juan Diego Ames. You have won yourself a slalom ski. Congratulations. We're going to be reaching out to you very soon to arrange for delivery of that D3 slalom ski of your choice. All right, we've got 2 events to come. We've got the women's jump final coming up next within the next 15 or so minutes. And then after that, we've got a little bit of a break before we go into the men's nighttime jump final. But this is continuing live coverage of this, the Poti Pro for 2026. And when we come back, it's the women's jump final next.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous Waterski hotspots.
For over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
USA.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
It's always summer at Shoe Schwab Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Shoe Schwab Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selection, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shoe Schwab Ski and Board online at shoeschwabsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
World record ropes masterline.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa. A journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Masterline. Made in the USA.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right, rejoining us here at the Golden Lake in Poti for the continuation of the Poti Pro 2026. We're about to go into the women's jump final, but here is the results of the previously shown event, seeing that Freddie Winter scored 3 at 10.25 meters to win via runoff against Thomas de Gasperi, also with the same score. And 3 at 10.25 meters is going to be the score that's recorded for the final result, with the runoff providing a means to separate those two competitors at the top. Brando Caruso with 2.5 at 10.25 meters in third. Sasha Deska in fourth place with his score of a 2. And he has a superior backup against Aaron Davis, who ends up in fifth place with that score at 2 at 10.25 meters. More details on those scores can be found at waterskiprotour.com, waterskiprotour.com, and also on the IWWF results service. All right, women's jump final. Let's take a quick look at the running order. We only have 5 competitors in this event, and we're going to start off with the only competitor to jump at 1.50 meters. It's going to be Maria Popova. Maria Popova from Ukraine will be our lead-off competitor in the women's jump final. Losing a little bit of light as we work our way towards the evening, and when the evening comes, come 9:30, we will go on to the men's jump final on a separate webcast player. We'll tell you that right up front, that once we get done with the women's jump, we will terminate this webcast player unless I am told otherwise, and then we're going to go to a brand new webcast player exclusively for the men's jump finalists. Working her way underneath the iconic pedestrian bridge, which takes folks from one side of the lake to the other and allows them to walk over towards the Black Sea. This is an artificially created lake, and it was built just in time for the 1991 Europe and Africa Waterski Championships, and we see the return of those championships starting this upcoming Friday. The Europe and Africa Waterski Championships, brought to you by TWBC, starting on Friday morning. But for the time being, at least, a skier that will be present and representing Ukraine in those championships is Maria Popova. 1.50 meter ramp height. Let's see what she's got here. She qualified into this jump final having jumped 36 meters. And not a bad opening attempt there from her. We'll get the result there on her first jump very, very soon. Maria Popova, a member of the three-person Ukraine junior waterski team, which took the gold team medal over there in Argentina in January earlier on this season. And you could see her performance and that of two teammates, Mikhailichenko and Ivan Veletsov, as they produced a performance that stunned the world this past January in Cordova, Argentina. We're going to get the score for Maria Popova very, very soon. A little flat coming in, but had plenty of speed, and it's probably going to be in the mid to high 30s, probably not over 40 meters at this time. We're just waiting on the official distance to come through, and we're seeing Enith Anguano continue to get ready on dockside. So apparently we're having troubles, some technical troubles with the zero off system, and we'll try and get that rectified. And one country that is having trouble finding some good training sets, at least so far as their normal training environment is concerned in Dnipro, is the team from Ukraine, because they are unable to utilize the GPS system upon which Zero Off relies upon to deliver consistent polls. Is due to the geopolitical instability in Ukraine right now, and they either have to ski with the boat driver going manual or find somewhere else outside of Ukraine to train. And a lot of competitors, such as Maria Popova and many of her teammates, have had to resort to traveling miles and hours away from their homes in the Ukraine in order to train effectively, utilizing places such as IWWC and Richeto, among others. So provisionally, first jump 36.4, which is better than the first round distance that qualified her for this section of the competition. The best jump that we've seen out of her competitors in the opening round is actually a 42.9, courtesy of Perrine Saunier. But let's see what Maria Popova can do. She's an aggressive young competitor, and really showed us what she was capable of in the World Championships and in the Europe and Africa Junior Championships, which was brought to you on TWBC about a season or two prior. That also taking place in Richeto, and taking a pass on jump number 2. I don't think we've got that many problems in regards to glaring sunlight. Around about this time, a lot of our male jumpers that were trying to qualify for the nighttime jump final were complaining that the sun glare was making it a little bit hard for them to actually focus in on their target, which is the jump ramp. And not being able to see the ramp can be considered to be quite dangerous. But Maria Popova, in this instance, that refusal was just down to timing, plain and simple. Coming into to ramp's proximity a little early, and knowing full well what to do at that point. Now we've still got voting open for skier of the day. Could it be Freddie Winter that earns your vote? Could it be Sadie Ferguson? Or could it be one of a number of skiers that are deserving? Waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Waterskibroadcasting.com/play. And that is for our skier of the day vote. And congratulations to the two individuals that have won slalom skis, courtesy of our audience prize. And one of those skis from the women's competition went to a good friend of ours, Nikki Kuhn from Austria. And we'll get the name for the other person that won the male slalom ski for the audience prize. I think it's a person by the name of Juan Carlos. But regardless, you predicted the positionings accurately enough, and also got closest with the tiebreaker slalom score. There we go. That is Maria Popova taking in a bunch more speed, lifting that left ski to get even more out of that cut and out of that turn as she works her way back towards the dock. 36.4 on the first pass on the second, and I suspect that one could be actually a little bit longer as we send our utility boat out towards the jump to raise it from 1.50 meters to 1.65 meters high. For the remaining four competitors, starting off with Enith Anguno and then on to Elena Thompson, Linda Polidorova, and Perrine Saunier. So a real carnival atmosphere starting to emerge here at this site here on Golden Lake, an artificially built lake built in time for the Europe and Africa Championships that took place here in 1991. And this area has roots in ancient Greece. Modern Poti was built on the site of Thasus, an ancient Greek colony established in the 6th century BC by settlers from Miletus. And we'll mention a few more fun facts about Poti, about this facility and the greater area surrounding this city here in the middle of the Republic of Georgia. And we're just seeing that the best jump for Maria Popova is 36.4. Let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Maria Popova. Just came off of your first pro trick win, and then we saw you out there in the jump event. I know probably not what you wanted, but still awesome day of skiing.
Well, yeah, for tricks was pretty good. I'm really happy about my win. So with slalom was, no, not slalom, jump, was a bit problems. I just sit in the water for some times and it was really painful for my ankles. Well, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I know that's not what you wanted, but again, look at the bright side. Made you some money today in trick, right? You were all fired up after tricks. You got a win. See, now we got the smile back. So it wasn't too bad of a day, huh?
Well, yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Perfect. You got anything to say to anybody at home?
Мам, пап, привет всей моей семье. Я очень рада, что вы меня поддерживаете. Я вас очень сильно люблю. Всем привет.
Perfect. I know mom and dad too, so hi to them as well. And man, you've been crushing it. I'm looking forward to watching you ski this week at the Europeans.
Of course.
Perfect. We'll let you go get dried off. Enjoy your evening. And right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, look at the jump ramp here, brought in especially for this event, and it's going to stay here on Golden Lake to be utilized by the next generation of Georgian competitors. Here we go, Enith Anguno, 54K. Oh, nice, good, solid opening jump there from Enith Anguno, who's trying to put behind her the disappointment of not finishing as as high as she'd like in the initial two events in which she was participating on today, in the slalom and the tricks event. And certainly plenty of motivation there to try and excel with the jump event, our third and final event skiing today. So battling against 36.7 meters, which was the final jump distance for Maria Popova of Ukraine. Extending over the tips of her skis, Ina Thangwano rides out and gets ready for jump number 2. We'll get the distance for her. It should be 42.2. Okay, so as a few of our spectators are gathered over the bridge that connects one side of the Golden Lake here in Poti with the other, and further extends a path out towards the Black Sea. They're all there right now, watching the jumping event. And here we go, Ina Thangwano, a quick, rapid turn. Yeah, better looking jump there, more speed, and the lift was, most of it was there. Our second competitor out, Ina Thangwano, second competitor of 5 in this competition. Looking good, looking in good shape, and getting the job done there on the jump number 2 to rally alongside 42.2 meters on jump number 1. So a jump of 42.2 meters on jump number 2 as well. That's what we're learning from our officials. Here she comes, one final roll of the dice here for Ina Thangwano. She jumped 41.5 meters yesterday, so already improving to the tune of 42.2. And I suspect that one is going to be very, very close to about 43 or 44 meters. Ina Thangwano from France, whose best jump last season was about a 47.4 meters, so she's definitely capable of a lot more than that. A lot more than 42 meters, and she may have conjured up a little bit more by way of some magic there on her third and last attempt there. A little flat coming into the base though, but Ina Thangwano, this is a 44.2, 44.2, so it's her best jump. 44.2 meters. I don't know whether that is her best jump of the season. We'll double check against the EMS.
Representing France, Ines Thangwano, best result, 44.2 meters. Best result on jump 3. Next effort, representing France, Erin Saunier.
All right, so Ina Thangwano with a 44.2 meter jump there, comparing it against what she did in in France in the national championships there. She jumped 43.7 at that tournament. And hasn't jumped an awful lot this season thus far. And actually, the French Nationals was actually the first tournament in which she jumped. So this is a second tournament. That was for Ina Thangwano. And our next competitor is out on the water already. It is a former world overall champion, Elena Thompson. So Elena Thompson, a member of the IWWF Waterski Hall of Fame, was inaugurated, was inducted into that hall about two cycles ago in relation to the World Waterski Championships, and so far as the tournament skiers are concerned, when they are inducted into the International Waterski Hall of Fame, it's normally done in conjunction with that year's World Championships, and I believe that she was inducted in 2023. Remember that she came over especially for that. But she still continues to ski. Here she comes. This is Elena Thompson. Beautiful speed, good lift. And lands and rides out that distance. Elena Thompson jumping 41.8 meters in the previous round to give her a pathway to these jump finals. And if she takes the lead at this point, then she'll be guaranteed a spot on the podium in the top three with two competitors to come after her. So just waiting on the distance to come through any moment now for Elena Thompson. There you go. Some good lift there, but a little flat coming in. So that jump more product of a lift rather than on a speed. So 37.9, and let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Ines Aguino. We just saw you get off the water. 44.2 on jump number 3. So that one was quite a bit further than the first two that were 42.2, I believe.
Yeah, the last one was better. I didn't jump too much this year, so I won like 1 meter at each run, so I'm happy with this.
Well, that was good. I mean, you built off your first round, put out a bigger score. I know the light's a little different. It's not nearly as bright as it was yesterday, but that was an awesome third jump. And we saw you get third place in the women's trick event.
Yeah, the tricks were not so good, but I'm happy with this.
Well, still had a good result. You want to shout out anybody before I let you go?
Yeah, thanks to my sponsor, my family, and all the organizers here. So thanks so much.
Well, perfect. Well, you came off French Nationals. I know you had a good go there, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the Europeans coming up later this week.
Thank you.
All right, merci. And right now we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Okay, and Elena Thompson, and if she puts her hand to protest on this jump, it would be well-founded. She got extremely closer to the utility boat that should not have been in that area to start off with. A little bit of slippage coming into the jump and rolling towards the boat as the power came on. We're pushing out the distance. It is 36.7 meters, 36.7 meters, which is about 120 or so feet. Or about 100 if my math in regards to calculating distances is functioning correctly. So 120 feet on jump number 2. Let's see what she's got on jump number 3. Let's see if she can take this one to over 40 meters. Let's see what she's got. Better looking jump there, taking in a lot more speed. She's her best jump so far is a 37.9, and I suspect that one that she's taken for a third attempt might be a little bit longer. Although it might be a stretch to expect that to be anywhere close to 44.2 meters, which is the lead distance courtesy of Ina Thangwano. So the distance coming through, it is 38.5 meters. 38.5 meters. That currently puts her in second spot right now, meaning that with 2 skiers to go, Ina Thangwano, with her jump of 44.2 meters, has guaranteed herself a spot on the 3-skier podium. So Elena Thompson. So now we're coming down to our final 2 competitors of this afternoon's action before we turn our attention to the nighttime jump competition in the men's event. That will start at approximately 9:30 this evening, Georgian time, which is around about 1:30 in the afternoon, Orlando time, based upon what I know about the time difference. It's about a 9-hour time difference between Georgia and the eastern seaboard of the United States, which includes the greater Orlando area. But the skier on the water right now, coming to us from Czechia, it is Linda Polidarova. So Linda Polidarova. So Linda Polidarova coming into this event with a best jump of the season being 47.9 meters. That was in the Poti Pro about a week or 2 ago. That was her first event of the season. So she hasn't been competing that much over the course of this season, but already has a relatively tall target to obtain, at least from a personal point of view. Now, this is Linda Polidarova from Czechia, drives in on jump number 1. Is that enough to take the lead? If it does, then it puts her on the podium automatically with 1 competitor remaining. So a good solid effort there on jump number 1. If it's over 44.2, then that will take the lead and put her in a pretty nice position going forwards. But she is well aware that Perrine Saunier is a highly capable athlete herself. Linda Polidarova. It is going to be 44.3 meters, just 10 centimeters in it between herself and Ina Thangwano. And with that, let's send it over to Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Katarina Raptova. We saw you second place in women's slalom, but now here rooting on your Czech counterpart in the jump, Linda, out here. We just saw her hit jump 1. Tell us a little bit about how she's been jumping this season.
Yeah, she has been on an upward curve. She did 47.9 in Recetto Pro, I think. We did the national record on the same day. It was such a special day. And she has been skiing in Sperlonga. I think she's been enjoying it. So, yeah, I'm excited to see her this week.
Well, she's been skiing awesome. I mean, like I said, I knew she broke the Czech national record. I thought that was super cool. I knew you broke the Czech national record, so congratulations to you. So it looks like the Czech ski team is skiing very good.
Yeah, I'm excited. We're missing Martin this tournament, but one more girl is coming, Anna. So I'm excited what we do.
Well, perfect. Well, we'll let you watch the rest of her jump set, and congratulations on your slalom. And right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Taking in a whole bunch more speed into the bottom of that jump and resulting in a lot more in terms of distance. Now, I know that she jumped 44.3 meters, which supersedes Ina Thangano's best jump of 44.2, meaning that Linda Polidorova is on the podium and will finish no worse than second. Ina Thangano now in second and can finish no worse than third with one competitor to go. We're pushing out the jump distance. And it is 45.4 meters. So increasing upon her tally with a 45.4 meters. Fantastic skiing there for Linda Polidorova. So looking towards the iconic Poti pedestrian bridge, which links one side of the lake with the other. We're seeing Perrine Saunier with 3 jumps at her disposal, and she will go out there and use them as she searches for the win here before we go into the nighttime men's jump final, which will take place starting at 9:30 this evening, which isn't too far away from us now. Here she comes, Linda Polidorova. So fantastic skiing there. So Linda Polidorova will ski into the dark. I'm not too sure whether that last jump is going to be anywhere close to the previous 2. But a good, solid effort. She is in the lead. Will finish no worse than second. And now it's time for Perrine Saunier to see if she's up to the task. We're pushing the jump distance. It is 44 meters exactly. 44 meters exactly. So losing a bit of distance on jump number 3. But I'm sure that she's grateful for the 45.4 meters that is currently in the lead. And will put some pressure on Perrine Saunier, who jumped in the previous round 42.9. We'll see if we can pull up some details on her going forward. Perrine Saunier coming to us out of France. And the French contingent in getting here, they just basically arrived yesterday without so much as a practice set for this event. Competed in the French National Championship and scored a 44.2 meter jump. So she's there and thereabouts so far as her capability is concerned. Her personal best, if I'm looking at this right, extending all the way back to 2025 to the Ski Fluid Classic, is a 44.4 meter jump. So 44.4 meters is a PB, and she needs a jump in excess of 45.4, and anything more than that will put her on the podium. Now, if she wants to get on the podium, if her expectations are low enough to just accommodate being been thrust onto the podium, then that target is relatively straightforward. It's more than 38.5. If she jumps more than 38.5, it puts her on the top 3. But it looks like we're going to cut over to Zane in just a moment, but not until we've seen Perrine Saulnier's opening jump. Let's see what she can do against the odds here. Here comes Perrine Saulnier, needing a personal best and then some to take the win here. A good dose of distance, good speed, good height. We'll wait the distance to come through any moment now for Perrine. Perrine Saulnier needing a jump of more than 45.4 to seal the deal, and anything more than 38.5 will put her on the podium. Looks like we got 42.7. 42.7, it's a decent opener, but she needs more than that. She is on the podium, however. And let's send it over to dockside with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Linda Polidorova. We just saw you get off the water. 45.4 was your biggest jump on jump number 2, so currently in the lead. Got to wait for 2 more jumps to see if you're going to take the win.
Well, let's see. I tried my best. Yeah, it wasn't perfect. I can do like much better, but yeah, I tried to jump as far as I could in the moment, so let's see.
Well, and we talked to Katarina just a minute ago, and she was talking about your Czech national record. I think it was 47.9. So you've been jumping really good. You built off of your first round to the final, and you put a lot of pressure here on the last seed.
Well, I mean, I'm stressed out. Let's see Perrine jumping, and let's see what's going to happen next. So.
Well, you looked really good out there. I'll let you kind of sit here and watch, but good skiing, and hopefully we see you on top of the podium. But right now, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right, good speed, good lift there for Perrine Saulnier, who jumped 42.7 to vault her up to the podium ahead of Elena Thompson. Currently in second spot is Ina Thangwano on 44.2, and still out in the lead is with 45.4 is Linda Polidorova from Czechia. From France, here is Perrine Saulnier. Looks like we're pushing the distance here, and it is 42.6, so actually losing some distance on jump number 2. And now she's going to have to dig deep here. If she aspires to win this women's jump competition, she has got to go some. She's got to put out a distance. She's got to put out a distance in excess of 2.7 meters further. She needs a little. If she can conjure up another 3 meters, then that will seal the deal for Perrine Saulnier. So far as Linda Polidorova is concerned, all she can do is sit down and hope that that fate rewards her with the win in the women's jump competition with a jump of 45.4 meters. Perrine Saulnier, whose personal best jump is 44.4. Let's see what she's got. One last crack at this jump. Let's see what she can produce here. A little bit more in terms of height, but still rocking back on the skis and not really taking full advantage of the situation going forwards. Perrine Saulnier making her way back to the shore. I'm not overly optimistic about her chances of rising up from wherever she happens to be right now, which is in third place. 43 meters, 43 meters I'm hearing on my headset, 43 meters. It is exactly 43 meters, which means that your winner of the Poti Pro 2026 women's jump event, your winner from Czechia is Linda Polidorova. And Linda Polidarova's best jump was 45.4 meters. We're going to have a look at the podium. Linda Polidarova in first, second Ina Thangwano, and in third place Perrine Saunier. 1 Czech, 2 French, and that will pretty much complete our on-water action for this afternoon, but not on this tournament in its entirety, because we have got a nighttime jump final to take place 2 hours from now for the men's jump finalists. And just looking at Perrine Saunier, just rocking back there as she came off the jump there, and she was definitely going in the right direction so far as her technique was going, but she just ran out of steam, ran out of jumps. Not a bad effort, but not the end result that she would have wanted. So that was Perrine Saunier as we circle around the dock, and let's send it over to dockside.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Linda Polidarova one more time. Congratulations, first pro win. We'll add you to the list of people that's had their first pro win today, so congratulations.
Thank you very much. I want to say thanks to everyone in Sperlonga, to Davide, Domini, Manuel, and everybody who supported me. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, shout out to the Sperlonga crew. I know a bunch of them there. They're awesome people. Hopefully, I'm trying to sneak down there and ski with them in September, but it sounds like you've been having a killer time down there training.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking as a trial before the Europeans. So I mean, yeah, let's see what I can do at the Europeans. Yeah.
Well, you've built off round 1. You built on it here, round 2, got yourself a win. Now you're going to get you a site familiarization later in the week. So I think you should be pretty comfortable with the site and able to, maybe we might even see a new Czech Republic national record out of you.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. I'm going to try my best. I mean, the site here is amazing, but I'm not really friend with the boat so far, so I got to used to it. So let's see what I can do.
Well, I think you'll figure it out. Like I said, you've been skiing super well. Had an awesome season so far. I think maybe you can carry on with that.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna try my best. Thanks a lot.
Well, I'll let you go get dried off. Enjoy your evening. I know the night jump's coming up later, so that'll be fun to watch. I know they're gonna have a band and some other things going on, so it'll be quite fun. So look forward to seeing you later. But congratulations on the win.
Thanks a lot, and looking forward to that. So see you guys.
All right, perfect. And with that, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
All right there. So that concludes the women's jump competition as we get ready to terminate this webcast player, and we'll have a look at the leaderboard for the women's jump competition. Linda Polidarova, your champion, with 45.4 meters. Ina Thangwano with 44.2. Perrine Saunier with 43. Elena Thompson with 38.5, and Maria Popova with 36.7 meters. And as we have the we'll quickly send it back to the dock and check in with Zane.
All right, hey guys, I'm here with Perrine Saunier. We just saw you get off the water, 43 meters. I know you were probably looking for a little bit more, but man, you've had a busy day of skiing. I know you've had a busy week of skiing. You had French Nationals this weekend, flew in late, got here late, skied Monday, built off of that today. We saw you in the women's slalom final, the women's trick final, and then here in the women's jump final. So, I mean, doing pretty good with your skiing.
Yeah, as always, I was hoping for better. But I'll take it. I'll take it as a training set for Europeans in a few days. So I take it all in. I'll think about it. I'll have a couple days to think about it, and I'll come back stronger in jump.
Well, I don't know you too well, but you've been doing really well. You keep building off of your skiing. I think that's something to take as a positive. And that's what we want to see out of our skiers. You build each time, get better and better, get more confident. And I think the more you get more sets here, I think the better you'll feel.
Yeah. I mean, it's my 7th set here, fourth set of the day. Whoa. So like, yeah, maybe like the energy was not at its highest. But now, like tomorrow I have a day off, I'll rest as much as I can. And I'll come back even stronger and relaxed. And I'll be able to breathe tomorrow and just think about something else rather than competing every single day for a whole week.
Yeah, no, it'll be nice. Everybody needs a day off, let the body rest. So do you want to give a shout out to anybody that's watching at home?
Yeah, sure. Shout out to Lacano, if you see me. Love you guys. Shout out to Headwind. They're doing a wonderful job. I mean, my helmet is pretty sick. Shout out to my parents. Shout out to my mom that might be crying behind the camera because she's scared of me jumping. Mom, I'm good. I'm feeling good. Still alive, not injured. Everything's fine.
Well, yeah, and I mean, shout out to all those people. Shout out to the Headwind guys. I know they do great stuff. These helmets are super good. I think they're making jump switches, maybe even being used here. I've seen they've got gloves, they've got life jackets. So it's a new brand. It's awesome to see them coming in and putting out products for water skiers, and they're doing such a great job.
Yeah, I mean, new brand, they're doing a really good job. They're both skiers, water skiers, so they know what they're talking about. They know what water skiers are looking for. And I mean, that's pretty exciting in the water ski world to have new companies, new brands. I mean, it can only improve the sports itself.
Yep, no, exactly. So if you're at home and you're looking for some equipment, that may be another brand to check out. So, good for shouting them out and great skiing this weekend. Look forward to seeing you later this week.
Thank you. See you later.
All right, perfect. And with that, we will send it back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. As we have a look down the lake and see the Golden Lake facility, and that concludes this webcast. You will find another webcast player on the YouTube channel. For those of you who are subscribed to the TWBC YouTube channel, you will receive a notification just before we hit the airwaves. And that will be the nighttime jump webcast player. But for now, on the behalf of the folks here and the TWBC and everyone that has a direct stake in ensuring this championship success, I'm Tony Lightfoot. And until we see each other in less than 2 hours from now with the men's jump final, it is ciao for now.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shuswapsnb.com.
Feeling
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!